Doing it. And we are hopefully live now, as I now need to do that double checking on fucking YouTube, because for some reason Streamlabs OBS doesn't really do that thing where I can clearly see that we're live on YouTube, just the app itself.
I mean, it's usually like a few seconds after you press the button, so we're probably grand.
Yee. Yes, we are. We are live.
Good to know.
So that was.
So were we doing something, or?
All right, guys, you got to stop with the racist jokes.
Well, yeah, you can't be racist. You're not allowed to be racist anymore.
You're not allowed to be racist. Only Gene can be racist.
It's an anagram. You wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't get it. But you know what you can get? NordVPN.
Raid Shadow Legends. You know, whenever
Raid
I'm playing
Manscaped
my Raid...
Legends.
Remember? Oh god! Hold on.
Raid
Remember...
VPN Club.
Hold on. Remember the Manscaped like high top ad where he basically like cut open his balls? Like
what was the name of his balls? Was it like Jeffrey?
Yeah,
it was Jeffrey.
What?
He named his balls for a Manscaped ad.
Wait,
yeah, and then he fucking cut them open
balls?
in the ad.
What?
Yeah, and then there was blood in the sink.
What?
All over a specific.
That sounds actually horrifying.
Hold on.
It was very.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what's worse?
It was awful.
It was all because of a Gillette razor. He accidentally had like the name of the razor that cut open his balls on camera, and I had like a legit conversation with Rivers, like, is that defamation? Like, could he technically get sued by Gillette? Like, because
well, no, Gillette's been trying to denut people for a while, so it is what it is.
Well, I was more bringing up how, like, I'm pretty sure in
anything,
advertising you're not supposed to show like the competition fucking up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's if you're making an ad, you're not usually allowed to actually use another brand in your ad to like put them down or some shit. Not because of defamation or anything like that. You just don't have the rights to the brand representation. Like if I had like Coca-Cola in a TV show I'm making, that would be a problem because I don't have the rights to that trademark, the logo and everything that goes along with it.
That's why
it's legally protected. And if they showed Gillette being responsible for the de-notification of this man, I don't think Gillette would take too kindly to that. I just think a YouTube channel is too small for them to care.
Right.
But that's why whenever you see in movies, whenever like they drink fucking soda pop or whatever.
Oh, fucking
generic.
Which is so irritating because the tab doesn't always line up with the fucking label, so you'll see like some actors are basically like drinking it sideways.
You don't do that.
Either they drink it sideways to hide the labels, or they drink it
in
in such a way as to show the label off as much as possible, and it looks even more awkward.
Yeah, and like the at least the funniest offender had to be fucking World War Z, when Brad Pitt basically he's like infected with some level of disease, and because when you got like a terminal illness, apparently zombies won't kill you.
Yeah,
so he injects himself with host. Yeah, because he injects himself with some disease that he doesn't even know what it is. Goes over to a Pepsi machine, takes a Pepsi out, just chugs the thing, and just goes.
Well, no, it's not a Pepsi. It's purple soda.
No, it's specifically a Pepsi.
It is not a Pepsi.
I swear,
so hold
it's
on.
A fucking Pepsi.
That means that Pepsi is now the brand face of racial tension in America and leprosy. Their brand's looking great.
Well, yeah, of course.
What did?
Well, no, if you had leprosy, then you wouldn't be a zombie.
Pitt
no, just pull up the picture. Because I'm pretty sure it's like a fucking generic soda. Because I remember YMS even talking about it. It was supposed to be like it was supposed to be something, but then like apparently whatever it was backed the fuck out. But he's still drinking the soda in the fucking movie. But they basically, it's like a purple can. It looks like a Pepsi can, but it's like purple.
So basically the brand was like, oh my god, you had this man inject himself with disease and then drink our thing. We're pulling out. And the guy's just like, I'm sorry, my dude, but it's already been filmed. Pulling out now does nothing, but bye.
Pretty much.
So I'm gonna say, you say that when like here's him standing much very much next to a vending machine just stocked full of the stuff.
Does it say Pepsi on it?
It's got the fucking logo on it.
Yeah, okay. Well, then shit. Like I said, I have to double check with that YMS video because I'm pretty sure like that was like a whole thing. Like I said, it could just be crazy talk. Like I'm like the stand was activated outside of my ability, so. But yeah. Anyway, speaking of Pepsi, we just finished the Greed Island arc of Hunter x Hunter.
It's true.
How does that relate to Pepsi?
Listen, it's an anagram. You wouldn't get it.
Oh, this is one of Gene's hidden
Pepsi
messages.
is drunk by people. People like sports. Dodgeball is a sport and also a movie. Movie is a form of visual media. So are TV shows. So are cartoons. So is Hunter x Hunter. It all connects.
Hey, got him.
I hate all of you. I fucking.
We didn't like the way you spelled your name, so we had it legally changed.
Yeah, you had to.
Legally change it to Pepsi.
Or now named after Prada. Wasn't that something that somebody did? They just legit named their kid. They legit named their kid after a product. I know we're like kids were named after like characters.
You could probably
like
look that up. I'm pretty sure that's real.
There are guaranteed kids out there whose name is like the name of a band.
Dude, there is
like
there is at least 16 people with the name Phasma.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, like, that was like the most depressing thing EFAP covered. It's like, oh, like this is actually a name people fucking picked.
Phasma. I wonder if Spectrum ever will be.
Oh yeah.
It's like, cause it's like that meme. It's like, oh hi Phasma, fuck you, Dad.
I mean, that's very much an earned fuck you. So yeah, we just finished the Greed Island arc, and how do you guys want to talk about this? Would you rather do like our version of a breakdown, or just start talking about the show?
Well, I mean, you're the newbie for the show, so you're the one with the actual first impression. We've all seen it before, so you probably given a rundown of what you thought of the show so far, that arc in particular, that kind of thing is probably a good place to start.
And of course, because you haven't really covered it in any of the YARPs before, you might as well just explain what it is, because we have to start from the beginning.
Okay, by that point, I may as well. Hold on, let me go over here and I'll throw up the copyright filter, and I'll just have the show playing in the background with no sound. In terms of like what I thought of like of different arcs, like I got that playing. Mute that. Throw up the copyright screen. So, what did I think of? So let's just start with with the main Hunter's exam. I thought the Hunter's exam was pretty alright. We get introduced to our main group, and apparently it's pronounced differently in Japanese, but in the dub they pronounce it Gon, or just depending on who you just ask. Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio. And feel free to jump in at any point, guys, because this is how conversation works.
You don't need to sum up the show. If anybody's listening to this, it's a conversation with Hunter x Hunter. They know Hunter x Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so
and here's
the first thing is the Hunter exam.
Well, the first thing we need
know
to
how
say
it begins and how it ends and all that stuff.
The first thing we need to really say is, by the way, spoilers up until the Greed Island arc. We haven't gotten up to the Chimera arc. We've only gotten to the very beginning of it.
Yeah.
So we're just going to be talking about everything up until the end of Greed Island.
Yeah.
I think it's more important to just kind of talk about it overall, and I think specifically the focus, since you're the one that's the newbie of it, should be kind of your take on these things. And
so
and
I'm
how
not
you
gonna.
feel about it?
I bet once we get into the Chimera Ant arc, I'll get back to being excited, but the Great Island arc zapped a lot of the energy I had from a lot of the other. I loved Heaven's Arena. That's my favorite fucking arc of the fucking show.
Keep in mind that a lot of the hype that comes for this series is coming from that arc.
Right, that's why
Like,
I'm like...
when people are talking about why they love this show so much and how amazing it is, they're talking about that arc.
Yeah, and I'm like, great, I can't wait to see that, because so far, it's not that I'm bored out of my skull, I'm just seeing this, I'm like, this looks like every other anime I've seen.
But without everything else up to this point, the Chimera Ant arc would not have the impact that it does.
Yes, I know. I
That's
understand
kind
that.
of the conversation we can have after seeing it, whereas the way he feels bored by the Great Island arc, that's actually kind of common. Everyone pretty much agrees it's the weakest arc in the series.
Yeah.
And even then, at its weakest, it's still on par with a lot of mainstream shows. And everything that's to this point before that is better than it. But this is kind of a bridge arc. It's really just getting them powered up so we can go to the heavier shit.
Yeah, it's if like, am I wrong to just basically call Great Island a training arc?
I mean, it kind of is.
Yeah, and
it's training and side quests. I mean, basically,
you're not. It's not 100% inaccurate.
And on subjectively, I find most of those training arcs from the animes I have seen to be out of their mind boring. That I'm just like, oh.
But you make an interesting thing, because you said that the Heaven's Arena arc was one of your favorites, and I would argue that that's also a massive training arc for the.
But it's also
I guess I would argue. I would argue yes, it's a tournament arc, but also the pacing of Heaven's Arena is fantastic. As opposed to, I felt every single fucking minute of Great Island. I'm like, okay, come on.
I think that has more to do with the card game than it being a training arc. Because, like Ninja said, Heaven's Arena is also a training arc as well, but it's a tournament arc on top of that, and tournament arcs tend to move at a higher clip, whereas this card game was much slower and less focused. So you were kind of doing a lot of more meandering around. A lot more side quest style shit, and that can slow it down.
I can slow it down to like beyond a crawl.
I don't think it moved that slow. Not when you're moving from competition to competition and the new powers and shit.
Once we were getting into like the final meat of the Great Island, I was back to being interested.
Because that's when actually conflict was actually rising.
Yeah.
So we had both Razor and the Bomber.
I understand the point of the card system for Great Island because it makes sense within that own arc. I'm not sure because with all the hype that was told for Hunter x Hunter, which is probably for mainly the Chimera Ant arc, everybody was saying that like, oh, Great Island slows it the fuck down because it introduces like a whole new system, and now that it's over, I guess you could just kind of just forget about that system.
It does and it doesn't. I mean, what you're talking about is what they call a framing device. Just like they're both training arcs, but one is framed as part of a tournament and one is framed as this sort of isekai game experience. Yeah, so you don't necessarily mind the training arc, you're just not a fan of the framing device they chose to use for it.
Yeah, because this is I guess it also doesn't help that subjectively I am bored out of my fucking mind with Yu-Gi-Oh! With like, I watched like 5 episodes of it as a kid, and they're like losing their shit over a bunch of cards, and I'm like, guys, calm down. It's a children, like, it's literally the meme of like, we're losing our shit over a children's card game.
Well, that's kind of weird because you've drawn a surface level parallel between the two, and you're judging one by the standards of the other. That seems a bit odd.
It is actually extremely odd because the thing is, the card game isn't the central focus. The cards are just part of it. They're basically support items as opposed to being like the central focus of the conflict.
Well, in fact, they play a very minor role in the arc. Yeah,
Well-
and then in the actual
collecting them all.
episodes, they spend very little time talking about cards.
That's true.
It's mostly training and how do we outsmart these other characters. The cards are just the MacGuffins to do it.
Well, yeah, and like if you were to replace the cards with like treasure, like it would be you wouldn't be able to make the Yu-Gi-Oh comparison.
Yeah, you just make a One Piece comparison instead.
Well, there you go.
I don't even know.
But the whole-
I don't know shit about One Piece. Oh, I guess now that we're done with the Greed Island arc, with the Hunter's exam, my only problem was like the pacing of like the tower, which is where they kind of just for a few episodes the pacing kind of ground to a bit of a halt with the convicts.
Yeah.
So
Like-
I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but I do want to bring up an interesting thing. You keep bringing up the pacing specifically, and that makes me a little ginchy because that's like the go-to thing that people bitch about
Yeah, that's
when they
that's
don't
normally what
necessarily have anything else to say.
But
Well,
to
yeah,
be
it's
fair,
one of
you
those
just
very
admitted
base
that
level
there
things you
is.
can comment on, whether you're saying it's good or bad. It's usually because it's one of those first things that you notice. It's like the
Mhm.
art style. Do you like the art style or not? That's subjective, but it's
Yeah.
one of those surface level things you're gonna have feelings about very, very quickly. Pacing is kind of like that.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, there is an argument to be made that some of the pacing in some of the arcs is a little lackluster, to put it generously. But
But even then, it's usually just sections of it. Like in the Hunter exam, it's just that period of time where our characters have lost a lot of time, and we're being made to feel how much time is being lost.
Right.
On one hand, it puts us in their shoes a lot better. On the other hand, we feel like a bunch of time is being wasted.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
yeah, literally everybody's just hanging out in a room. It's like, okay.
And you still have like character moments and little
Yeah,
comedic bits, and you see Killua and Gon becoming better friends, and they don't waste the time. It's just we want to get back into the cool shit that we saw up until that point.
Right. And there was even cool moments within those episodes, such as the like with the oil with the candles. The betting with time was all right.
Yeah, each individual fight between the main characters and the convicts shows a lot of their characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gon's kind of an idiot, but he can use his head in a lot of creative ways. Kurapika
Killua
is
just ripped
insanely
a dude's
powerful.
heart out.
Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Kurapika? What the fuck?
Kurapika? What the fuck is that?
You
Kurapika?
Whatever.
What do you mean,
The
whatever?
The girl of the group.
Oh
You
my
find out that
God.
he actually like has a lot of power and a lot of pent up like rage, but he still doesn't let it consume him because he refuses to kill anyone. And Leorio
no,
is,
it's not that he didn't refuse to kill him. It's just he knows that was a fake. If that was an actual
that too.
spider, Kurapika would have killed him on the spot.
Well, he would have killed him, but the thing is, he doesn't want to kill anybody who's not a spider.
Right.
And then Leorio is Leorio.
Leorio is Leorio. That's kind of the thing. As
He
much
turns
as I
into
would
an
love
angel
to,
when he touches titties. Yeah.
as much as I would love to give him credit for his intelligence for the Hunter's exam, he kind of just I don't want to say he becomes brain dead. He very much just lets his anger get the best of him because of the sabotaging guy. He lets.
I mean, lest you forget that he is still a teenager,
right.
which nobody
Yeah.
believes.
It's just weird.
And he's not ever really shown to be like the quote unquote smart one.
Right.
Like that's not his thing.
Right. He's out
Yeah,
of
he's
the
the
four of them,
normal
he
one.
technically would have the most book smarts, but that doesn't mean he's the most intelligent. Because he's a pre-med
Book smarts
student.
in his chosen field, yeah, but that's not the same as just general smarts or
Right.
logic or problem solving, which is more Kurapika's thing and
Mhm.
Killua's. Whereas Leorio's the human of the group. He's the normie. He's the most relatable, and he just puts into context how monstrous the other three are. But bear in mind, he still managed to get through the hunter exam, so he's not like an actual normal person. He's still extremely strong with shit tons of stamina and endurance and shit. Like, he's swole as shit, but you compare him to Killua, and it's just like, bruh, go home. You don't belong in this show.
What are you doing?
The funniest thing is, like, yeah, he passed the hunter's exam, but he's only doing it so he can, like, get the money for his medical license.
Yeah, so he can get a real job.
Yeah.
This is not the spirit that Jing had in mind when he thought about the hunters.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being motivated by money, and like, it doesn't really.
Yeah, because like, fuck those people that like because the whole like money can't buy happiness. Like it's insanely one dimensional, because while it can't buy happiness itself, it can certainly help get you the things that make you happy.
Well, it can reduce a shitload of stress.
Yes.
And yeah, it allows you the financial stability and the financial freedom to pursue things that make you happy.
Exactly.
Yeah, so money doesn't buy happiness, it just buys not unhappiness.
Yeah,
and it facilitates happiness.
Yeah, that's
buy luxuries,
that's always been
like
half the statement as well. It's like money above a certain amount of income no longer continues to increase your actual circumstances.
It's why
so it's like, yeah, if you go from earning €10 an hour to earning like 15, that's going to significantly improve your quality of life. If you go from earning $100,000 a year to earning $110,000 a year, it's not going to change that much.
Right. But if you went from like 100 to 200 grand a year, it's like, oh, okay.
Like, maybe I can afford like a house in Dublin.
Exactly. It's why when I think it was Cosmonaut, didn't he say that the whole thing of like, don't like worry about why you feel sorry for this person, they're rich. It's like, you can like, just because they have a certain amount of money doesn't mean you can't empathize with them, but at the same time their issues are solved a lot easier considering they have the money. Like in the case of like Will Smith, he could easily have had the money to file for divorce and not have to worry about the like custody of the kids.
You know the joke scene in Zombieland where Woody Harrelson is just drying his eyes with a wad of cash?
Yeah.
That's literally the childish view he has of anybody with any significant amount of wealth.
Yeah.
And he doesn't include himself among that, despite the fact that he earns bank.
Yeah, despite the fact that for every fucking like, didn't he say that his Snyder Cut video was gonna make him fucking rich?
Oh no! Think of the self-hatred he must feel.
I know. Ugh. I'm a fucking horrible person. When like it goes to the whole like new guy meme or whatever, when like people are making fun of PewDiePie for getting robbed or whatever. Oh, he's rich, he'll get over it. It's like, well, still lost shit. Like, it still sucks.
Right.
Yeah, it was still a fucking home invasion. The loss of property isn't the biggest concern. It's the fact that a place you thought was secure was violated by a fucking stranger. It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that changes nothing. Because now by that point you have to uproot almost your whole life. Either do that or like get better security, or move. Which technically would not be hard for either of them, because they could just pack everything up and either go to a completely new house like within the same country, or just move back to one of the countries they've already lived in.
Well, I'm pretty sure this was their house in Japan that was robbed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So this was the house they were planning to move to.
Oh. That's even worse, actually. The idea that
it's like
isn't it? You're not even moved in yet, and it was already robbed. It's like, all right, it looks like I'm not buying this fucking house.
And you think of like what a big life decision it is to move to Japan like that, and how much they must already have been second guessing things and overthinking things, and then that happens. Like,
yeah, that immediately would make me bail.
Anyway, Hunter.
Yeah, I don't want to say, like, the more I think about it, I kind of have less to say. I kind of, do you guys have any questions for me on what I think about certain things? Because just
Well,
looking at this
first
stuff,
of
I'm kind
all,
of drawing a blank.
we should probably talk about some of your hot takes, because I remember when we talked about those off the air, and it's like, oh, geez.
Okay, fine. From a subjective point of view, I kind of didn't really like the ending of the Phantom Troop arc, but I'm worried that's mainly due to lack of information. Like, the more I've, like, looked into it, I'm like, I feel like I
Hold on,
missed...
See, the
not just
only
what
reason that's
information.
such a hot take is because that's one of the most popular arcs. Like,
Mhm.
most people say that and the Chimera Ant arc are, like, the best.
Yeah.
And
Right,
for
or
that
I
arc
just...
in particular, it's mainly just the way everything escalates. And you see just... We've seen top tier Nen users before. We've seen people of Hisoka's level. And then
Right.
in this arc, you're introduced to a whole fucking gang of them, and they all go ham. And
Yeah,
you
and
see
that's...
just how
I
insanely destructive it is.
I love most of the Phantom Troop. Like, I enjoyed all of their abilities. Except Cell Phone Guy. Cell Phone Guy was kind of getting on my nerves, but that's just because...
Wait, you didn't like Cell Phone Guy?
I didn't fucking like Cell Phone Guy. Fucking... Uh,
I don't like
I...
his face.
I
He
was...
seems too
I
content.
almost said that. It's like... that and Vacuum Cleaners, like, you guys are almost either too into this or just don't understand what you're doing to be in this field. When it's...
I mean, Shanna's like one of the smartest in the troop.
Right.
So yeah, he knows what's up. It's just he has that fucking
He,
hapless
like, can
smile that
do.
makes
I
him look
do
like
like
an
it. I
animated
do
hand.
like when they're like fucking throwing his phone around, though. He's in the background, like,
Hey,
"Hey,
watch!
don't
Yeah,
break it!"
yeah, yeah, he's just like, hey, knock it off. Uh, like, that's fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he almost does come to the, like, you're too happy for this job. It's almost like you're like enjoying the fact that you're murdering all these people. When even meanwhile, Samurai Dude over there at least has like that stern look on his face. It's just like, Uh, and it makes sense that that it was Uvokin, right? The big buff guy.
Yeah, Uvokin.
Uvokin. It makes sense that he was having a fun time because he's almost the brute stereotype. Like, I don't care as long as I can just
Yeah,
keep
he's just an absolute
fucking
manimal.
people up. Yeah, so that's fine. Meanwhile, he was like, okay, I'm gonna mind control these people, and then I'm just gonna be completely okay with it. It's like, oh, you two into this,
Right, but it's like everything we've seen of Nen up to this point. Like, the most fearsome people we've seen are like Hisoka and oh, what's his name? The guy Castro, the guy he fought.
right?
And then it's like you see somebody like Uvo just going ham on the mafia, and you're like, oh,
Yeah,
Remember, he kills 3 people
right.
without having access to lower than his neck.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
fucking just bites somebody's skull. Yeah, I loved most of.
and then uses the skull as a bullet to kill another person.
That's why
And then he just straight up screams one to death.
Yeah.
That's why I say, like, I liked most of the arc. I just don't know how I feel about the ending because
Okay, so kind of elaborate on those particular feelings. Like, what is it about the ending that you felt was lackluster or didn't meet your standards, I guess?
And at what point did it start getting that way?
So it pretty much was the last episode where I was just like, "What? Wait, it's over? Wait, but they're
like
all
only
still alive?"
only the very last one.
Yeah, it was the very last episode where I suddenly went like, "Wait, that's the end? What?" Feel like we've still got like a bunch of stuff that's just completely unresolved and just.
Okay, you said bunch of stuff. Elaborate on bunch of stuff. Is it that there are still troop members alive? Is that the problem?
So, troop members being alive, from what I've recently thought back to, makes more sense because he considered Gon and Killua's life more important than his revenge. Because I was bothered by that up until very recently. I guess after he does all the Nen restriction on the boss, then has the fever. it just kind of felt like instead of like this is all subjective. I'm like in terms of I almost don't want to throw my hat in with the objectivity circle considering I'm just lacking information.
But
Subjectively,
it's okay to have subjective critiques or subjective issues with it as long as you're
right,
clarifying it as such. So
right.
just kind of put what your issues were out there, and then we can go
It
from
felt
there.
it felt like the ending just happened. It felt like we still had things to do, not in the sense of like just there were members alive. It was I guess it
Did
was
it
the
just
fact
kind
that
of feel abrupt? Is that
yeah,
the issue?
yeah, it just the thing happens with the boss. Killwa's fever's happening, and then just the end of the arc. I'm like, what? You. So my first answer was originally you missed a few because I was thinking like oh but all of them need to just die regardless of the revenge. They killed way more people than just the clan by this point. They need to die, but uh, that's just that's just a personal thing. But it does make sense within the character. It's like yeah, of why some of them are still alive. Yeah, I guess it didn't feel like an ending. It just felt like yet another episode. Like that he was gonna get up the very next episode and go back to hunting them down, which is why I feel like I missed something.
Okay, so on Karateka's end, you didn't feel like he'd actually completed an arc. You thought he was kind of still in progress and he hadn't arrived at a new point.
Yeah, because even if he wasn't focusing on revenge, there was still the eyes. And he got the copy of the eyes, but even then the copy was stolen. So he didn't even complete the second part of what he was going to do, which was make sure all the eyes went back to the Kurta clan. That's why this just felt so sudden and just an ending that just didn't even feel like an ending. It felt like it's just stopped. Good
I mean,
example. I'm trying to think of what
just
to
on
clarify on
Karateka's
the.
end, he's still working for the Mafia. He's still, tracking the eyes down and stuff and becoming a prominent member of the underworld. He didn't just stop when the arc ended. It's just
Right.
the arc ended and he decides like, okay, I'm not going to continue like fighting to the bitter end over the fandom troop. That's
Mm-hmm.
not the most important thing right now. And so he kind of backs down, and that's when the arc ends because it's when everybody puts the fucking weapons away and backs up. And also because Krollo's been neutralized.
With how it makes it sound with the Nexorcist, it sounds like that's like he's just an arc away from getting his Nen back, though. So it's only a temporary
Only if
solution.
Hisoka succeeds. Because Hisoka's like the one most motivated to get his powers back just because he wants to fight. So that's just Hisoka's new quest.
Right. Um. Hmm. Uh. Any more thought? I'm trying to think of what else. I did like the explanation for this with the crimson eyes and how that affected Kurapika's Nen. That was actually really fucking cool.
I mean, that's
Um.
some protagonist tier shit.
Yeah.
Like the special snowflake guy is one of the side characters, and our main character is just someone who has to focus on doing the pretty simple thing he can do really well,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a nice touch because it gets away from the whole Gary Stu thing, where our main
Right.
guy is he's the main guy in every single aspect.
Oh, in terms of a pattern we did know, that I noticed at least, the what was the name of the butler apprentice lady?
Canary.
Jasmine, Canary. Hanzo and Canary just smacking going around were a little too close to like it almost looked like it was going to develop a pattern. I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad it didn't develop a pattern of Gon just keeps getting his ass kicked, but he just keeps getting up.
Oh no,
As
yeah, he
I
does
say that as
improve over time, and once he learns like a bit of martial arts in the Greed
right.
Island arc, you actually see the way he fights in the animation is better. He's
Yeah,
actually
I do enjoy
deflecting
the
blows
fact
and
that
shit.
one of the things I do enjoy about Great Island was the fact we can actually see him developing technique instead of just him jumping around and then eventually hitting it, because compare it to Heaven's Arena, where I'm trying to think of what was the most complicated move he did in his fights.
It'd be
just
the
his
one
punches and
against
kicks versus
Hisoka when
Hisoka.
he does his rock diversion thing. So he
Yeah,
lifts up the thing, kicks it, and then ducks down and around to take Hisoka by surprise.
yeah,
I
it's
think
the
that's the most complex move he does.
yeah, and I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about like just pure martial arts technique, which I was thinking like, oh, the punch and then the flip kick, as opposed to when he's what's the name of the antagonist for Greed Island? The bomber. I'll just call him the bomber.
From the bomber.
As,
We'll figure
as
it. We'll
opposed
know who it
to
is.
the bomber where he was actually throwing some decent counters, and I was really glad about that, and also that kick to the jaw was very nicely executed.
And there was a lot of sacrifice done to it too. Like he fucking
Yeah.
lost one of his fucking arms.
Yeah.
He
What's
got
funny,
better because the card game and everything, but
right?
still.
I think one of my favorite moments of Creed Island actually was just that out of nowhere boxing match, because as somebody who very much enjoys their boxing, I was like, oh man, that was a lot of good work into the animation. That was a proper jab, a proper hook. Like, that was a nice uppercut. Like, so even moments, like, I can find appreciation for these arcs that I'm not even necessarily the most entertained by. There's always something to compliment. Which, from the animes I have seen, which I'll admit are either very little, from Full Metal Alchemist to there was this one anime with, like, water goblins. I don't even remember what it fucking was.
Water goblins?
What?
Fucking, yeah, it was like these goblin-like creatures that were summoned via water.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
What?
I watched it once with Eli, and I was like,
Hold
what
on,
the
I'm gonna
fuck
try
is
and
this
figure
shit?
this shit out.
Wow, this sounds...
Because I'll...
What?
As explained through our 2 Weeb episodes, when we've looked at Young Defiant, I am the least bit, like, anime certified. like, for the most part of my life, I stayed away from this shit. I'm like, fuck this.
The
there's so
only
many
thing
good
I've known
ones
of
I
is
want to show
Goblin
you.
Slayer, and I don't think that's what you meant.
No.
No, not Goblin Slayer. It was like modern day, and like apparently, I'll if I can find it later, I'll show you. I'd have to ask Eli, which
Dude,
I'm like,
good luck trying to fucking Google it because your descriptions are trash.
It's because that's the only thing I remember. A goblin was formed from water. That was the only thing I remember.
I'll say,
That
remember
tells you nothing.
his description of the Gundam show he watched was, what was the one in space with the giant robots and the laser swords?
Yeah, the one that
Oh,
was
that
on.
one.
You mean Gundam?
Yeah, you mean Gundam?
Yeah, you mean Gundam? You mean all of them? All of the Gundams?
Every single fucking one of them? A clue.
Way
Sherlock.
to narrow it down.
But
I'm trying to remember like what's the most anime. I remember I watched like both seasons of Black Butler. Now as an adult, I'm like, ew, I can't believe I wasted my fucking time with that.
That show
You only
actually
watch-
had like a neat premise and shit.
Season
It just
1 was
went
alright.
really too around the middle.
You
Season
watched
1
Black
was
Butler
alright.
to
Season
impress-
2 was fucking bad. Yeah, I watched it mainly to impress a girl.
I knew there
No,
was
I'm saying,
fucking
yeah, you
everyone.
watch it to impress the chick who likes Black Butler. That's literally why I did it too. And I
My
was just
man,
like,
you
man,
get
this
it.
is trash.
See, this is
Sure,
why I'm having so
yeah,
many
the fucking
problems. You gotta
Butler's
put that
cute.
shoe on the other foot. You gotta show the girl the good anime.
Exactly, and I did.
Oh,
You gotta
I-
start dating
oh my
a chick
God.
and show her like Gurren Lagann, man.
Oh,
And then she'd be like, yeah.
oh, so I gotta show River Berserk. You got
Cosplay
it.
Yoko, so.
Well, I showed River My Hero Academia, and we both like that. But I wouldn't say objectively My Hero Academia is like the best anime.
I mean, you could say that, but you'd be wrong
Yeah, I'd be fucking wrong.
because it's good, but it's okay. Like it's 6 or 7.
Right. And so now that I'm getting my energy back, I like almost this moment of the Hunter's exam. For each moment we were watching it, we were having little talks, like how to pass these little points of the exam. It's like, what? That's impossible to find this
I
answer.
do like it that you kept thinking like there was going to be like trick questions and shit. Like there was going to be some sort of thing where they had to like oh it's not that, it's this, and it's like
with this one it was a sort of a trick question with the whole like there is no right answer.
Kind of, I guess.
With the and then we were talking about like what fictional character. I remember when it was the Spider Eagles. We then just started going like, what fictional characters do we know would be able to pass the Hunter's exam? I remember one point bringing up like Garrett could probably do it. Oh wait, we talked about this when we were doing a gaming stream. Actually, I remember this now.
I'd say maybe you did that. I don't remember doing that.
It was during a gaming stream. We were just jokingly talking about like, oh yeah, a Monster Hunter hunter could probably do it, but that's only because this specific quest of the exam, yeah, they're just their job.
Well, no, the thing that we were bringing up was that there is a group of hunters that are basically the equivalent of the people from Monster Hunter, and as badass as you feel in that game for being able to kill monsters and gather their parts and this and that, in this universe, that would make you like the most basic bitch version of the hunters.
Yeah, you'd be a gourmet hunter, just looking for
that nobody takes seriously. Yeah, that no one gives a flying fuck about.
Let's see. And this is all the stuff that we're seeing right now is before the exam. Like the exam has technically started because it started on the fucking boat, and they're running into tests before the even real test starts.
Well, yeah, because the whole point is like to show that you're the best of the best kind of deal.
Yeah, because
like
being a hunter is not for the weak of heart.
Yeah, you have to be like fucking amazing, and because all the shit that hunters are expected to do.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, we don't really get into exactly what they do until the next arc, so it's hard. It's harder.
Snippets of it here.
Well, snippets, but like let's be honest, the next arc is where like it really shows, and yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about Hunter x Hunter without like the full context of it. So I was kind of saying we should have waited.
You keep saying that when I don't have a.
No, we're breaking it into the two different parts.
Yeah,
we're doing everything pre-Chimera Ant arc, and then that arc itself is going to be enough for an entire episode because there's just so much in it. It's so fucking dense. Like,
and why? And like you understand how many episodes have we watched? 70, 80?
The 75, I think.
75
the Chimera Ant arc is like a third. Is like 2/3 of the entire fucking show.
I can't wait till we can do like an episode on Cowboy Bebop where I'm just like, yeah, I got this done in an afternoon. Cause isn't Cowboy Bebop only like 20 episodes for the entire series?
I'm actually not sure, and I think some people include the movies for some reason, even though
Why
they're
would they do
completely
that?
disconnected.
That's weird.
People are weird, man.
Hold on
That's
a
true.
second. So I've got River quickly looking for me. Cowboy Bebop. I'm trying to think of all the animes that I have watched as well. Because Full Metal Alchemist, some of Brotherhood, watched Dragon Ball. We're slowly watching Cowboy Bebop. Me and River are. We're watching this right now. Just us as a group, even though I'm the only one that's new to it.
But what does that say about the quality of the show if all three of us are willing to fucking rewatch it with you?
Yeah, that does say something about the quality of it.
It bodes well.
Yeah, and
even just for what we've seen so far, it's been enjoyable to see it again.
Mm-hmm.
Like going all the way back to the Hunter exam when everybody's all young and happy-go-lucky and everybody's learning what their fucking powers are and all the little funny moments with everybody because the characters have a lot of personality, which is nice.
I would have been
so worried. Anime doesn't do comedy very well a lot of the time.
I would have been so worried if any of you guys had done the this shit.
What?
If I would have been worried for that arc or for that particular moment if you guys had done that, where you just see the thing and you're like, oh, this shit again, as opposed to like.
Oh yeah. Well, it's
I'm
actually
trying.
kind of funny because remember I was saying I didn't really like the Great Island arc that much because honestly it was like I have to power through this to get to the Chimera arc, which is all I've heard about from everybody who recommended the show to me. But like watching it again without like having to without having like the expectations like fuck this arc I want to get through it, it was actually kind of nice. Like it wasn't like it's like there are a lot of training bits to it, but it's like it's not the worst written thing in there, and there's a lot of character work in there as well. And like it shows a lot about Gon's own like abilities and shit like that, because if you notice there's something interesting about the 3 fights is that Bisky and Killua deal with their fights really fucking easily.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like Killua straight up makes a fucking joke out of it. He's literally just used the guy as a training dummy.
And like Gon loses fucking arms, he gets fucking wrecked, he almost gets his fucking throat crushed in. Like it's a clear like difference in like how each character works, and like it's another one of the deconstruction things where it's like, well, maybe the protagonist isn't the strongest person in the show.
Right.
Well, and when you compare it to, I hate to do this, but when you compare it to stuff like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, where there is no training, there is no development, it's nice to see characters having to earn their powers. I mean, even Killua, who has like this, when you think about his backstory and his origins, it's like, dude, that's fucking insane. You would think he's kind of overpowered compared to everyone else anyway, but even he still struggles.
Yeah, he's still like bottom tier character compared to everybody else we've been introduced to.
Yeah, that's the thing when we just get in, like we just got introduced to Nen fucking like during the Heaven's Arena arc, and now as we're seeing the Phantom Troop, it's like, oh fuck, these people.
Yeah, people that have been using Nen for like decades, and it's like, oh. And the show does a really good job of that. It's like every time you think your characters have kind of reached the pinnacle of their power, it's like the whole show just kind of clicks and zooms out, and it's like, oh, you thought that was the deep end of the pool. You were fucking wrong.
Right.
It does the opposite, which I think is to its benefit. It shows us the powerful characters very early on, and it keeps them consistent. And that's why Keisuke is everybody's favorite. They introduced just how powerful he is, like in the first few episodes of the exam, and from there you actually have to see the main characters get up to that level step by step, having already been shown what it is specifically they're trying to achieve. Whereas most shows don't do that. Most shows will just have them incrementally getting powerful from fight to fight.
Yeah,
so every time they go up against a new thing, they unlock some new power, and it feels a bit more directionless.
Yeah, and like and of course comparing it to the Granddaddy shown in Dragon Ball has like some of the worst power creep ever, and like where every single new villain has to be stronger than the last villain.
I would honestly say like I'm trying to think what's worse, Dragon Ball Z's power creep or fucking DC's power creep, considering there always has to be somebody that's stronger than Superman.
Well, I might argue that DC has it worse because DC has some of the strongest characters in fictional history.
Yeah,
like there's no logical reason the Justice League should lose any fight.
Yeah, you've got what is essentially a indestructible man. You've got the king of an underwater civilization. You've got an Amazon, like a demigod, depending on which iteration of Wonder Woman.
You have a guy who can literally outrun the concept of death itself. Like that's insane. You have a guy whose willpower is stronger than literally the concept of willpower.
Yeah, I was about to say. Then you've got fucking Hal Jordan, who I hate the fact that Hal Jordan is such a wasted character.
His ring can shoot lasers, guys.
Oh, yeah. Fuck you, Snyder. Snyder with the fucking like, oh, we've got a Green Lantern. This guy will be able to be like the most overpowered on the battlefield. Laser, beam, pew pew.
I mean, I guess that guy really was just the most imaginative person from his quadrant.
Also, I found out through a meme repository on EFAP that that was Kilowog, the guy who trains Green Lanterns.
Wait, isn't Kilowog like a big hippo-looking thing?
No,
Yeah.
that can't be Kilowog. No, don't, dude. All right, let's.
Yeah, let me read.
How?
Let me
That
read
wouldn't make
this
sense.
even more for you.
So Hunter, like I said,
You're trying
it's
to keep...
interesting that like the main villain of like the Greed Island arc couldn't even fuck with anybody from the Phantom Troop.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's
like as a
really clear
villain,
that Bomberman would literally get wrecked by any one
That's
of the Phantom Troop.
true. That's true. We actually downscaled in terms of villains.
Yeah. But we
well,
downscaled it to the point of the protagonist. Remember, the protagonist
Right,
couldn't fuck with
exactly.
the Phantom Troop either.
Yeah, that's true.
But he
Because
tried. We saw how he actually had to fucking think up some shit and escape from the Phantom Troop because they were that far out of his league. So again, you see the end game of where these characters are going for their power, and how they have to just live in a world where those things have always existed. They don't just come into the world when they're needed for the plot. They've always been there.
Which is
And they still
very
show up
nice.
too. Like they're dicking around in the fucking Great Island arc because that's just what they are. They're just, despite being murderous,
fucking
psychopathic
12.
thieves, they're all. No, I'm talking about the Phantom Troop.
Oh, okay,
Like,
yeah.
despite them being murderous, like horrible thieves and shit like that, they still have like their own like unique like goals and shit like that. Like the two, who is it, Sphinx and I always forget the other guy's name. What's the other dude? Phaeton, like Sphinx and Phaeton.
They're just bored, yeah.
Let's just like fucking go play a video game. Well, fuck it, let's play this video game.
Yeah, like there's nothing going on at home anyway. Fuck it, let's just do it.
Yeah, and then the rest of the trip are like, should we go play it too? I don't fucking know, maybe.
Sphinx is immediately like, "Hey, Phaeton, you want to rack up a kill count? Race you?" It's like, "Oh,
yeah, I enjoyed that
well.
too."
And Shalnart's immediately trying to fucking get the pro gamer strats to get the good loot.
I almost want to switch it to the videos we have in store, which is just somebody's blind reviews of is it the manga that this person is reading?
So,
Max,
yes, Totally Not Mark does reviews of the manga. Of course, in the video he can't just keep showing panels over and over again because I actually believe those are copyright as well. But yeah, he shows like clips from the show, but like his review is from the manga itself.
So kind of want
And
to throw that on screen,
him...
and then we'll, if we have any talking points, we can go from there. What do you guys think?
I mean, we can give it a shot. If the first video doesn't go well, we can always, move on to something else. But
I think it is going to be interesting for you to see the level of art quality in the manga compared to the show.
I don't know how much he actually shows.
Well, you talk about the art in the manga. He doesn't really show it, but he does bring up like a lot of things. I only watched the show, so there was a couple of things I was like, "Wait, did that happen?" And sure the fuck enough, it did. Like in the manga, it did. Like, but not in the fucking actual.
Well, that doesn't exactly make it the best for like comparison's sake, then, because I'm pretty sure the majority of us have not read the manga. So.
Well, I mean, like I'm just saying, it like shows up, like it just shows like stuff that you may have missed and shit like that.
I've read, I think, a good chunk of the manga. The end of Chimera Ant leading into where the manga goes after the show ends. And I don't remember any significant differences. Not really. Not for the actual plot progression.
Could you get a tiny bit closer to your mic? Because I have you at 120.
Is this better?
Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
Yeah, I haven't touched any of the manga. I haven't done that thing I normally do.
Which I really appreciate, because you said that, and I was like, oh god. Like, you're just gonna remove all of the fucking greatness of the arc just because
you did try to spoil yourself, though, when you were...
Yeah, you did, because he was just like, oh, let's fucking look up some...
Why do you keep doing that?
I don't know. It actually gave me a conniption yesterday. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck are you... Like, it actually got really mad.
You make it sound like spoilers would ever bother me.
I mean, but still, it's like...
They're called spoilers because they will ruin the actual build-up and suspense of not knowing what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
and it's
guess
like, yeah, like there was a couple ones where you did, like, you had no, like... As I said, and there's a couple like screenshots where it's just like, oh, these are characters you haven't even fucking seen yet, and then there's like, oh shit, there's that, and it's like, oh god, please stop looking at these.
I guess when it comes to like my view of spoilers, it's I'm going to look at it anyway, so anything you say is irrelevant.
Right, but
Like,
you also know just how much context changes the quality of the thing you're looking at. So wouldn't you want to see it in context?
Yeah, because the problem is once you've had something spoiled to you, once you see it in context, you go, "Oh, well, yeah, I already knew that was going to happen at some point."
And I was spoiled on something in the I was spoiled on something in the Chimera arc, and it did take the thunder out of it because I was like, oh, I already knew that was gonna happen.
Because when I knew Joel was gonna die, that didn't make it less shit. Like,
we're talking about good things.
We're talking about good things. Not it's easy to write off things that are negative, but it's like
even if you thought it was shit before you saw it and was confirmed that it was shit, you still didn't have your own reaction.
Oh yeah,
you
you'd have been even more
the
pissed.
thing that you knew was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet you would have been even more pissed if you had just experienced it naturally. Because it would have hit you differently. Like, yeah, I didn't see this coming at all, and it was fucking stupid, and it pissed me off.
Yeah,
you just get a more honest, emotional reaction from yourself.
I think it also doesn't help. It might just be that. I think it might also just be that contrarian as opposed to the how anal some people are about spoilers. Because I once was talking about Empire Strikes Back, and somebody went like, "Oh, spoilers." I'm like, it is so much tied to our popular culture that this, like, there's no way you haven't known the fucking Luke Skywalker Darth Vader twist.
What the fuck is this train of thought? Other people care about spoilers too much, so I'm gonna read plot synopsis of movies before I watch them.
And even if that
was, stick it to those people.
And I was gonna say, even if that was like fucking Star Wars is a major culture fucking icon in like cinema history, Hunter x Hunter is one of those shows that like doesn't get like enough as much attention as it deserves. So it's like that's like horrifically dysanalogous.
You mean Descent?
Like, yeah, it's not knowing Star Wars, but like not knowing what the fuck is like you said, everything about the Chimera Anarch is like, what the fuck?
I need to find that fucking Charlize Theron Seth Rogen movie so you guys can see that scene of just like, oh, you've never seen an episode of Game of Thrones? So it's like, oh, but I can't believe that happened to Daenerys' dragon. It's like, oh, that's turns out it's like, oh, that's not good though. Just knowing the thing.
Yeah.
This video
I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're talking about, but okay.
It's just a tangential thing.
By NordVPN. Hunter x Hunter has a better start to its story than most manga I've ever read. Dragon Ball, One Piece, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, all of those eventually got amazing, but from right out the gate, I sincerely believe Hunter x Hunter has reached a level of nuance and complexity far quicker and in a much more entertaining fashion early on. Having been born and raised in Ireland, shows like Dragon Ball, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, Beyblade, and even Metabots made their respective cultural impacts here.
The fuck is Metabots?
I'm assuming Gundam.
That kind of hurts.
Metabots, I'm pretty sure, was like one of those shows on like Fox Saturday mornings. Like, it wasn't even an anime.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, I was going to say, was it the same level of anime as like Hyper Team Monkey Force Go, where it's like it's got an anime style name, but it's got nothing to fucking do with it?
Excuse me. What are the words you just fucking spoke to me?
What? You guys have never heard of
I understood
Monkey Force
words individually, but when combined in that particular order.
I can't believe.
It's like when fucking Dragon Ball Bridge, when Vegeta's like listing all the shit the Ginyu Force is like, and it's like, wait, are these all real?
Oh yeah, those are all real.
It's like, excuse me.
And one of the things he uses as a comparison is the Spice Girls.
Yeah, here it is, Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. Can't believe you guys have never fucking seen this. It ran for like 4 seasons.
What the fuck cancer are we about to see?
I'm not showing it. I'm fucking quickly showing what the I'm trying to find.
Oh, so you just went, oh, here it is while it's on your screen and nobody else knows.
No, hold on. I'm about to show a screenshot.
Sorry, I just saw Slur's fucking thing about bungee gum.
Oh,
No, so the thing
I've been shit posting an hour.
I love
It's the
Ahsoka.
properties of both
That's-
rubber and gum.
Ahsoka's the best. Don't fucking at me.
no, so
Good.
So this
I'm
is one
fucking
of those-
saving that one.
The one above it, oh god.
Wait, what's the one above
What is
No.
being called?
it? Alright.
so
I'm fucking posting all these.
Was Megabots just like one of those shows that it's like it's supposed to
Me-
like basically
meta.
mimic it?
Metabots.
Metabots, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, because they're like fucking bugs or whatever.
Because that's what I would compare to Super Hyper Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
Oh my
would
god,
be.
I just
This
realized
looks
you can
fake.
read the name of that show starting from any single word and it makes exactly as much sense.
Go Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce.
Right?
Robot Monkey. Well, hold up. Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce. Go Super. Go Super. God damn it! Yeah, you might be right.
Even you guys have never heard this. Heard of
Team
this?
Hyperforce Go
Would
Super
we?
Robot Monkey. Oh my god.
It's-
This
so
ran on
fucking
Cartoon.
weird.
I'm trying to remember if this ran on Cartoon.
Like,
Network
you're
or-
showing me this show, and I'm like, I don't believe you. This is real.
No, this was run by
I
Disney.
still don't believe this is real.
This
Hold
was
on,
made
is
by
this when I
fucking
showed
Disney.
you guys the poster for like my wife's boyfriend's bodyguard's assassin, whatever the fuck, and I thought it was legitimately a parody?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's like,
my
oh,
wife-
it's actually.
My like the assassin's bodyguard. Oh, I can't even fucking remember now. Let me scroll up. Yeah, when you thought oh no, so many memes. They've buried the thing we were actually trying to talk about when it. Oh yeah,
It's been
Hitman's
buried
Wife's
in shit
Bodyguard.
posting.
Yeah, when you thought that was a parody, when it's got Ryan Reynolds, Samuel Jackson, Morgan Freeman, Selma Hayek.
Anyway, nobody cares about your weird fucking hyper monkey robots.
Oh, yeah,
I was
it's me,
more
my
pointing out
boyfriend,
that,
and
like, how
$500
I was asking if
Oh,
Metabots was one of those shows that basically was pretending to be anime, like this show that I was trying to bring up.
I mean, I don't know. It's probably one of those things you'd consider a Western cartoon. It's like anime in the sense that it has robots.
Well, I mean, because a
And
lot of people. Well, I mean, do you consider fucking Avatar anime?
No.
It's a
But like a lot of
cartoon.
people do. I'm saying, but a lot of people colloquially.
It's the
do.
closest thing that the West has to anime, but it's not anime.
That and Teen Titans. Those were the closest we've ever gotten to anime.
Oh my god, this fucking new cover fits perfectly with my fucking PogChamp.
Shows like One Piece.
So, like,
and
if you look at my Facebook page, it says when it's been 12 seconds since you told someone about the ability bungee gum, which contains the property of both rubber and gum, and it's just fucking Kirby Poggers going, yo. Anyway.
It contains the properties of both
Isn't-
Pog and Champ.
Hold on, it was Bobo, was that ever an actual anime or was that?
That was
one of
actually
those-
legit.
Oh, yeah,
that was
that's
actually a legit anime.
legitimate
Which,
show, yeah.
Okay,
and
I
like
was
the
fucking,
wondering-
first
he
parody
pops
anime.
up in the greatest game of all time, J Stars.
I was
and
wondering
yeah,
if that was
he
if
fights-
that
he
was real
fights
or a
with his
parody, like made by the
and he-
West.
Well, no, it's a gag manga, and like it's kind of funny because like Dragon Ball makes a very big difference between gag manga and like thing, because Vegeta calls somebody, it's like, oh, they're a gag character. That means they don't obey the laws of physics.
Oh, yeah, I remember that in the Tournament of Power.
So good.
Oh my
So
god.
stupid. I love it. And like I said, he points at something. Hey, Raleigh, look behind you. She goes, what? And he kicks her into space.
Bo was one of those
Boba
fucking.
Boba.
God
Bobo,
fucking
Bobo,
damn it.
Bobo.
I fucking hated the
Bobo,
name
Bobo.
of that. The fucking name.
Yeah, it's just Bobo
Yo,
Bobo.
who? Bobo. Who?
Well, it's because it's by that point I'm like, I oversay the amount of bows that it's either I overdo it or I underdo it. I never know if I'm
How
saying
dare
the
you.
correct amount.
You are going to offend all 3 fans of Boba.
Popobo?
Oh no, I don't want to piss off Billiam. He actually has a decent audience.
No.
uh,
Tell him about Bungee Gum
I'm
quick.
I'm looking at all the fucking Bungee
I've been told it has the properties of rubber and gum.
This is fucking.
People need to know.
I just love the fucking letter. It's like it's been 12 seconds since you told someone, and he's
I love
so
that one.
upset.
This is the 7th week you showed it the Fudgy Gum in class.
I can't find the one, but there was like one where it's like it's bungee gum, and it's like Ahsoka, you've shown that in the last 8 show and tells.
Hold on, let me throw up the cover so I can show. Let me show. We got to show the
Oh, no.
class what we brought. The fucking...
Oh no! Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is the one I'm thinking about.
This is my Oro with the properties of rubber and gum. Hisoka, this is the 7th week in a row you showed bungee gum in class.
Yeah, I was going off that one by memory. I didn't realize you posted that in the chat. That's
Wig
amazing.
is cursed.
His fucking face is so good there, and I know the shot where that's coming from too. So that's amazing.
Yeah, same.
It's fucking
my
great.
God.
Like, yeah, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Maybe.
Oh
no, what did you say? Why would I do that?
I'm trying to think
It's so good.
So other than those 2 shows, okay. So now that I know that Bobo was real, I guess that takes away from my point because I thought it wasn't. I thought it was another. I thought it was another Western attempt to parody it.
I mean, you'd be not wrong in thinking that it was a parody. So it's fair.
Would Generator Rex and Ben 10 be considered not mockeries, mimics of anime, considering what they would later look like? With,
homages?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, would you consider the Justice League anime?
Where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where.
At what
That's what I was about to ask.
Western shitty cartoon.
Like, is Invincible the show on Amazon Prime considered an anime?
In Japan, it is.
Really?
Well, no, yeah. In Japan, anime literally just means animation. It's
Animation,
the
yeah,
cartoon.
As opposed to us, where depending on who you ask, like it has to come
we
from
did
Japan.
make some weird distinction, and then we get all autistic when we try to talk about where the line is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Whereas
bullshit.
anyone in Japan, it's like it literally just translates to cartoon. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and like everybody fights with me, but Boondocks is totally an anime. Don't at me.
It's anime inspired, but it is.
Yeah,
not an
definitely
anime.
anime inspired.
It's anime. It's black.
Same
and
as
white.
Avatar. It's a Western card. See, and when people take the very few Western cartoons that are actually good and call them anime, you're just taking things from us. Like we want to like have good cartoons on our side of the planet as well.
I mean, we could still have them, but they could just still be labeled anime.
Well, we can't because you just keep calling them Japanese.
Listen.
Yeah, you're literally removing the Americanism from fucking I almost wanted to say Boondock Saints from fucking Boondocks.
The Boondock Saints. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Boondock Saints is
the
also
Boondock Saints is my
American.
favorite anime. Shut up.
Boondock Saints is my favorite anime.
Boondock Saints.
I mean, it's as
There
ridiculous
was a
as an anime.
firefight. And then fucking.
Tell me that's not an OP, and I'll fucking call you a liar.
I actually would unironically love an anime adaptation of Boondock Saints. I think
I'd
it'd be
watch the
fucking
shit
great.
out of that. I would be like, all right,
Like, dude, the
sit down
people-
the
the
fucking
cheap-
Guinness.
All the people who fucking did those amazing edits of like "This Is America," but they put fucking you again from fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, it really upsets me that I can't find that video anymore because it's been copyright taken down. But fucking
Well,
yeah, it was
I was
beautiful.
gonna say the fucking Adeptus Custodes. They used the fucking Pillarman meme from JoJo's.
Hey man, that was the song is called "Awaken," and that was my alarm clock forever.
So the guy was a video about Hunter x Hunter.
Oh yeah, Mark. He pronounces the name of the. See, it's so weird. I've gotten to the point where I don't even know how to say the fucking name anymore.
I mean, I'm probably gonna flip-flop back and forth because I'm gonna hear him say "gone." Because when we started the very first episode, Ninja, you pointed out it's like that's weird because I could have sworn that they pronounce it "gone" because it's just gong but without the G.
Yeah, in Japanese they say gone, but in the English it would probably sound weird because gone is already a word we have. So I think they just made a slight pronunciation thing, just to slide it over and make it sound more like a name.
To quote Drax, all words are made up, so it doesn't matter.
But yeah,
That's
all words are made
that's
up,
a
but
made
not
up
all
word.
words sound like names.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like a name.
Slur is my name.
Catch on nearly as much around my neck of the woods, though I do remember it being spoken about here and there from time to time. But Hunter x Hunter? I never even heard of this thing until maybe my second year of college, and by that point I was busy failing my exams, so I never watched it. Fast forward to present day, thousands of recommendations later, while I still have little to no knowledge of this story, I find myself both excited and nervous. Excited because this is one of the most highly regarded shonen properties out there, with many telling me that aspects of it are better than One Piece. Now we'll see if that's true.
Correction, it's better than One Piece.
Yeah, it
Full
is.
stop.
It is one. Yeah.
All right, you two fight.
Whoa!
I've been waiting for
whoa!
this.
See,
whoa.
it's kind of an apples and oranges thing because just down to the fucking structure of the stories they're telling, they are fundamentally fucking different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Hunter x Hunter is definitely more consumable than One Piece because the whole appeal of One Piece is that it keeps going. It's this wacky cartoon adventure with just this goofy crew of extremely cartoony characters. It's like One Piece is the most cartoony anime because it's just so lighthearted and cheerful and goofy, except when
does-
it isn't.
I was
you
saying,
actually
but it also
believe that-
it does serious things really well, though. I'll have to give it
Oh
that.
yeah, it absolutely fucking does. Like when it
Like-
wants to get real, it will, but most of the time it's like what you see on screen, where they'll
I've
build
only-
up moments that are like really tense, and then they'll just like play them off for a joke or a goof, so they
Like,
can
I
get
never-
back to the fun most of the time, which
Do
is
you
I never-
actually,
part of the appeal.
Slur, do you actually believe the author actually has a plan for ending the series? 'Cause,
Oh, he absolutely does. Oda
He
is
has
way
to.
too meticulous. He's way too good with details not to.
Remember, this is the guy
Do you
who was in
believe-
the fucking interview. This is the guy who was in the interview with Akira Toriyama, saying that he loved everything Akira Toriyama did, and then when he
Toriyama
named
went,
characters,
"Who?"
he's like, "Who? Oh wow, you got some like insider knowledge." And it's like, Tal Pai Pai was like the main antagonist, and he goes, "Oh, so."
Well,
But no,
'cause
yeah,
di-
Oda is
didn't-
way too competent and way too good of a writer not to know where he's going.
I was
In
going to
fact,
say,
he's
didn't-
known where he's going for like years. For like over a
Mhm.
decade of the series runtime, he's known where this is going. The last island in the Grand Line has had a name since they arrived there. There's a plan.
Didn't Oda say like pretty much
I'm
that it's gonna
fine.
take like 5 more years for One Piece to finish? Because that's how much.
I
he's
think
got
that was like
left to
before
tell.
quarantine times. I don't know where we're at now.
I
In
thought
the
he's-
actual manga, we are getting towards the end of the current arc, and it's theorized that the next arc will be the last one. And that'll
Oh,
last
man.
for like a year or two.
Wow.
Finishing.
Well, because I heard that like at the 700 episode mark, they were like, "Oh, we're halfway done with the anime," and I was like, "Oh."
700 episodes into the anime, I believe it.
Yeah, and they were like, "Yeah, this is like I think he said like in an interview, it's like, oh, this is the halfway point," and it was like a weird moment. It was like, "Oh, this is legit."
But
gonna
also
end.
bear in mind that the show has entire arcs that are made up just for the show so that the manga can get ahead. So there's extra padding in there. The actual manga is a lot more lean.
As a Berserk fan, it's like finishing arcs. What's that?
Huh?
We wouldn't fucking
Hey, finished arcs. He just didn't
Well-
finish the last one.
We have Casca's memory back, but she's kind of still fucking insane. To be fair,
I mean,
what she
she's
went
better
through.
and shit. And also,
going to
Griffith is kind of taking over the world. That's a thing.
The last chapter was ended with some dwarf smacking the berserker armor, and now it's taking over Guts' body. To be continued 17 years later.
Wait, that's not the last chapter, because that's up to where I am, and I know I still have a few left to catch up on.
Oh, did he finally release some fucking chapters when I wasn't looking?
You
Hey,
didn't look. You
perhaps.
missed it. You blinked.
But
and
yeah,
you
that's
missed the
what you
ending
just
part.
mentioned. That's exactly where I left off last time I looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's still not over.
So apples and oranges for One Piece and Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, and when that's not even what he said. He said there are aspects of Hunter x Hunter that are better than comparable things in One Piece, and yeah, I'd say that holds up. So when you talk about serious moments and backstories and how Oda can introduce this absolutely fucking absurd looking goofy ass character with the most trash design and make you kind of really like them and think they're cool, that's part of his whole appeal. Whereas in Hunter x Hunter, you'll get these side characters who are barely even in the show, but they're distinct enough and they've got enough shit going on that you remember them. Like the fucking bald girl who follows Karapika around.
Melody.
I don't even remember her. Yeah, her. She's barely in the show. She barely does anything, but she's distinct enough that she makes enough of an impression that you're like, ah, that's a character. That's worth remembering.
Wait, that thing's a chick? Oh,
Yeah, they bring it up multiple times that everyone thinks she's a dude.
yeah. That
It's
was
the
kinda good.
hairline.
It
It's
is.
the hairline and the
She
face.
just has that
and the
seven head.
everything. What's wrong with your
But I'm also
face?
nervous because this series has
Oh,
a
that's
bit of a
Usopp. His face just
reputation
looks like that.
Hold on, you don't want to miss this joke. It's really good.
that comes along with it. A reputation that might prove to be a difficult obstacle once I really start to get into the meat of this series. But I'll never shut.
Nice try.
yeah.
I'm a Berserk fan. I already know.
Oh
what it's
no,
like
dude!
to deal with a whole
In Hunter x Hunter,
hiatus.
it's almost worse because we're just convinced he's not even writing it anymore. The last chapter was
It was
a very
900
long
days
time
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
I recently looked at
I
the.
don't,
It's
I don't want to hear complaints from any of you.
Oh yeah.
High school at the Dead wants to
Just-
take the podium.
Yeah, like I said, I admitted it yesterday
That's-
that yeah,
didn't
you
High School
as a
of the Dead
fan of
become a
high
slice
school.
of life thing.
No,
No,
he
it's dead.
died. The author
Huh.
died. And now it's just like, oh, damn.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's
Hiatus
it's,
forever.
I was gonna say it's reached the eternal hiatus because no one's ever gonna want to fucking finish that.
You gonna eat that?
Away from my challenge. Just like my One Piece reviews, no matter what stands in my way, I intend to catch up with this critically acclaimed and globally beloved story in the only fashion I know how, by sharing this adventure with all of you. So, everyone, I hope you're ready because these are my first impressions of, thoughts on, and review for the beautiful, the whimsical, and the subtly tragic tale of a young boy in search of his father. This is my blind review of Hunter x Hunter's Hunter Exam Arc.
Oh, I actually very much enjoy the intro song. I've gone from like, cause oh man, I love me some good anime intros, especially good
Anime
anime
intros
intro.
are life.
Yeah,
There's
well,
a
it's
reason
'cause-
they play. There's a reason they play them like normal songs in Japan. They're fucking really good.
Well,
Yeah, and they get actual bands to do them, which is kind
Yeah.
of a dead art in the West.
we almost did like a fucking. It was almost an apples and oranges fucking argument between River and myself because she was saying the Game of Thrones intro is better than any anime intro, and I went like, false.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, so I will admit that the Game of Thrones song.
I'm
the Game
going
of
to
Thrones-
mail you divorce papers.
Well, so I'm also like I said, I'll give
We're
her
not
that.
married.
Well,
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't care.
there's an entanglement. I will give her that it is iconic, but like from
Yeah,
a
it's a
musical
really good piece of music to use as a theme, but
Yeah.
But well,
to
well,
just say
'cause
it's better
but the-
than any anime.
But the thing
intro, that
is, no.
just
But the
doesn't
thing
work.
is, it's insanely basic.
Not
It's
to
like
mention,
That's
we're
not
just going across
necessarily a bad
the
thing.
map.
da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's it. That's the whole fucking like song. It's like fucking 3 bars.
It's to
It's
the
like
point
okay.
that South Park literally just replaced every note with the word wiener. Wieners, big fluffy wieners, wiener wieners, wiener wieners.
Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter
Yeah,
Dinklage.
it's
Peter
there's a Peter Dinklage for
Dinklage.
We're
Peter
probably gonna
You
get
don't
sued.
need like this
Mhm.
Anaheim
Fuck
Live
it.
cover.
Well, and
Yeah.
even if it was, let's say hypothetically, it was the most iconic fucking piece of music intro ever. The show's dead.
Yeah,
It killed the fucking show so hard that not only is the show dead, the books are dead, the whole IP is dead, and its cultural impact, which was fucking massive by the by,
seemingly
is
gone
dead.
away overnight.
it's
Yeah, it just
dead.
evaporated.
Yeah, like you want to talk about
Wonder.
fucking the pooch hard, man. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
at
to be
least
fair,
don't-
none of that has anything to do with the theme song. The theme song for Game of Thrones and being basic isn't a bad thing. It's actually
Yeah.
much easier to make a memorable melody
Yeah,
when you do something basic.
Bully's soundtrack is fucking simple as hell. It's literally do 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 do. It's literally
thing
just
is-
an up down scale, which is
the
perfectly
thing
fine
is-
because it's catchy, and that's what makes it so like it's catchy due to its simplicity. Like that's not the
Yeah.
problem here.
but the
But even
thing
when you
is, like,
take anime openings and you boil them down to their melody, you're going to end up with something similarly basic because that's just how catchy music works.
well, but like the thing is, what I was like trying to get it to is, so none of you have watched JoJo, and like I said, I don't blame you
I
if
have.
you don't.
Fucking
You
Slims
have.
watched
Okay.
JoJo.
Oh fuck. Okay, so then, dude, you can back me up here. What happens towards the end of every arc of JoJo? What happens to the OP?
Oh yeah, well that's not just the OP itself, it's the animation they have to introduce every episode. They'll put
Yeah.
in little subtle changes as the show progresses.
So
That's
like
really
without
cool.
without spoiling it for you guys, part 3 has two. Well, like I just said, part 3 has two different OPs. There's basically the first half and the second half. It's a different OP. The second OP uses the 3 bands that did the first 3 OPs, and when you discover the superpower of the final boss, that superpower fucks with the OP. And it's like, when you're saying like something like as simple as Game of Thrones, I prefer it if it was iconic in like creative ways. And like, a lot of people can hate on JoJo, not many people hate on the fucking OPs. And it's like, because
Nobody
they're all
does,
fucking,
because even if you
they're
just
fucking great.
listen to them as pieces of music devoid of any context of the show, they're still
They're great.
just really fucking beat
Mhm.
funky songs. They're cool.
What
Yeah.
started this argument had to be I think it was somebody compared Daredevil to the like Daredevil's opening. It's like there's like this is peak openings, and somebody just went Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for its opening, and I am like, cause you just think of that song and you immediately get fucking hyped as you've watched like fucking Ed's and Al's bodies like get like
fade
ripped
away and shit like that, and it goes into the song, and like what's Roy Mustang's chick called? I always forget their names.
I always so that's the shit. God damn it,
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know
Lieutenant.
who you're talking about.
And then who's the chick? And then who's the chick who did the auto mail for the guys?
Wenry.
So there's a point in the OP where like both of them sing the song. And, like I said, like everything about that OP is fucking cash money, and it's
as
like
opposed to Daredevil, where it just shows a bunch of wax melting and
like a
forming,
lot
like,
of
New York, and then Daredevil,
and like, and it's weird because even like looking at like all the MCU ones, like fucking the Luke Cage one is very fucking simple, and it's honestly I'd actually make a point that it actually kind of steals music from Killer Instinct, but like Falcon Winter Soldier. Well, I guess WandaVision was a little bit different.
WandaVision
but a
was
lot
different
of
because it had different intros.
Because it did different intros for different shows. You're right, but like they're all so basic. They're just zoom ins of fucking suits or zoom ins of fucking things and not, and like that's it. Like there's nothing like of true substance to them.
And all
And
Falcon
I guess they
Winter
look
Soldier
pretty,
had-
but that's it.
All Falcon Winter Soldier had was the Marvel intro, because I don't remember
Yeah.
if the Falcon Winter Soldier like title thing where it was just the black screen and then the text. I don't remember if that had any music attached to it.
God, I don't even remember it. Let's see, there's your fucking. There's the difference.
Yeah. So
You
Game of
compare that
Thrones
to fucking
opening. That's
Part-
better than anime, huh?
Mm. Yeah, it's no. Oh well, I'll admit the Game of Thrones opening is pretty interesting with all like the different like so like I would argue that like it does the same thing, and like I praise JoJo for it. Like it changes depending on whatever the arc is of that particular moment. So like whatever locations they go to, that's the parts that like modeled out.
And it will kind of give you an updated map on each season, so you can actually have, as part of the intro of the show, a visual idea of where we are in the world and how things have progressed.
I was hoping with that they would really splurge for the last season for the openings to show like every sort of like piece of damage. I don't remember if they did, whenever they showed the map, because they'd show like the
They
frost
didn't.
moving.
They
Yeah.
didn't.
Oh no, the only
I mean,
update it
you
had
kind of
is
lost it when you said you thought they were going to splurge.
I was
Yeah.
about to say, like, whoa, hold up. They were only given a
They-
blank
they-
check by HBO. What do you
Yeah.
think they're gonna do?
They only updated it twice. They did the base intro for the beginning of the last season. Then it was like right before the Battle of Winterfell, they showed that castle that was just north of Winterfell destroyed. That's it. That's the most they changed the intro, like not even mid-season. Because that castle was destroyed in the first fucking episode. You guys excited for that prequel series?
Is that
No,
even still
not
a
at
thing?
all.
Yes, it is. They've cast people now, and they're already like, they're doing the
That was a sigh
They're
of
already-
depression, by the
they're
way,
already
just like for
casting-
clarification.
they're casting people of color for predominantly white roles for like Targaryens.
Well, no,
basically.
wasn't it worse than that? They cast
Yeah, for main Targaryen
people of color
roles.
for not Targaryen. It was people from old Valyria,
Yeah,
notorious for their slave trade, making them the black people. It's like, I wonder if that's going to play. I don't think so. Then I don't think either the show or the people who will watch it give a fuck about.
they're just
things
gonna
like
make
that.
old Valyria.
like,
They're gonna make it
I
Wakanda,
get-
basically.
I gotta wonder, like, how the quote Jesse, you can't keep getting away with it. How much longer can like the stupid shit like last? Like all this fucking like weird like woke culture shit like that.
Until I don't want to say until Hollywood caves in on itself, because that ain't gonna fucking happen. Hollywood's been an established thing.
No,
for-
it's just going to last as long as it continues to be popular. And
Yeah,
it'll
it's
change
until
over
Civil War
time.
2.0 and the bloodletting.
So what?
Civil War 2.0.
Oh,
Okay.
that's true.
Remember, it's like the beginning of Starship Troopers when they say how the social sciences nearly brought everything to ruin, and then the veterans stepped in and
Don't you
fixed
know Starship Troopers is Nazis?
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Or
Yeah.
a parody of Nazis, depending on who you are.
Yeah.
And we're not getting into that fucking argument again.
Anyway, the opening of Hunter x Hunter is fucking radical, and I like the fact that he gets a cover of it for his video too. So like to show
Well,
off.
yeah,
Like,
I mean, I know it's just get around copyright, but it's still a nice
I've
touch
wa-
because
well,
it means you get to
I was
actually
going
have
to
that
say
hype
we're still
moment.
gonna need to worry about copyright.
that's true.
So how you guys doing?
I
Oh,
like the
I'm just loving my not copyright struck streams.
No, you know.
We're just enjoying the fact that our stream is still existing. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So,
Over 100 followers. Woo! Hunter x Hunter. So you could probably just like you could probably just like blast through it, but yeah.
Yeah, I might just fast forward. Oh, okay, so if the covers.
Well, that's actually that's it.
Exciting and horrifyingly scary world. The title Hunter is a broad term used to identify someone that's passed the Hunter exam and often specializes in different fields. And there are lots of murders. In this Hunter exam, a series of ludicrous...
That was weird. Like the lots
Well,
of murders, and it just shows Hisoka being
Ahsoka licking his fucking lips. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, yeah,
I'm like,
that's
yeah,
right.
I'm like that. Yeah, that fits.
It fits only in like the broadest sense of the term, but it's like if they were gonna bring up like even weirder stuff, like I'd save Hisoka for like the absolute weirdest stuff. For because murder is just baseline
Murder,
stuff.
murder, like just.
I mean, it is
Ahsoka's
one of the
character
main
arc
things
is
that he
murder
does.
Yeah. I like what Ninja just said.
I didn't hear what.
That's kind of his thing. He's Mr. Murder Boner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
his whole
literally-
thing is like he
Like
was
killing
literally
gives him a
only
hard on.
he was literally only part of the Phantom Troop so he could fight the boss, and he got
Wasn't-
super mad when Crollo could use that. and-
Crowla was literally sitting there figuring out his fucking plan, and he's like, "Oh my god, he's so smart! I can't wait to fight you!" Coombs.
Yeah, I gotta. Did it happen yet, or is it gonna happen eventually? Because I don't remember where it is. But did the light ever come off of Hisoka yet, or was that done yet?
You mean where it comes off of like his dick?
Yeah, where
Oh,
he's
you
just
mean in
like,
the fight when
look
he
at
has
Gon
with
and
Gon in
Killua,
the
look how
Heaven's
strong they've
Arena?
gotten. Ah! And
Yeah,
just
he
fucking-
realizes just how much he's grown from all of his potential, and he actually cooms. And it's like
I'm pretty
one
sure that was
red
during
line
the
just goes off.
Heaven's Arena arc, wasn't
That
it?
might
think
have
it
been
was,
it.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
I
during
just-
his fight.
I just couldn't. I couldn't remember where it's from and like so why it's seen it or not. But yeah, like Ahsoka really likes the idea of fighting for some
Well,
reason.
no, he just gets turned on by people's potential for power and crushing them. He's murder sexual.
Intense challenges
Just
testing
thrown
physical,
out.
mental, and emotional strength are pitted against its examinees, of which most drop out or die. I think the passing rate is something like 1 in 100,000. This is the goal of the first arc. For
What the fuck was that? Hold on. Sorry,
He's using a lot of footage from the
I think the
90s
passing
anime,
90s.
Yeah, the old
which has a
one, yeah.
very
something like
retro feel to it. So
1
you
in
get some
100,000.
unusual faces.
This is
that is a face right there, my
That
friends.
is a fucking. That is a reaction gif right there.
That is like a. That's like, oh damn it, I fucked up. That is like a fucking.
And I
Any
beat
of
to
you,
it.
any of you guys ever fucking seen Super Mario Brothers Z? It was like
Yes.
a really, really ancient fucking like flash animation, which was actually pretty good. But like some of the highlights of that show were like Luigi's reactions to everything. There's like legit a moment where like there's a Homer scream from Luigi and he's making this face. It's just fucking perfect.
Oh, you're talking about like his actual scream. I was thinking like Homer's like quick scream. The
Well, no, like oh yeah, I'm talking about like a legit like
yeah.
like when it's when Metal Sonic's like dropping the spirit bomb or whatever.
That's,
Mario! Oh my god!
that's always in terms of like just reaction sounds. The Homer like shout is always like one of my favorites.
That's always a good one.
Is
The
the
stock
goal
sound,
of the
stock streams are pretty good. Anyway,
first
this
arc
face is
for our
funny.
main character, Gon, to attain his hunter license. As I mentioned in the opening of this video, the pacing of the story was what surprised me and impressed me the most. Over the years, I've gotten used to there being a
Yeah.
Hold up, didn't?
Yeah, pacing
I was
really
gonna say,
is just
don't
that general
you?
word.
Yeah,
It's that that's
It's
the problem
the
we
first
had.
thing he brings up, so he gets a pass on it. It's not kind of like the core of his argument. He's just saying
as
the
opposed
first
to
thing I noticed, which
Well,
is kind of what I said earlier.
as
well, no,
opposed
but the thing is,
to-
what I'm saying is that like you have an issue with the pacing. So it's like,
Well,
oh.
no,
Maybe
that
it
was
was
only
with
that one
greed on
challenge
our-
in the exam. The actual start of the show, from episode to episode, we
Yeah,
make
it's fucking
tangible
amazing.
progress from thing, and
Yeah,
we
that's true.
get to the exam, I think, in under 5 episodes, and we're already
Yeah.
underway.
And then phase 3, which was the tower. Don't we spend like 4 episodes in that damn thing?
Yeah, and I think it's just the one part of the whole exam that had the most episodes dedicated to it.
Mm-hmm. That's where I felt like, oh man, well, we slowed down a bit here.
Yeah, and then it picks right the fuck back up
Yeah,
again
it
when we get
goes-
to the island and everybody's hunting each other.
Mm-hmm. And that's when I say it's definitely just a feeling when I say with Greed Island you feel almost every single minute of it, whereas opposed you don't feel a single minute of Heaven's Arena. But that's super subjective. Because for some people they might be like, oh yeah, Greed Island passed like in a minute.
sort of warm-up period where the author either
Oh, I was gonna bring up how when we were was it Cosmonaut or it was the Shazam video stream we did where somebody's like whole thing for like their 7 to 8 minute video was they bring up the pacing of Shazam and we just didn't quite understand what they were talking about.
Well, it was
Cosmonaut or
weirder than
Playtech?
that. It was all of them. That was what made it so weird. Is like all of them complained about the pacing, but not one of them fucking explained what they meant.
Right.
Yeah, we kind of had to decode it for ourselves and be like, oh, they're just talking about how much time he spent with Billy as a kid relative to him as a superhero. Whereas the more traditional superhero movie, you only see him in his origin in like the first half hour. And for the rest of the movie, he's the hero.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's Cosmonaut though. We can't really accept anything
I think it
that
was
comes out of his
Cosmonaut where
mouth.
that was his only complaint was the pacing because he didn't say anything else. Everybody else had different points to make, including the pacing. It was just Cosmonaut that was just like, oh, the pacing's the real problem here. So, what are you
And even
can
what we try
elaborate?
to decode it as, that's not even pacing, that's structure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a whole different thing. We've gone over that, theorized what he could have meant, why what he could have meant was wrong, and why
Mm-hmm.
also the thing he actually said made no sense.
Hey, let's not
Brown
forget the
Table. What a
Snyder
man.
cut. Let's not forget the Snyder cut changed Brown Table's life.
Did it though? I don't think he ever answered why or how.
Yeah.
I love I finally listened to that EFAB and it's like, oh yeah, he was like they're kind of saying almost the exact same things that we were saying. It's like, what are you talking about, Brown Table?
What does that mean?
How does it make you feel?
How does
Pretend
it
it's fake.
change your?
I think about that fucking song all the time. What does it mean? How does it make you feel?
I don't know if I'd ever want to touch a Hello Greedo video because it's like, oh, what matters is how
No.
does it make you feel? I'd just be like, irrelevant.
Sorry, can somebody clarify who was the person who said was it Just Right who said just pretend it's what you want?
That was a
Oh
Cinema
no,
Wins.
that was Cinema Wins.
That was Cinema
That was
Wins?
Rise
Okay,
of
yeah, so
Skywalker. Just pretend it's what
Yeah,
you
he was
wanted and
about
see
to
how you
talk
feel.
about Rise of Skywalker. He absolutely couldn't admit that it was just shit. So he
Mhm.
said that instead he was going to try and pretend it's what he wanted and see how it made him feel. And then he would talk about why it was good after
Meanwhile, I
just admitting that he was only pretending.
Meanwhile, my brain would just go like, "But this is all a lie."
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
like
I'm
you're
pretending I like this
you
movie and
pretending
talking
you
about it.
like it. Like that's the weird thing. It's like you have to like you can't just you can't enjoy the quality of it. You have to pretend it's what you want, and it's like, that's just like why the fuck? Why
It's
would you
why
even want to watch it?
that's why I've said like, man, Cinema Wins is always like at its absolute worst when he's defending bad movies. Like when he defended remember when he defended the Last Airbender movie, the Shyamalan movie?
What?
Yeah.
Why did he defend that? Okay, all right. We're talking about the movie, not the
Yep.
show.
Yep. He
Yep,
defended M.
the
Night
movie.
Shyamalan's.
Because that's his whole fucking shtick. That's true.
Well, see, that's the thing. He's kind of locked himself in with his whole channel because
Yeah.
his shtick is to take movies most people think are shit and put out reasons
Except-
why maybe they're not so shit. And most of the time, it just rings hollow and shallow.
Yeah, meanwhile, I
That's
love it
true.
when he praises like legit good movies, like when he like his Hot Fuzz and Into the Spider-Verse videos are amazing.
Yeah, like
Well,
his
that's
like
kind of
his
what
Spider-
happens when he has material to work with.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like his, and that's why he probably should just cover good movies.
That's
but
why,
yeah.
yeah, I was about to say, cinema, like, they should give up, like, so, Cinema Sins should give up on sinning good movies, and
Well, Cinema
Wins-
Shins should just give up. You're right there, but like,
Yeah, you could have
if,
ended that sentence a word early.
but Cinema Wins, like you said, like if he has to like make that argument, like oh, I just have to pretend it's what I want, like I have to work at it. That should be the clear indication. It's like, oh, this is probably not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like from one sentence in, it's like, huh, that's a funny thing that you would have to pretend for a thing you're about to praise.
Just pretend.
I guess maybe if you weren't pretending, it would just be bad.
I wouldn't be able to get
Huh.
past that. like the second that was that was said on EFAP, I immediately just went, I can't take a single word you say now in good faith because it's
Yeah,
because you're just
that's-
lying
that's
through your
the-
teeth now.
just
Pretend
the
it's what you
ender,
wanted.
like-
You're living a lie.
Yeah, that's the ultimate ender, and like that's like the ultimate clown line too, because it's like, wow, thanks. like you just said, you can't take anything he says serious, and because that's it, you just ruin like everything about what you could ever say.
Imagine being able to praise a movie where one of the lines is somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow Palpatine returns. Like
It's
people who
oh.
even like the sequel trilogy, like the Dead Speak, they all fucking made fun of that stupid shit.
I
mean, how
So-
do you praise it though? You just look at that scene and you're like, oh my god, the dialogue, it's so on point. That's
It's
exactly
so,
what I would say if somehow Palpatine returned.
the grammar is so like accurate and like really
I hate
well
it
done.
so much. Because
The fact that Poe is standing on two legs when he has two legs, it's impeccable.
Here's
Such
the
good
thing.
world building.
In the old EU, I hated it when Palpatine came back the first time. I hated it when he came back in the sequel trilogy. It's shit then, it's shit now, it's bad.
So
'Cause
anyway,
it still
Hunter.
does the thing. It still does the thing. It ruins Anakin's sacrifice, and not only that, it's the
No,
arc where
it literally invalidates the last 6 movies.
yeah, and
Like,
not only that,
if any like a lot of people like jumped ship after that point because like that's the whole thing. Like that movie like kind of shit everything over.
yeah, that's why a lot of people would argue Rise of Skywalker is worse than Last Jedi. I'm not one of those people. Last Jedi started this fucking like because TFA at the very least it's badly written. You can still watch that. I cannot rewatch Last Jedi without getting insanely infuriated.
And like even with TFA, there's potential there. Like one of the biggest things, like I heard it a couple times, and I heard it as point of praise. I don't even remember who said it, but it's like I don't even know where you can go after the Last Jedi. It's like yeah, it's because they kind of destroyed everything about their fucking universe.
Yeah, Ryan saw the
Yeah, and when people
potential.
say that TFA had potential, what they're talking about is his fucking mystery boxes. Mystery boxes have a lot of potential until you realize they're fucking empty.
Yeah, and Ryan Johnson just went like, fuck your mystery boxes, they've been empty the whole time, also fuck you, they don't matter anyway. Kills Snoke, makes Rey a nobody, and it's just like, okay. Kills Luke, okay.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, you know General Leia? You know, one of the most beloved characters who's still alive? Yeah, she spent her whole life fighting for freedom and lost. Eat shit, nerds.
Like, yeah, you're just like,
okay.
Okay, so why were you allowed to direct Star Wars? Why were you allowed near this franchise if you just fucking hate it?
Yeah. Well, remember, he doesn't want to make good movies, which is really kind of the opposite of Hunter x Hunter.
You're trying to segue us back, and I'm just like, no.
I'm trying.
No, why it's
because one, I kind of want to I want to try to keep us on point, but two, like, it really upsets me to talk about Star Wars now.
Slur, objectively, what's worse, me in the Star Wars hole or me in the 40K hole? I'm not going down it. I'm just asking, like, which one do you think?
The Star Wars hole. The Star Wars hole's a lot shallower. It's mostly complaining because most of Star Wars is shit.
Yeah. Like the Star Wars hole hurts. Like that's why I'm kind of pulling a sick.
Whereas the 40K hole, I can at least give you like laughable things, like the fucking meme I posted where it's the think Mark think, where it's the Emperor think Horus think.
and the fucking in the Warhammer shit's like so edgy and like hilariously over the top. I kind of love it.
Okay.
Like the way they fucking use like a buddy of mine told me how the way they use hyperspeed, and I was like, excuse me. It's like they open a portal to hell and then come out the other side. I'm like, that's fucking metal. I love that.
Hey, how do you guys get across the universe? Oh, we just go through the warp, which is literally hell.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, we use slip space, like, you know, kind of like putting two pieces of paper together, and it's like, oh, we kind of open up like portals and shit like that, and it's like, oh, we go through hell. It's like, oh,
it's like if you're in the fucking Hellraiser movie and you just use that little cube thing to get around. So you just fucking walk through the Cenobites dungeon like, morning, and you just keep going.
I'm just on my way to work, like, morning, Bob.
It's like he's turning some poor fucker into cubes or some shit, and he just turns around like, what in the undamned fuck?
Just walking through with a cup of coffee. So back to Hunter x Hunter.
The Hunter x Hunter, a great show.
Works or sets up the necessary pieces for down the line. Both of these can feel significantly less fun than the latter parts of the series when placed alongside for comparison. However, Hunter x Hunter, it got going really, really quick, and by the second or third chapter, I was fully engaged. It is worth noting, however, that unlike Akira Toriyama, who's previously written a successful story, yes, but in an entirely different genre, and Oda, who'd done one-shots before.
Wait, what the fuck did Toriyama do before Dragon Ball? I thought Dragon Ball is...
what the fuck was it called? It's What's the Raleigh's from? Guys, help me out. God, it's called Dr. something.
Because other than Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger, I pretty much thought Toriyama did fucking nothing.
Dr. Slump. Dr. Slump is the name of the show, the anime. And yeah, it's just a fucking... It's just a gag manga.
Oh man.
But like
with One
Arale,
Piece.
but Arale appears in fucking Dragon Ball Tenkaichi 3, and she like bodies everybody. It's hilarious.
Has Odo done anything other than One Piece, Slur?
But he
Back
just
up?
said it there that before he
Oh.
did One Piece, he was doing one shots. So
Oh,
like
okay.
single page little mini comics, and he's just cutting his
Okay.
teeth on those. And then he started a weekly series that just got more and more and more popular.
Mira,
Humble
legit,
beginnings.
as far as I know, only did Berserk. I'll quickly look it up. As far as I know, he's only touched Berserk.
Which would be confusing. I have to think he's at least written something before that.
I'll take a look.
It's too competent.
That or he just got so fucking lucky that was his first ever project and it just got so fucking popular.
Fucking nailed it. I
So
mean,
yeah,
that
he
shit
did
happens
one
too.
thing and nailed it. Like, what a champ.
Okay, so Kento Mira. I'm gonna hit the button while I do this quick reading.
Yeah.
Togashi had already penned the massively successful Yu Yu Hakusho, making him a very seasoned and successful writer within this genre, and already a master of his craft. Gon's introduction to this story, unlike many manga MCs that get a quick, upbeat, inciting incident with bouts of momentary sad elements, Hunter x Hunter instead feels like it's a story trying to convince me it's about adventure and friendship primarily, but in reality has some very serious themes of fatherhood, family, and abandonment lurking right beneath the surface of its.
Yeah, because
I mean,
a fucking asshole.
basically anytime somebody realizes how much of a savage Kilo is, he's just like, the secret ingredient is child abuse. Like, oh
well,
shit.
The whole reason his special attack even works is because he's already been shocked since he was born.
Pages, and it's that unease and
Okay,
supplement of
interesting talking point though. If you're born into a family of assassins and they torture and torment you, is that child abuse or is that caring? Preparing him
training.
yeah, because they're just preparing him to deal with the consequences of living in a family of assassins.
That's true, because it's not like Killua actually has any other options. It's not like, oh, I'm born in this set of, family of assassins. I'm gonna become a baker.
Yeah, and like,
well, even if
also,
he
also
of
kind
who
of,
he is, people would be trying to kill him.
well, that, and like, he also kind of digs it in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he enjoys.
He's like, I'm very
the
good
fact
at
that
this
he's,
shit.
like,
This is awesome.
somewhat stronger than so many other people.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, it depends on how it fucking turns out.
But
Mhm.
just in terms
Killer
of
was
like,
badass, and yeah, hey, look, it worked out for him.
what Mark just said, like the strong themes of like family, abandonment, fatherhood. It's like, yeah, whether we're memeing about child abuse or not, the fact is the way his family is fucked up, and that's presented against Gon, whose family is also fucked up in just a more relatable way. And other people have other family shit going on as well. Like Leorio doesn't have a family. It's kind of just him, and he's trying to take on a carer role to substitute for what he lacked.
Well,
It's like
yeah,
everybody
it's because
kind of has little shit like that going on, so it is a theme in the show.
Yeah, and Leorio is specifically like that because not only was he an orphan, his only friend died of a very curable disease. It was just expensive at the time, if I remember correctly. That's why and his whole goal is to become a hunter so that he can basically use his medical license to work for free, if I remember correctly.
So what you end up with is a cast of characters, all of whom have some fucked up shit in their family history, and all of whom will deal with it in different ways.
Right.
Or it'll shape who they become. So you've got this idea of how different kinds of abandonment or loss of family and fathers and all that shit, what it will do to you and how it changes it.
Manner.
Mm-hmm.
Or negative, depending on who it is.
Yes, like the Scissors guy is actually a perfect example of that, because he was an orphan and homeless, and he just simply was just trying to do the right thing of giving somebody their wallet back, and they immediately kicked the shit out of him. And so
it was a whole thing of I just wanted to be like a normal, decent human being, and because I had learned very early on that other people just want to be savages, I became a fucking savage. That's his whole backstory.
Mm-hmm.
And he's only in the show for an episode and a half.
Yeah, I actually I kind of liked that, how we get like momentary backstories for even what is essentially a villain of the week, which was Scissors Guy. It's like, oh, I understand your motivation, and how he, like, after he was thanked, he was like, all right, I'll just turn myself in. I was finally for once treated like a decent human being. I'm gonna throw myself in prison.
Also, everybody seems very aware of their own moral standing. So at the end of the Greed Island arc, you have like Gunther, whatever the fuck. He's all tied up and shit, and it's like, we finally got him. We can fucking kill this monster who's killed so many people. And then Killer steps forward's like, dude, he killed professional hunters who came into a dangerous game. Compared to that, like, I killed people who weren't hunters, who weren't prepared to die. It's like, just because you know me and like me, that's not a good basis to make that judgment. It's like, he was playing the game. He was playing it dirty, but that just is what it is. So everybody kind of keeps everything in perspective that way. And same with the dodgeball guy, Razor. He was a fucking convicted murderer, and Jing just said, like, all right, you're going to be a boss in my game. And that was the end of the discussion because it's Jing. That's what he does.
Somebody commented in chat, it's like, you're not talking about Star Wars without bringing up Darth Edgehog. For shame. It's like, oh damn it. Don't bring up my dark past. I'm just gonna have a picture of Nyax, just like one of those like movie posters, just a giant picture of Nyax above my desk.
My secrets of my dark past must become hermetically sealed.
I was going with the whole fucking girl chan.
Oh,
Didn't
yeah.
want you to
Slur, did you ever find that book,
me.
by the way? Do I need
book?
to? You said you were gonna read the book that Nyax came from to see if it even was that good.
Wait, did I? I don't remember promising that.
It was original, like when this was like months ago when we were all talking about. I was explaining it for the very first time, and I was explaining like the audiobook, and I was like, oh, I need to actually read it because the audiobook for some reason of Rebel Stand, it's only half the book. Like, because there's also supposed to be like a plot of Han and Leia doing things, and yet it's just not in the audiobook.
This sounds like you wanted to read the whole thing.
No, you said you said that you would also check it out too. Like
I have
read it on the train.
No recollection of this.
It's fine because you can't seem to remember. You can't seem to remember what happened like 20 minutes ago, or like, oh, I thought we were starting later. You looked at it 20 seconds ago that the date canceled. Yeah, even chat is saying that you said you'd read it.
How the fuck would chat know?
Well, chat knows everything. Duh.
Yeah, of course.
You
doubting chat,
but I'll have to take your word for it.
No, I think you said like you'd just read it like occasionally while on the train because you were going to this while you were working at the mental hospital. And you said like the train ride would take like an hour or something.
Bro, this is like a whole ass conversation I don't remember. This happens all the time. You refer to a conversation we have on stream, and I just will not have it in my memory at all.
The whole the shoe on head versus Biden. You took everything from me. I don't even know who I am. You said you'd read this book. I don't even know what books are. Where am I?
I don't even know what conversation you refer to.
People always say I'm insane because I remember just the weirdest the conversations that people don't even remember, yet I can hardly remember, like, what did I eat yesterday?
You can hardly remember why kids dig the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So anyway, speaking of kids dig Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Hunter x Hunter.
Oh man, what a segue.
I'm the best.
I hate you guys. There's like fuck you.
That kept me very
Hey man,
interested,
we got a
particularly
whopping
in the early-
5 people watching us now. I want to believe that part of that is because of me and your new hire. These people came for some good old anime wholesome fun. We're gonna fucking give it to them.
Whenever you say diversity,
I mean, I just love the optimism that if he keeps using the word hire, he's going to get paid.
Shut.
Eventually, I shall receive pay.
Listen. You don't need to fucking tell everybody my business like that. That's fucking rude of you. Hey. Listen, don't. To quote a very wise man, Tommy Wiseau, don't worry about it, babe.
That's why you're not supposed to discuss your salaries with the other employees, remember? So the company can get away with not paying everybody.
It's like that moment in what's that Jason Sudeikis movie where he's trying to take drugs across the border? It's got the meme like, he only gave me $12K. You guys are getting paid.
I mean, this is one of those situations where we can guarantee that all of us are making the exact same amount. So yeah, we've got that going for us. Very egalitarian.
Way to go.
This is true communism.
We're all equally
Equality.
poor.
We're all in the dirt together.
We're all equally poor.
And latter stages of this arc specifically. This unease and awareness of this element also helped to highlight, for me at the least, just how wonderful of a character Gon is. And the first chapter is great in this respect. In addition to learning about his desire to pass the Hunter exam.
The fuck was that? I don't remember that being in...
Now see, this is something that's in the manga and in the original anime, but they cut it from the intro of the newer one. The way the original
I think they put it in during the beginning of the Chimera Ant arc.
Yeah, they flash back to it. So chronologically, it still
kinda...
happened. They just didn't show it at the start of the show. But
Okay.
yeah, before he goes
off
to do the Hunter exam, he's out in the forest. He gets attacked by a thing, and then long-hair guy saves him. And long-hair guy, I can't remember if he dresses who he is there and then. But
it's a conversation they have when they meet and talk in the next.
And Gon recognizes him. So
yes,
it's a thing. It'll be fine.
It's an anagram.
Kind of like I said, it's kind of
it's an anagram. You wouldn't get it.
I was gonna say that's kind of why I wanted to watch the next like a little bit of the next episode, but it is what it is. We're here now.
She's name's an anagram. We're not gonna say what the anagram sounds like. Susan, Susan, we're sorry.
And to become a hunter, all in an effort to find his possibly estranged father, there are pockets of certain key scenes where Gon demonstrates qualities yet unknown to me that inform actual hunters like Kite that Gon is in fact a person of interest, someone worth keeping tabs on.
God damn,
name's
Kite. Wyatt.
Yeah, long-haired boy. His name is Kite. You've been spotted.
Okay, fucking just tell me.
Kind of why I wanted to watch the first episode, but
shut up!
I was called a fucking dummy for fucking saying that.
Guys, if it okay, so just if it's not only in the
it
beginning
doesn't
of the manga,
change
but
anything.
in the...
Literally, what he just said in the video is all the context you need.
Yeah,
this guy called Kite, saved him this
Calm
one time.
down.
He sat down with the kid and talked with him, and
Kite's the
this is
fucking
when
coolest
Gon
guy ever.
talks
So
about
yeah,
wanting to be a hunter.
This fucking show's like how many years old? Don't need to worry about that.
One specific scene that got me on Gon's side immediately has to be when he chose to protect that wild baby animal. Despite it being painful and difficult, he doesn't want to leave something on its own. A not so subtle metaphor signifying perhaps what might be to come. And shockingly, this, I would think, crucial scene is cut from the most recent anime. And it's for reasons like this I will always choose to read the manga as my primary source. Gon has...
Hey!
Yeah, they moved it around. They didn't cut it, and he kind of showed that in the editing, but he left it in the script.
Yeah, you should have just done that
thing. They do
thing.
include this scene. They just include it much later on when that character becomes relevant, because they want the beginning of the show to move much quicker.
Okay, how do we all feel about the whole, like, like, they say a thing, but the annotations on the screen that they were wrong? Since I mainly listen to a lot of my videos, I almost say, like, don't fucking do that.
Yeah,
to me, it feels like you could have just edited it and done it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, clearly that's just a spot where you needed a retake.
He does.
You don't.
He does admit that he puts out a new video every Thursday. So like, this could have been like a last minute thing, and he didn't fucking realize it. He didn't want.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
I feel like that's a quality issue. Like, if you're putting out a product every week, like that's on you. Like, you're not obligated to do that.
That's true.
It also depends on what it is. For something like that, where he outright said something incorrect and put the correction on screen, it's worth another take of that paragraph of your script or whatever. But
That's
if it's
fair.
literally just you say a thing and a bit more context would be helpful, or just a little thing on screen that explains exactly what you meant by that, that's just
Yeah,
using the
that's
medium
fine.
to its full advantage.
An emotional story ahead of him, and I feel like it's going to be torturous. So I want to have the most accurate interpretation of that story that I can. Also, whenever father figures are involved in a coming of age story like this, I am always a ball of emotions, and I know something big is on the horizon here, so I want to make sure that I get the experience Togashi wanted me to. Unlike many shonen heroes, Gon's primary goal isn't to necessarily become a highly reputable or impressive hunter, but to reach and reconnect with his father. Unlike Dragon Ball or One Piece, where the protagonists have much more traditional shonen goals, in Hunter x Hunter, the typical shonen goal is no longer a goal, but a vehicle towards a much more complicated and emotional one. Becoming a hunter isn't the goal, it's a launching off point towards something much more important
there's
to him,
something
and
there.
I thought that was pretty interesting. He's a strong
I missed it.
Like
What?
the way that yeah, in a more traditional anime like this, his goal would be to be the best hunter in the
That's
world.
true.
And along the way, you would have these other B plots about finding his lost dad and, connecting with other people and forming a found family and all this other shit. Whereas the way this show flips that on its head is like becoming a hunter is literally just a means to the end.
Yeah, I was about
And
to
the
say
end is
all of
something more
this.
personally connected to him.
I was about to
And
say
that's
this
why
is
I
all means to an end. He's all doing this because like that's just another obstacle that is just in the way of him finding his dad.
In
Yeah,
fact,
and that's
there's
why I
another show that's really traditional to the point of cliched and basic, but it did something similar that I thought was actually kind of cool. In Baki, the main guy, it's all about fighters and fighting tournaments and all that shit,
Add
right?
it to the watch list, by the by.
I need to check it out.
It's really
I
fucking good.
watch it on 1.5 speed. There's a lot of fucking
There,
talking.
but the good
and-
shit is good.
Oh, the good shit's pretty fucking good, especially Yujiro. Goddamn, I love that. But yeah, the main character, his thing is he wants to be stronger than his dad, which means he's going on this whole fucking journey to be the best fighter in the world. But he says multiple times to his dad's face, if things were different, if his dad was somebody else, if his dad was the weakest person in the room, he would want to be the second weakest. He doesn't care about being stronger than anybody except his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
and it's a
you
show
don't
all
have
about
the,
fights, but you don't actually see the main character fight all that much. Like
Oh,
you
no,
hear
you
about
don't.
him a lot and him being the strongest, but most of the fights are other people.
Yeah, most of them. And even when you do fight, a lot of the time it's you're just getting glimpses of the ogre DNA inside, and you're like, oh boy. It has its moments, Becky, but again, it does this thing where it will keep interrupting the action to explain basic concepts. So I end up using the skip function a lot, which is not an endorsement of a show. It's not a good thing.
character, determined, kind, and boasting a tremendous attitude. And these chapters manage to endear me to Gon almost immediately, and that's important because as the arc quickly progresses into Gon's adventure with the Hunter exams, he ends up sharing more of the spotlight than you might expect a main protagonist to share. Thankfully, however, those he shares the screen with are fantastic additions to help round out the cast.
A lot of shows will, especially in the beginning, when they want to establish the group of friends, those friends will be given individual episodes of themselves so they can be shown to shine on their own, so that they can then be put in context when we focus on the main guy again. I don't know if that's particularly unique to Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not unique to it to the point that I was going to say, an example I was going to say was Guardians of the Galaxy. Even though you could say Star-Lord is the main
best
hero.
anime.
I was just comparing it to media in general. You could say like Star-Lord is supposedly the main hero. Like he shares it with the entire ensemble, and everybody gets their moments.
Why is the white guy the main?
It's not even people getting their moments. It's in a show like this, other people having entire episodes where it's about what they're overcoming this episode. and the main character is just kind of getting on with shit.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of anime will do that, especially shonen with an ensemble cast, because they want all of their characters to seem cool.
Well, but like, would you say that Hunter x Hunter puts it to the extreme? Like, fucking, there's a whole arc dedicated to basically just Killua. Or not Killua. Well, yeah, Killua and
Not
Rukia.
necessarily. I mean, the biggest one would be the York, New York, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck that
York,
arc,
New City.
because the actual
York,
New
yeah.
City, York, New York, and that arc, the driving force behind most of the big shit and the A plot of that arc is Kurapika, who's had like very little to do on screen. So that would be the biggest extreme that it does. So if you're talking about that arc, yeah, I could see Hunter x Hunter being head and shoulders above other shows, but for the rest of it, not really. Even the arc where they go to the Zoldyck mansion, that's centered around Gon. It's centered around what he wants and why he wants it. I'll be back in a second.
Hello? Alright, well, let the video wrap. Hello? Am I muted?
No, you're not
Yep.
muted. I went to the
Okay.
bathroom. I was just like, oh.
Oh, okay.
What an asshole.
Well, because Slur immediately fucking, like, tenses up when I say, like, keep the conversation going while I walk away, despite the fact that I've pretty much, with all
There
online
is-
activity, I've always been like, guys, I will be right back. So with him, I have to, like, fight my, like, urge instinct. But then
Yeah,
it's just
gotcha.
like, this is why I do that, because if I don't, you guys just, for some reason, will just sit there, not even, like, trying to talk.
Well, because, like, well, that's the whole tense up thing. But, like, he just proved the point. I was like, okay, and I agree.
Yeah, it was more the timing of you walking away and him finishing his point and then not really having anything to continue on from that other than, yes.
Yeah.
I agree, that was correct.
Right, I guess it's more the fact that, like, in those kinds of moments, even when I'm not being recorded, I always just default to a random topic, because I don't like silence, so
Stop
I'm like,
that. Yeah, stop that. And if you're going to make comparisons, try to make comparisons to things that are similar.
oh yeah,
Like, if we're talking about the anime, compare it to other anime,
well,
for
yes,
example.
I keep it within reason. I don't just immediately go like, so my favorite kind of exterminator is Orkin, because they really get the job. No, I'll be like, so I'll try to keep it within reason.
You see this anime? It's like peanut butter.
Yeah, you're just
Right.
like, what?
Again, it's like peanut butter, it rhymes.
Oh, you guys see that weird
It's
cinematic
with
Venom
creamy
tweet?
and crunchy.
Like,
No, because you don't get on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so that would have been better if Slur was here, because he is.
That's like asking me, like, hey, did you take a swim in the cesspool the other day? No,
Hey, did you
no, I
bang
did
your
not.
Did you bang your
So-
head with a ball peen bat? No, I
So
didn't.
since I don't know if this, I think it was either yesterday or the other day. It was George Lucas's birthday, and since
Oh yeah.
since Max had just did it's like poetry, it rhymes. Cinematic Venom just went like, "Fuck George Lucas. I hope his birthday is shit." It was like, whoa.
Wow. Why?
I always thought.
Is cinematic Venom leaning into?
I think
I don't even remember the fuck. I don't remember the guy's fucking name. Who's the fucking Tismy guy you showed yesterday?
Oh,
Oh, Young
no,
Defiant.
he's not. He's not like Young Defiant.
Young Defiant. Like I keep wanting to say Capital Young or some shit. I don't even know what I'm trying to think of.
You want to like this? What you were gonna say? Like Capital Opinions? Because that's
Just
the
like
only-
combining 8 people. It's like, it's great.
Hold on, I'll find the tweet because I fucking responded to it. Because my response to the old I hope George Lucas has a shit birthday. I went like, at least he's not Kathleen Kennedy. Like that's
Slur.
all.
You fucking cunt. Are you back?
Well, we can continue now. Now that I.
Okay. No, just Slur said something in the fucking chat, and it's just like, damn it, man.
What do you say in the chat?
How don't you find now, weather boy?
Where are your parents? Kid's sketchy. Back to you guys. Oh god damn it! Peanut butter is the fucking properties of both tea and nut. Slur, I'm gonna strangle you one day. I'm gonna go to fucking Ireland. I'm gonna strangle you with the goddamn flag.
Slur, never stop.
I apparently am missing something.
Look at the fucking chat. The stream
Why?
Something I'll need to be
Fucking
doing more
Discord
of.
chat? Because there's nothing in the
No.
fucking Discord.
No, the
YouTube
fucking chat of the people of our fucking stuff.
Why did I look at that chat?
Because there's
Because we have
actual stuff.
Because we have people talking to us.
No. That requires me to open up fucking YouTube while we're doing YouTube shits. It's weird.
Just
It requires me
mute
to
the
open up
stream.
YouTube. It's kind of cringe.
That's the weird thing, muting the stream. It's like whatever, you know?
It's like poetry.
Getting let me just give this to you, chat. Getting all three of these guys to just like keep them to be in one room is the hardest thing in the fucking world.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I gotta
We're
do
great.
this thing. Ugh.
Ugh.
This isn't that hard.
Well, to be fair, one of those things was Twitter, so fucking
Nobody fucking
go fucking sit down with that shit, buddy. Even your goddess Lindsay Ellis admits Twitter is garbage.
Oh god, I'm not even fucking. Why did you say that shit?
Oh, why did you say that name? Because.
Why did you say that name?
Because you fucking forced me, Anakin. You forced my hand.
What? You're trying to make it a
Don't worry about
prequel
it.
quote, and it didn't even relate to the prequels.
You are using the wrong meme.
You were the chosen one. Oh, what rabbit hole?
Oh my god, I fucking love this bastard. This is great. This is amazing. Fucking
Oh,
perfect first fucking tree podcast. It's amazing. This is what I wanted.
In case the description wasn't clear, yeah, now Max works for, and also the diversity hire jokes weren't enough. Max works with us now.
Oh yeah, you totally failed to announce that we have a fucking
Totally
diversity.
failed to announce that.
Asshole.
I'm
Like
Saint
a real
Maxxi. I want to
diversity,
try to.
like
I'm
a
gonna be
real diversity hire, I failed to mention you even exist.
That's fair. I'm gonna be trying to make it my own channel, and these buttheads are gonna be helping me. And apparently, they like having me around for some reason. So yeah.
Oh wait, no. If I was treated like the diversity hire, I'd be literally using you as our shield. So we hired this guy.
We hired this guy so people could stop calling us racist for not liking the bad game. Yeah, that's fair.
What was it when J.J. Abrams was like something Lopez, the lady who voiced Maz Kanata? He brings up the fact that she's a female and a person of color like 17 times.
So fucking condescending, dude. It's like, what? Am I like some kind of fucking freak? Are you gonna put me on a pedestal next, you fucking weirdo? Why does that fucking matter so much?
And then when
It's
like
so weird. It's so fucking like it's the fucking what's it called? The racism of lowered expectations.
yeah,
It's like, oh, you couldn't get this job because you're black. You needed the white person to do it. It's like, geez, dude. Thanks. Like fucking hell.
oh my god.
They become so progressive. They've gone a full circle and become racist.
Yeah, it's like the people
they
who say
horseshoe.
horseshoe. That's like horseshoe theory doesn't exist. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's pretty fucking there.
Oh my god. We had a fucking that was a fucking moment with chat. You guys like that was one of those times where chat just fucking schooled us. We're just like, oh, okay, all right. Oh.
Enter Leorio and Kurapika.
What the fuck?
Hold on, let's go back.
That's almost as bad as what Maxwell did.
Listen, we don't talk about
Sure.
the girl's name, okay?
Hold on, let's try this again, people.
Not even a girl. What the fuck?
What are you talking about? Fucking Crollo, the coolest motherfucker ever, saw her and was like, "Oh, you're a girl. You're a girl, I'm a boy." Oh, okay.
Let's try this again.
To help round out the cast. Enter Leorio and Kurapika.
Well, first
I
off,
mean,
Since
I mean,
you guys
at least he's
are
close.
so,
Like he's trying, you know.
since you guys are so fucking sure, what's it called? What's his name?
so
Kurapika.
Leorio,
Kurapika.
he put almost too much emphasis on, like, he went Leorio or something. What did he say? Hold on, let's rewind to that.
Additions to help round out the
Leorio.
cast. Enter Leorio and
There's not a
Leorio.
D.
No, that's fine.
Leorio.
He's
He's wrong.
trying to do this weird thing where he like puts an inflection on it that really doesn't need to be there. It's Leorio.
Yeah, Leorio.
Leorio.
He's trying to make it
Leorio.
sound fancier or try to like put like a weird.
Or he
I don't
might
know
just
if
be,
he's
or like,
Japanese
or
inflection.
he's probably seeing Rio and he's fucking rolling his R.
Maybe, but he doesn't need to do that in Japanese. It's weird.
Well, I know, but But he's
Did you
also
say
reading the manga,
Ryu?
so
Did you just say Ryu weird?
Rio?
just-
No. I'm talking about Rio as an R-I-O, you fucking weeb. Like, Jesus Christ.
No, I
Like,
thought
there's
you were...
there's other languages besides
No,
Moonspeak,
sorry.
bro. Come
no,
on,
sorry.
man.
I thought you were like trying to do what this guy was doing for Leorio, and I thought you were applying it to Ryu. So I was just like, what the fuck? Ryu. No, don't fucking roll the R.
Well, no, that's how they say fucking L's fake name in Death Note. Go Ryuzaki.
Of what the fuck?
I know, it's
fucking
weird.
kidding
It
me?
always fucking weirded me out when I was like watching. I was like, why do they like roll his R?
that's fucking weird.
Ryuzaki. Anyway.
Jake just went the way he says it, just makes it cringe back to the ocean.
Kurapika.
Oh, that really.
Hurts.
It's like
Thanks
we go
Wyatt,
back
for
to
that pause.
I forgot about that. I got so hung up on Leorio with how
You got so hung up on like what we were talking about, you forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah, and then it's like Kurapika. Oh, he just like fucking punched me in the
Oh.
gut.
Ugh.
Jesus Christ.
Once again, this is where I think Togashi's brilliant and much welcome desire to show and not tell comes into focus. Early on in these stories,
Okay, hold on.
That's
in terms of
pretty,
animation,
that's a
like
pretty
that
good.
animation.
That's a pretty fucking great animation.
This is the way. Everybody catching their badges with Gon just dunk right on his forehead.
Like handheld out to catch fucks up.
All right.
It's fucking great.
Well, we got hung up on that.
a lot of the exposition about a given character is often clunky, serving the purpose of getting the boring pieces of information out of the way as quickly as possible, thus giving our main character reason to recruit them or have them follow along on their journey.
Does Kurapika really go nuts when he even sees like just a regular spider? That was never shown in the one we're watching. So I was like, whoa.
Well, to be fair though, it does hold precedence. It's like,
yeah,
like,
yeah, he would be
like,
He's a little
traumatized.
triggered by
like
spiders.
seeing the fucking
Yeah.
seeing the symbol of his trauma. It's like, yeah,
Yeah,
kinda
that makes
fucking freak
sense.
out
It's just
too.
it's with
You can tell why they cut it out, though, right? I mean,
yeah, because it
What
kind
do
of.
you mean by
As the
boring
young
part?
Turks would say, it's kind of on the red nose.
I was.
It's
I
a
was
little-
They skip through or they get through like the boring parts of a new character so that you can quickly get. He's talking about how efficiently new characters are written into the story. That's fine. But when he says the boring parts, what is he talking about?
we don't know.
sure.
Like ideally, if you're introducing these other characters and you know they've got shit going on and they're cool and they're interesting, the details of who they are, what they're about, and what they want, those things should not be boring.
Well, I mean, is he talking about the colloquial thing when like a lot of fucking over reliance on exposition from other media? Like, is he talking about all of it? Like, back up a couple
does he
seconds.
mean
let's find
like
out.
that scene
talking
in,
about things
One
like
Punch Man,
exposition
where
dumps
people
and
just
stuff?
give their entire backstories before they join the team?
Yeah,
They
like
do it in one
fucking
go and
like
you don't
One Punch
actually
Man
learn
makes fun
things
of.
about them as they go along.
Okay,
Yeah. 20 words or less.
20 words or less, motherfucker. Please, killing me.
Let's try this again.
Clunky, serving the purpose of getting the boring pieces of information out of the way
Back it up
as
a little bit
quickly
more.
as possible, thus giving
Oh, by the way, Slur, what
Okay,
did you think of the way you
serving
said
the purpose of
Kurapika?
getting the boring pieces of. Oh, it's cancer.
Kurapika.
Yeah.
Leorio.
Leorio and Kurapika.
Leorio.
You're like,
Don't.
Just
But,
don't.
no, I don't know.
It's
Leorio.
okay.
me-
You're right. Just
they
say it
call
like
me-
you're right. It's okay.
They call me Geo. What? But no, back it up a
But
little bit
yeah,
more.
he says
Like,
like they get boring pieces of information out of the way really quickly.
yeah, I'm
And
trying. We'll see.
especially when you're looking at Kurapika, what
God,
pieces
stop
of
it. Stop
backstory
it.
are the what pieces of his backstory or what he's about, which can be summed up in like a couple of sentences, which part is the boring information?
Well, I mean, like I said, I want to back it up to see like what he was like,
He's
what he's
arachnophobic, clearly.
Yeah.
In these stories, a lot of the exposition about a given character is often clunky, serving the purpose of getting the boring pieces of information out of the way as quickly as possible, thus giving our main character reason to recruit them or have them follow along on their journey. One Piece tells us
He's
a lot
doing
about
he's doing the One Punch Man thing. He's like saying, yeah, like, and this show sums it up 20 words or less. But like, he's just saying that like other shows like are clunky about it. Which is fine. Some shows are.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
He's not. He's and like he's probably just saying boring, as in like yeah, like what he's saying is boring. What we call clunky, poorly written, forced.
I don't know how I feel about that because exposition is. I don't know how you guys feel, but I've always felt like exposition is treated way different in books and manga than it is in.
Well, it's all about the context because it's like on one of the more recent EFAPs, there was a thing where somebody was like, expository dialogue is often thrown around like a bad term, but it's like if you said your story had no expository dialogue, you'd be like, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, it's a very general term for people explaining things to other people within the context of the story. It's not automatically a bad thing. Yeah. You just don't want exposition dumps, which is when the reader feels like they're just being bombarded with facts rather than progression.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Mm-hmm. Reputation and abilities Zoro has before we ever meet him, and this is what draws Luffy to Zoro in the first place. In Dragon Ball, Goku joins Bulma in what will eventually become a big adventure after she divulges the necessary information. All this is honestly perfectly serviceable, but in Hunter x Hunter, Togashi doesn't tell us who Leorio or Kurapika are right off.
Stop! God damn it! I know he's gonna fucking do it. We're gonna have to suffer through this.
It's odd because he did the whole thing with Gon, where he like went and talked to the Japanese lady.
No. That's episode 2.
Oh god damn it!
Like literally, the beginning of episode 2 is him reading the comments of like all of the people fucking screaming at him in chat. Like that's the joke. Is that like he was fucking wrong? And honestly, Mark totally like, is a fucking fan of his shit. Like he does fuck up a lot of names.
I get it. It's one of those things like where if you've only ever seen it written down on
I was about to say, yeah, and like admittedly he does read the manga, so it's like, yeah, he doesn't have like a voice actor to say the fucking thing.
What was that that meme? It was like from a while ago where it's like people who know how the name is spelt, book readers who know how the name is spelt versus like a TV show watchers who know how it's pronounced or something. I think it was Slur.
Watchers who know both because we can read.
Yeah, it was like a Kong versus Zilla, I think.
Yeah, I think it was either you or Slur Ninja that posted that, like relating it to my audiobooks.
The bat, and in fact, there's no clunky means with which they come into contact at all. Gon is simply on a ship bound for the Hunter exams, and the rocky seas incapacitate all but the 3 of them. As it happens, those rough seas were part of the preliminary Hunter exams themselves.
Okay,
meaning
I could say that was a little bit clunky. I mean,
you could argue that that's kind
of a circumstance that pushes them together as the 3 strongest people on the boat. That's
like,
fine.
that's
it
convenient.
All makes sense. But it's not convenient, though.
Well, no, it's not convenient. They're going to go do this.
Are not the only 3 people who are there on that boat to go to the Hunter exam.
Yeah, and
they
they're
just
also
recognize that they're the 3 best.
No, I wouldn't say it's convenient. I would say you could argue it's a contrivance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing is, they are going to go take this Hunter license, which, for all intents and purposes, is meant to separate the wheat from the chaff, and like every aspect of the test is doing that, and this is the beginning of it.
So I'm just curious, what's the difference between a convenience and a contrivance? So an example I would use would be Pineapple Express. Seth Rogen's character runs out of ammo for his AK, and then literally, like, he says, "Oh, well, there's another one right here." It just picks it up. Like, it's like, oh, that's convenient, and it's like that could be viewed as a bit contrived that there just happened to be another gun right there.
Well, they kind of overlap, and anything in a story comes across as being too convenient to be believed, it's a contrivance.
Mm.
Like, things being convenient, again, it's just a very general term.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, just in terms of what he meant when he said, like, oh, there's no clunky interaction, I kind of hammed up the fact that, okay, these three characters, on their way to the Hunter exam, they get into this thing that pushes the three of them together. It happens very abruptly, and it's very much, oh, hello, other people. We are best friends forever now. At least on Gon's end.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Kurapika and Leorio hate each other, it's still very much within the anime tropes of, oh, I guess they're a clique now. So yeah, I'd say that's a little clunky, and when I say clunky, I generally mean rushed, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're thrown together, and it's established on the first time you see them all in the same frame that this is a group, and you don't really have a build-up of a relationship where they actually decide to be a group.
Well,
Right.
to be fair, they are.
That step is what makes it clunky.
Well, to be fair, they are going to the same destination.
I was
Like,
gonna
they all like happen to be going the exact same direction.
Oh yeah,
same
it's
way.
like I said, it makes sense in the narrative, and there are definitely circumstances where you'll have the exact same scene play out, but you don't have that context as to why they were all on the one boat going to the one place, deciding to go together. Like there are places where, you know, lesser anime will just have these random characters. One of them wants to be the best of the best in the whatever, and then there's just these other people who are also there, and now they're BFFs. Because we need a cast.
I was going to say, like, well, at least that makes sense for Gon because he's a child. So
well, yeah, I was
very
about to say,
child's
But that's the thing where you
Well,
gotta
actually,
him and Killa, they become best friends instantly because they're both 12, and that's just kind of how it works when you're 12.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way with Leorio because even if he's a teenager, he's 17.
Well, can you actually let it play? Because he actually brings up a really good point about that, and something I didn't even really notice.
Characters, who they are, is what created the natural circumstances that led to their eventual meeting. And this is achieved without any words. It's brilliant. Furthermore, their relationship and role in this opening scene together, I believe, beautifully foreshadows something important to come. Okay, so hear me out. When one of the crew members falls overboard during the storm, altogether the three of them leap forward towards the fallen crew member. Now, this obviously tells us a lot about these characters' personalities and their willingness to put themselves in danger to protect someone in trouble, but I noticed maybe something else. Despite being in a worse position to reach the crew member on time, Gon still manages to reach his target or goal before Kurapika and Leorio can. However,
But you said Leorio correctly, but you still I feel like I'm gonna fall.
You are going to say Kurapika one of these days, and you'll fucking hate yourself for it. It's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, that's probably why I said Kurapika too, is because this fucking asshole.
No.
it is still up to Leorio and Kurapika to each grab one of Gon's legs and pull him back onto the ship. Metaphorically speaking, this could be interpreted as Gon is gifted and therefore has the potential to go farther than both of them, but can't last on his own. He needs them to ground him and protect him when he overextends himself. Without Gon, the man would have fallen overboard to his death, and without Kurapika and Leorio, Gon may very well have died trying to save that man. In other words, they need each other. It's a brilliant scene, and these are just the first 2 chapters. We have our goal to pass the Hunter exam.
Pause for a second. Right, what he just described is good, but he's kind of hyping it up a little bit. And again, I think he's making it sound more unique to Hunter x Hunter than it necessarily is.
Yeah, this is really weird.
It's like a lot of shows will do this. Any show in any culture where you have an ensemble cast, one of the things you want to do as soon as your team is together is put them in a situation that exemplifies their dynamic. Exemplifies how together, what role they each have in the team, and how they do or do not the requirements of that role.
Yeah,
You have
and
this
it
in
doesn't
like
even.
formal shit in like military dramas where everybody has a job to do. Some people are lagging behind, some people are like really far ahead. And being put in this situation shows you where everybody's at, what everybody's supposed to do, and how they need each other and what they need each other for.
This doesn't
So
even.
it's kind of basic.
Yeah,
I mean, it's good. It's what
But I
makes
wouldn't
for like
say.
a good way to exemplify a team. So it's praiseworthy, but it's also not hype worthy.
But
On
like I
the
wouldn't I wouldn't say he's like pointing out the uniqueness of it. I'm just saying he's pointing out like the genius of the structure wise, because that is kind of like what happens throughout the show. Is Gon will put himself in positions that
Oh yeah,
like
so
ultimately
it
can
does a
fuck
good
him
job
over.
of like telling you what the dynamic between these people are and how they work together.
Yeah.
And then that will follow through and be consistent. That's good shit.
yeah,
Mhm.
this structure
But
kind of
it's just the way
transcends.
he's hyping it up. I think it comes across a little bit. I don't know. He's making these things sound like what Hunter x Hunter specifically does and what sets it apart from other things, and it kind of doesn't.
Yeah,
It
it
just
doesn't.
puts it in league with the better of those things.
Yeah, because
I
this
don't know if I agree
definitely
with that.
transcends. This definitely transcends just anime in general. Because I was about to bring up like the Justice League. We all see like what each hero brings to the team and like why they all need each other as opposed to like fighting alone.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say like I'm not saying that he's saying it's unique, but I'm saying he's pointing it out in a really interesting way because this happens in literally a second. This literally happens in like the span of like 2 seconds. They try to reach for a guy, they fuck up, Gon jumps off the boat, and they catch Gon.
Oh
Like
yeah,
that's
this scene
the
happens really quickly and it's in the second episode. So in terms of like efficiency, it's golden. It's like
yeah.
really efficient to get to this point,
And I
especially because
believe
it's a genre that
and like
most fans are very familiar with.
yeah, and I'd argue that's what he's trying to like point out is like yeah, it's just really well done. I wouldn't say it's like unique to Hunter x Hunter. I'm just saying like this is what set it apart as in like it's better than most other shows.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's more just a phrasing thing. The way he so here's the
Maybe.
thing that Hunter x Hunter does. Isn't it amazing that it does this? It's like, not
Yeah,
really. It's
yeah, just like
good.
how
It's
he like.
competent.
I think it's just because it's showing the order of things. Because remember, he was like comparing a lot of this to One Piece in the very, very beginning.
Yeah.
In the sense like, oh, One Piece was probably the last thing of really high quality he read. So it's
Well, no, he did like a whole fucking series of it. He kind of blasted through it. So, and remember what we talked about yesterday. It's like it's not necessarily like amazing show, but it is one of the most forefront like pieces of media in anime culture. Like it's One Piece is huge. Like we
when you
can't
want.
like we could sit here and argue whether or not Disney owns the rights to Star Wars, but Disney owns Star Wars.
Right.
We could sit here and argue whether or not One Piece is the biggest shit ever, but it's kind of the biggest shit ever.
I was about to joke and say like when you want to rush to, like blast through a series but still not fucking over.
Yeah, true.
Because that's my rule. I'm like I'm not touching One Piece until it's over, and I'm like I'm probably still gonna have to wait like years then. Cause
Yeah, like Pat from
Yeah,
the
at
Super
least a couple
Best.
more.
Yeah, it's like Pat from the Super Best Friends. Like yeah, he puts it like really well. He was like, I was literally 2 seconds away from watching Game of Thrones before episode 3 of season 8. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, so he didn't get a chance to give a fuck.
mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
I think
why.
one big difference is because One Piece is running so long,
Mhm.
even if he doesn't stick the landing, he has so many complete
Yeah.
good stories contained within it at this point that I
Well,
don't even know if
well,
it would sink in.
well. I would argue that Game of Thrones had the same thing.
No.
No. Game of Thrones
The
was
No.
difference is
drastically
One
lowering in
Piece has
quality each season.
multiple like, self-contained arcs while still having the overarching journey throughout.
Okay,
Whereas
okay,
Game of Thrones was all leading up to one thing.
okay.
One
All
big
right.
event.
Like I could take the fucking Dressrosa arc out of One Piece, and I could just throw you into episode 1 of that arc. You wouldn't really know who the characters are or what the dynamic is, but you'd pick it up by the end of the first episode, and then you're
Okay.
pretty much
All
good to
right.
go.
I
All
would.
right. I can
It's.
I can accept that.
I was about to argue like the same could be said for like fucking Berserk. Berserk has to stick its landing, considering it's such
Mhm.
a serialized fucking like series. like if its ending
Yeah, and
fucks
it's
up,
one
it will
story that's been cascading over so much time.
yeah, so it's like, oh, if that ending fucks up, the whole series will fuck up as well.
And to use that as a platform to find Jing, Gon's father. We have this new group of friends to follow. Gon, a character I know will make me cry at least once before this video is done, and two tremendous supporting characters in the brainy and noble Kurapika and the brash but kind Leorio. Particularly the instances here and there sprinkled throughout where Gon shows that he's just a decent person I adore, being the only one to thank the sea captain after he lands the ship, leading that very sea captain to point him in the right direction. Once again reaffirming that the impressive physical attributes of Gon are not all that's being judged here. But okay, enough beating around the bush. It's time to get into the real meat and potatoes of this arc. It's time for the real Hunter exam challenges.
No, the boat ride was also an exam challenge.
It was a preliminary.
It was a preliminary, but like, sorry, I just read the subtitle, just cringed.
I mean, technically every test before they get there is a preliminary. So like even then, the test is the exams have technically still not started.
Yeah, but like if the whole thing of the point is a test and like the fucking tires and your like bus stop and you just give up, then it's like, yeah, and then you're not taking the test.
Right, it's like how he's pointing out, like, this is when it really starts. It's like, technically it's already started.
Maybe.
The following challenge.
Super Saiyan 4, obviously.
No, blue. Fuck you.
No.
I say that as a troll. I really don't believe that.
Well, yeah, it's mainly because, like, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan... I fucking hate that so much.
Well, okay, well, hold up.
It's just a palette change as opposed to at least 3 fucking did the trim, like, at the very least, grew his hair out, removed his eyebrows, and I think it also changed his forehead structure.
Well, yeah, but like a lot of people always point out, it's like, what the fuck is the difference between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2? There's not like a lot of like distinctive differences.
The eyes and the electricity. That unfortunately
electricity,
is about
but like I was gonna say, like, but when electricity, it's like, but like you could put like electricity on Super Saiyan 1, people would still kind of believe it.
That's why I believe the eyes change too. Like, but that's a minuscule point as well.
What I do appreciate about Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan Blue is that they kind of go on the fire color theory, where like red hot, blue hot, and then eventually white hot was with Ultra Instinct, like the hotter the flame or whatever, and that's kind of what Toriyama wanted to do, but like that's pretty much the only point of praise I can give to it, because like the whole thing of it like existing is kind of stupid.
Yeah,
because like Plague of Gripes does a very good video about it, because he was saying that like well, he actually didn't do a video about it. He actually was just in the podcast with the best friends. But he talks about how Super Saiyan God wasn't supposed to be a Super Saiyan form, as just they use God Ki, and that would have been the plot device to literally give like human gods and Namekian gods, and that would all of them use God Ki, and they would be able to keep up with the main cast. But then they fucking did blue, and it was stupid.
I was going to
and then they kind of brought it back with Ultra Instinct anyway, where Ultra Instinct basically became Goku's equivalent of God Ki.
Well, but then it was. Oh, I simultaneously love how cool Ultra Instinct is, but I simultaneously think it's the stupidest fucking thing ever, because it's just him moving without thinking, and that somehow makes him way fucking stronger. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh my god, One Piece literally does the exact same thing, and they make it make sense.
Well,
no,
that's
this guy who's got like a psychic thing. He can actually predict a couple seconds into the future by reading what your thoughts are, what you're planning to do. Okay. And Luffy is just like, so what if I just do shit without thinking about it? And the guy's like, wait, if you do what now? And Luffy just starts like throwing punches at random, and some of them hit him.
But yeah, like that would have been interesting, but the problem is he did it to fight Jiren, and Jiren is just the fucking guy with the fucking big number because he's super strong.
But I was just gonna say, in terms of just visual
concept, most under-designed character in Dragon Ball.
And it could have like just a flat concept character.
Literally, he's just a fucking
he's basically a background character in a jumpsuit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like, and like he doesn't even have like the jumpsuit unique. Like the whole team uses that jumpsuit, so he literally is wearing a uniform. So
Ugh.
it's like he doesn't even have like that. And okay, I could talk about how to salvage Jiren's character for fucking hours, but going back to the thing, it's like Ultra Instinct is just dumb because like it doesn't make sense for the way the characters work because they can already move multiple millions of times faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, funny enough, it actually makes more sense in this universe.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Well, because a lot of like comparisons is like, oh, it's kind of like when Kenshiro and Ryu both use the power of like nothingness and the power of sorrow, and it's like, not really, because it's more about them balancing out like their martial art with like their emotions and shit like that. With Goku, it's just him not thinking. Which, let's be fair, Goku's thinking what. But like I said, the dumbness of it is the fact that he can actually keep up with way stronger characters for literally no reason. Nobody's been able to give me like a satisfying answer for why Ultra Instinct makes you stronger.
So the only thing I was more going to point out was the aesthetic argument, which was with
Oh, without a doubt.
With Super Saiyan 4, at least when it goes to the how Goku's appearance is subtly changed. With 4, he's covered in the fur. Like there's the red around his eyes. He has his normal-ish hair back.
Before Battle of the Gods came out, like there was a concept, or I don't know, it might have been just like a fan mock-up or whatever, but there was like a fake poster of what Super Saiyan God looked like, and it literally was Gogeta with gold hair.
That's what I
And
thought.
like I was like, oh, that's fucking cool looking. Yeah, that'd be cool. And then it's like, oh no, just kidding. It's Goku with red hair, and he's kind of skinnier now.
I think that ultimately kind of introduces the problem that I had with Super in general. When I heard that Super Saiyan 1, 2, and well, basically the rest of the Super Saiyan phases, other than 1 God and Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, fucking I hate that.
Well, that's why they call it red and blue now. They don't
Yeah.
fucking say the words. Like there's a joke in the manga where fucking Goku and Vegeta are literally bitching back and forth, like talking about how much they're gonna go Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, and they keep doing that, and Goku bites his tongue, and he's like, "Man, we gotta change the name. This is too long."
Mm-hmm. And then they just basically took out like some of my favorite progression in all of Dragon Ball by removing the 2 of the other Super Saiyan phases.
Mm-hmm. Well, the whole point was that Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan was supposed to be the base state. So basically,
Ugh.
you would basically go Super Saiyan 3 blue. So it would be Super Saiyan 3, but you would be blue. Yeah.
I hate
like
that
was
mainly
that's
because
what
when we were watching
that's what the
when we were watching the Broly movie, and it's just like how he skipped straight to red. I immediately went like, what? No, you still got like if you like 3 other phases, and we were just like, oh right, they just don't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, they're basically redundant now. It's almost like Dragon Ball has a power creep problem.
Yeah.
No, it's almost as if it's the definition of a power creep problem, other than when we were bringing up DC.
No.
Anyway,
Challenges all offer something very different, and this is particularly what makes this section of the story so damn fun. One chapter is spent trying to figure out a dilemma posed by an old lady, another is a whodunit mystery with a cabin in the woods, and another is a whole lot of running. And these are just but a few of the first ones. All these challenges are funny or engaging in their own respective ways.
I do like how Killua kind of cheats during that one because he's just riding his fucking skateboard.
Skateboard.
Yeah, he's just like, like, because other than the stairs, it's just flat ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much just flat ground.
But the real reason they're there is to offer us as an audience a number of unique and great opportunities to get to know
it's
these
just
characters.
a very, very long tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Just that little bit
change your picture
more personally. And this works as effectively as it does because a number of these challenges are specifically designed in
Why did you change your picture? It's freaky.
Oh,
You're just now noticing?
Well, yeah, because I have the fucking video on full screen because I'm trying to pay attention. But then I like backed up because I heard somebody pop in and out, and now I can't not look at it.
It's haunting, isn't it?
It's a bit. But
I decided that my other one just wasn't cursed enough. So I slapped
that's
those together.
yeah,
I'm
that's
sure you could go
you
more
fucking
cursed.
nailed it,
You
bro.
went from
You fucking
you went from adoring fan to fucking like to a skeleton, and now you're just a mask. It's like you can go a lot more cursed than that. Or are we going like actual scary cursed, or like cursed in like a cursed image where it's just like it just looks fucking weird.
Well, people didn't care who he was till he put on the mask.
I mean, it's just kind of whatever I slap together and end
Mhm.
up deciding that I want to use for a long time.
Mm.
Universe to give the Hunter Association a means with which to judge each of their personalities, and by association, we the audience gain that insight too. Whether that be through figuring out Leorio's initial shallow motivation to earn money actually comes from an altruistic place in wanting to help people as a doctor, or Kurapika, who's driven by an intense urge to avenge his people's massacre. To all of these characters, the Hunter license doesn't represent the ultimate goal, but a means to an end goal, something they all share in common, which plays a large role in the
So for some of those I do agree. For Gon and Leorio, it's the means to an end. I guess it technically could be that for Kurapika, the sense that it's like it's what will allow him to just kill them without having to worry about the legal trouble.
Mm-hmm. And arguably help him get into position to do that. But yeah.
Yeah. But in terms of like it is the means to an end. It's just it's a lot shorter as opposed to that. Whereas Leorio still has to go through 4 years of medical school. Gon basically has to do everything to find his fucking dad.
Yeah, but like it still is a means to the end. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I was saying. It is still means to an end. It's just that journey is. Luckily it is a lot shorter considering the Phantom Troop decided to rob the auction.
Mm-hmm.
If the Phantom Troop had decided not to rob the York New City auction, God knows how long they would have run into each other.
Well, God, I really kind of regret not like actually sitting down and watching it instead of listening to Jake say bad words. What didn't Kurapika? Why was Kurapika in
Hey,
what?
You saying it?
Whatever. Why was the girl in York New City?
The boss's daughter, specifically to buy stuff
Why
from
did
the auction.
Why did he decide to take the role to bodyguard the boss's daughter?
Just to earn enough experience with the underworld to eventually
Are
run
you
into
asking Wyatt to try to see if he can get to the answer?
No, I'm legit asking because I don't remember.
No, he
So,
wanted to get.
he was trying to connect
because
with
he knew
people
that's where
buying.
the eyes were being traded.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
The
but like
auction was a big source of people buying and selling body parts, which is exactly the kind of people he was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he knew that because he had a hunter's license, he would be able to, sell out his services as bodyguard, and that would be his in.
Right.
Okay. You could say it's convenient that they try to fucking raid the thing, but they are thieves, so it kind of works out in its own way.
I mean, I don't know if I'd even say it's convenient because it actually throws his original plan down the fucking toilet.
Yeah,
he has to improvise and he has to adapt to a new situation.
Yeah, because we could assume Kurapika's plan was that this was going to happen way later in his mind, not like his first job, basically.
Oh yeah, to his mind, he was going to have a lot more time to train and prepare and get strong before actually facing the spiders.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of just jumped the gun and they were just kind of there. And he's like, well, fuck it. Guess it's time to rumble. And even then, he doesn't jump in straight away. He watches the shadow beasts go in first. He's originally on the sidelines because he knows he's not quite ready yet. And once he sees them in action, he's like, okay, now I can put a plan together.
It's like, okay, I watched that guy murder that person with his neck.
Murder is supposedly the best of the best.
They were fucking hyped up, dude. It's like, oh, don't worry, we got this shit.
Murked.
Then the fucking Always Sunny music starts playing. They don't have this shit. they
like,
fucking don't have
win this fight because we're the best in the mafia. And then just the Always Sunny theme is like the mafia gets BTFO'd.
Yeah.
Success of my favorite early challenge, the running segment. It's beyond ridiculous. Speaking as someone that did a bit of running in the past, the very concept of this follow the leader running challenge made me laugh out loud at the sheer scale and preposterousness of the event. It's
pretty fucking
just
stupid.
so damn long. It's like an ultra marathon, but at marathon length, Olympian level pace consistently. After running the equivalent.
Well, I would say that until
well,
it's pretty much your own pace until you get to the stairs, because then you practically need to get up those stairs as fast as possible until the door closes.
But don't they run for like a fucking
you remember
day?
that one guy who like almost made.
I'd be so pissed. I'd be like, "That's it." I'd almost be like, "I'm not doing this shit again."
But like, how long do they run again? Like, I don't remember. Like, but they run for fucking. But they run for like multiple.
They
like
do say in the show. I don't remember what the number is.
Okay. I feel like they say it's like a couple days, and I'm like, what the fuck? And like that's his whole
I don't
point.
think
Is like
that long. I think
it's been only a few hours.
It's
By the way,
okay.
By the way, I would like to bring up how in this tweet I put in the Discord chat that the person who made that tweet, that's a writer for CNN.
That's interesting. Although it makes a lot of sense coming from like news media, they really do need a Hitler figure, because if they have someone they can just talk about constantly, they have a never-ending source of new shit to put out.
Sorry.
Whereas right now, there just isn't any one figure in politics or anything that's that interesting, so they all kind of have to shut up.
Yeah, they milked the orange man a little too hard.
Carrot cake. Anyway,
He's got no juice left.
Of 2.5 marathons in around 6 hours.
And this is why we don't go to
person
Twitter.
Drops out.
Also,
Like,
I always love the person that was leading the run. How he's just gently striding.
he's just striding and chilling. Well, because like that was like something weird that like was brought up. Like my stepdad, when he was like talking about how like they used to run, like sometimes they would just skip because skipping took less energy and you got further ahead. But like imagine a bunch of fucking football players skipping down a fucking track. It's pretty ridiculous.
I've seen something close to that actually.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those things. It's like you laugh, but it worked. So
Yeah.
As the rest of the examinees ridicule him for not being enough. I'm sorry, I didn't realize everyone running in this race is literally Eliud Kipchoge on steroids. I mean, they didn't need to drink water or eat food or anything. Thankfully, though, I get my representation amongst these demigods of athletics through the humble Leorio, who, like a normal human being, is struggling massively but putting on a brave face.
It's Mr. Leorio.
And speaking of Leorio, this is where I learned to love him. His tenacity and desire to not appear lesser than the rest is stupendously fun in tandem.
Yeah, I do enjoy. Leorio is basically Spite the character, because that's how I function on a daily basis. I will now get up to just spite the universe. Fuck you, universe. Universe is like, oh man, I was wanting you to have a good day.
Don't worry about it.
With his hilarious depiction in the manga running shirtless. I mean, the dude runs like 3 sub-3 hour marathons back to back, all the while carrying his briefcase. What an absolute Chadosaurus Rex. What I found interesting was...
Yeah, I like Leorio.
No lies detected. I mean,
not to mention, while Gon has his fishing rod, Kurapika has those weird katana stick nunchuck things. Leorio,
he's got a purse. Well, she's got a purse, so I mean.
Leorio's just got a fucking pocket knife. He will cut you.
Oh, you're talking about like what they have like as weapons.
For their weapons, yeah. It's like,
I'm not sure about what they were carrying as they were going.
No, yeah, I was talking about their weapons. Like, Leorio would just cut you.
Meanwhile, Killua's just like, come catch these hands.
Yeah, his hands can turn into blades, but Leorio's just carrying a fucking pocket knife. It's not even like a Bowie knife or anything. It's like probably a 3-inch blade at most.
A number of times throughout these various challenges, multiple individuals remark in amazement at what Gon is able to do. Whether it be athletically, how well he can hear, see, or even taste. His abilities when performing what's asked of him during these challenges hint, at least to me, towards something specifically special about Gon. Though nothing that outshines his personality and attitude towards conflict and his friends. If you're looking for a VPN service provider, NordVPN is what I prefer.
Yeah, but
Was NordVPN?
do we
I'm
have
pretty
to?
sure. Was Nord the one that got the data breach that took like 6 months to get patched up?
Yes. Well, no,
I
it's
don't know.
that they took 6 months to notify people about it.
Oh my
Oh.
fucking god!
then that's horrible. Yeah. Then skip this, and I don't want to hear it.
I think that'd be my
Yeah,
response.
that's why everybody was pissed.
I think that's why I'd be, if like Nord ever wanted to sponsor this, like, you know, in like some far and distant apocalyptic future.
You are
I'd be-
or
We would take it.
dollars.
No, I basically say take your money and shove it up your ass.
No,
No.
we just wait 6 months before we tell them we accept.
Yeah, we need the money, man.
I was about to say, like, yeah,
No,
we're gonna
I
be
will
like,
not
yeah.
sacrifice my
fucking-
principles just for money.
Hmm.
Then you are wrong.
Dude, you literally have a job. What the fuck?
You're already doing that.
Yeah. Wait. Hold up. Well, hold up.
Man.
Didn't you want to go camping?
Hey, in the immortal words of 5 Flavor Fruit Punch, it's not cashing out, it's buying in.
They said that.
Well, it's in one of their songs.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
That's
So
pretty good.
I want to, at the very least, if we were to ever get sponsors, I want to make sure like certain things are met. I won't do fucking Raid, not to mention just because it's fucking Raid.
Why not?
If you're offered money, you will be a slut Shadow Legends.
No, it
Dude.
fucking won't.
Dude,
Raid is not a fucking
All right.
video
All right.
game.
All right, dude. Here's the thing. What's the number?
What is it?
Everyone has a number.
No, because dude, apparently they've been fucking funding the fuck out of Badger and fucking what the fuck's his name? Count Dankula. So that number, like the only thing I think about is like, man, that fucking number must be nice. So what's your number? What if fucking Raid said, hey, if you talk about our app, say these lines, we'll give you $2 million.
$20,000. That's $5,000 for each of us, and I'd give all the money to charity that I would get because I wouldn't want a fucking dime of it.
Okay, well, fuck. I want to fucking like be able to get my own house, so I'd be like, yeah, thanks. Raid Shadow Legends is the shit, and I'm gonna play it right now.
Yeah, if you join now,
yeah,
part of our
like,
plan.
If you join now, you might find me in game.
you
Join
might
now,
find me
so-
in
Violate
game.
the
so you
terms of
get those
service.
bonuses that make you play the game less. Yeah, because that's why I play
Yes.
video games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, they're fucking
Yeah, fuck
awesome.
yeah.
$2
understand
million.
Sell the shit out of
Great.
those things. I
Just
can
say-
sell the game, then sell people reasons not to play it. Even better.
Right? The thing is, and like all, and like what, like I said,
Like,
I don't really respect the
keep
game
in
itself.
mind-
I do respect the hustle of fucking Raid Shadow Legends for letting Badger and Count Dankula say whatever the fuck they want to for the game. It's
They're
pretty
lucky.
fucking hilarious.
So keep in mind they're lucky in that instance because most of the time, like if you look at I think it was Carl Smallwood. He brings up like how they're just sent like these like scripts and they say not to deviate off it. I don't know what the hell Internet Historian or fucking Dankula or Badger are doing different.
Well, I
that
imagine
allows
it's
them-
more of a popularity thing.
more of a popularity
if you
thing,
can
probably.
demonstrate to them that you actually have a lot of reach based on your personality and your sense of humor, you
Mhm.
can negotiate a thing where you're not going to be bound to a strict script. You'll work
And
that out in the brand deal.
Also,
And like I
guys,
said,
keep
they
in
they
mind-
know what they're buying when they get Count Dankula. And like I
Also-
said, I really appreciate that he always talks about that chick's tits in every single one of their like fucking ad reads for it.
Well, I was also gonna bring up how like money is just a weird concept for me because I'm like, all right, as long as I can do these things, I don't want any of it, because I wouldn't know what to do if we suddenly had Jim Sterling's money. I'd be like, get rid of all of it. Fucking.
Okay, but okay, calm down. Calm
the fuck down. Like,
yeah,
because you might be talking to a couple people who are from fucking not great fucking areas of the world, and it's like, yo, money would be pretty fucking nice right now.
Hold on,
isn't that bad.
I actually kind of understand what he's doing. I understand what he's trying to say. Let me just clean it up a little bit for the rest of us. So what he's saying is he wants to be financially stable, but not rich. And I can respect that.
That's fair. Okay.
Because too much money can almost become a job in and of itself. Just managing it all the time, dealing with it all the time is stressful. But it would be nice to have enough money in the account to buy the things that you need and still be able to buy the things you want within reason without having to worry about giving up one for the other. I want to be able to, when the Girl Scouts come and knock on my door, I want to be able to buy Girl Scout cookies.
A shitload.
And not have to worry about being able to pay my electric bill or being able to put food in the fridge. That's not unreasonable.
This is true.
There's also this idea of future-proofing. It's like, I have enough money to do everything I want to do right now, and that's enough. Heaven fucking forbid I ever want to do anything else in the future, though. Because then I'll be fucked and I'll have to save again.
Right, and that's the thing. And if you give your money to a certain point, you are earning money as long as you are reasonable and you're not buying like stupid flamboyant shit, you will earn money faster than you can spend it. Mm-hmm. And that's where you become like, instead of paying for insurance, you self-insure. Mm-hmm. And it's just like you have more financial freedom because you don't have to pay all the shit. You don't have rent. You don't have a car payment. You're not in debt all the time like everyone else is. Mm-hmm. That's the goal.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm also kind of like hot off of this because I just did my best to help somebody and it put me in a fucking hole that I wasn't ready to be in. So it's like,
well, exactly, and that's
like,
why
I want to be able to help people.
I would just give all that money away. You're like, whoa, hold the fuck on.
Well,
I just did that and it wasn't great.
Why are you giving it all away? It's like, because I have enough money for everything I need right now in this immediate moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the 6 months of supplies, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's like, should you have to give all those away just because you're not planning for the next 6 months?
I will say, yeah, that's when my short-sightedness does bite me in the ass because I'm like, what? Oh, I've paid for my month's rent. All right, what can I spend the rest of this on? What games can I buy?
That's
right
the curse of living paycheck to paycheck. Is you don't think about the future.
And I'll say what? That's literally the problem I literally ran into, and I actually fucking hated myself all week. I wanted to fucking stuff a fucking knife in my eye because I'm a fucking retard or handy-capable person. I tried to help somebody and it fucked me over, and it's like,
right.
That's what I'm saying. It comes at you, and like, I'd love to never be in that position ever again.
It also I don't know about you guys, I couldn't even imagine like the common comparison I make is the Jim Sterling, like, because Jim Sterling makes like $14,000. I couldn't even imagine having $14,000 like at any given time. Even if I worked for the rest of my life, I'm like, $14,000. What the fuck is that?
Right? When I became a crane operator for the first
amount of money, dude.
When I became
up for anything expensive, that's still not going to cover it.
When I became a crane operator, and like one of my first, like the first time I got a fucking 4-digit check like in my fucking bank account, I was like, oh, like it fucking like I never saw a comma in my fucking bank account before. It fucking freaked me out.
The one time I was actually like, I hate the fact that I could basically say that I kind of, for a couple months, benefited off the pandemic, because when working for Amazon at the beginning of the year, I was basically getting like holiday double pay. So I was making like probably almost $40 an hour. So my paychecks would be in like the thousands of dollars every 2 weeks. It was like, oh, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's pretty nice, and especially when you didn't really have a lot.
Right.
Like, the idea that made you uncomfortable instead of irreparably fucking erect, it troubles me.
Well, like, I mean, I was of course erect because I got sushi the next moment.
I mean, you see a comma in your like bank account, you're getting a chub. That's
I'm getting a chub, and like I said, I went to Makaido's that fucking day, got a fucking full fucking hibachi dinner. That shit was awesome.
Oh, no, the second I got that, I immediately put it in my second bank account that I used to pay my rent. I'm immediately like, no, this money
See, that's
shall
why
go
you're
to
that's why you're
responsible-
smart. That's why you're smarter than me.
I was
Yeah,
immediately
he saw
told,
thousands of dollars and he went, time to eat this.
Time to eat.
yeah, you saw like this. You're just like, what food can I buy? And I'm just like, I better make sure I can live.
Right. So anyway, let's get past this ad though, because we're talking about an insane hypothetical.
I mean, we got off on a tangent about YARP being sponsored, which,
Hey,
bruh,
it's
why
not an
bother?
It's
not
never
an
gonna happen.
Well, fuck
Hold
you.
on.
I'm gonna do my best until my boss decides he doesn't want money.
Yeah, you might need to talk to
I
your
will be
boss to sit down and have a dialogue.
I'll be beating down fucking Nord's fucking door and being like, "Yo, get us the fuck up." Anyway, so like I said, we could skip this
I do
ad
not
though.
want to be a sellout.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dude, Nordic Shadow Legends, man. With Nordic
Nordic
Manscaped Legends, okay?
Nordic
Nordic
Manscaped Legends
Manscaped
Club.
You're lucky that you don't have a soul, so you don't have one to sell.
Oh no! Straight Shadowlands comes at him,
I want to
reveals
see the
Ginger.
ad for Nordic Manscaped Legends where it's just some guy shaping his pubes into like a curly mustache for his dick.
Well, no, I was gonna say
He's got like Viking jewelry in his.
He's got a braid on his balls.
So I guess since I've been wanting to do this the longest, I have like thought about the idea of sponsors and like the.
Do they still call it a mohawk if it's on your testicles?
The first thought
Yes.
was the people who send
soul
stuff.
patch.
My first thought was always, okay, go and send ahead and send it if you want. No guarantee I will ever talk about it.
The Bill
Which is
Burr.
the-
That's
that's
a
the
winning
po-
attitude right there.
Well, that's
How
the
could
policy
they
that
turn
fucking
that down?
Rags has, and I love that.
That's fair.
'Cause it means
Well,
he puts his
the reality
morals
is,
first.
man, it's easy to view things in black and white, but the world is so many shades of gray, my friend.
Using the most, whether it be keeping your personal information
Like I
from
said,
the scary world of the
bump
internet,
through this,
or
though.
your
Mark has plenty of subscribers.
like me and really want to unlock.
Also, it just also depends on the region of the world you live in. Like the reason Fact Fiend can work off of its monetization is because they're in the United Kingdom, so they just flat out don't need the sponsorships because of the way their fucking weird monetization tax rules work, as opposed to us where it's like, oh, Patreon, we were given like $1 by Jake. Patreon took pretty much like 50 cents of that, so it's like, oh. Okay.
Oh yeah, Jake raised a good point. I will say I sponsor Carnal Instincts.
I don't even know what that means. Oh.
You should look up Carnal Instincts in Steam and understand why
I
you should
don't know if
sponsor
I
them.
want to. It sounds
No,
it sounds
it's
fucking
fine.
horny.
No,
It
this
sounds
how,
like it's gonna get the battle bunk.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
The battle book.
It's a
Is that
triple.
Battle
It's a.
Beast's little.
It's
fucking
got
battle-
Oh, did you not see the thing I put on Twitter about the
His
battle
fucking
bunk?
mace is the battle bonk.
But
But
it's
depending
got
on your
a
bonk,
Cleaving
that's only
someone's
gonna make it
head in.
stronger.
no. But here's the thing, guys. It's AAA quality graphics and like mechanics, so it's a pretty decent game. So like the open world and everything looks really nice on it as well.
Motherfucker, are you sponsored already?
What? Shut up.
Here he is chilling.
Hicks t-shirts, all written Carnal Instinct on front, under bed. Don't worry about that.
Some of that
Skip,
region lock goodness.
skip through this ad is what I keep trying to say, and it's like I'm
Yeah,
like,
just
not
skip
being
this
heard.
shit, dude. It's
Fine. Yeah, that's true. He's not making like a skit or anything. Because at least we
Yeah,
can make
no,
fun
we
of
don't care.
High Top with the whole like scratching his balls thing.
He kind of
Yeah, he-
does a skit, but it's not fucking. It's some of his skits are hit and miss. You saw a pretty good one though.
His own son. Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Good night.
Outside of the much appreciated engine
The fuck just happened?
His editor likes to fuck with
Editing.
him.
Okay.
His editor just likes to fuck with him. That's it.
humorous cooking challenge, I thought 2 instances stood out to me as the most noteworthy, and it has to do with the character of Killua. Much the same way as I outlined before, we learn about Killua not through clunky exposition, but instead, quite interestingly, by the choices he makes or doesn't make when faced with conflict in this arc. Killua at this time in the story seems to me to be tied with Gon thematically. They first meet at the beginning of The Great Run, and during it become fast friends. However, when faced with the dilemma of staying with Killua charging ahead or going back to help his friends, Gon, without hesitation, goes back for his friends, Leorio and Kurapika, landing one of the most satisfying hits I've ever experienced so early in a series. Making the save for Leorio against the creepy clown man Hisoka. Okay, more on him a little later. Again, just to reiterate, this is still ridiculously early on in the story, and already I'm so invested in Togashi's writing that shots.
So something I actually got really confused about this was why like they just witnessed this, like witnessed Hisoka murder all of these other guys, and their first thought was to attack Hisoka, and I was like, why didn't you just either walk away or fucking run? Like,
well, hold on. This brings up an interesting point, because you're somebody who's clearly very set in their values about this whole not shilling thing. And yet, when characters withhold their values, that bothers you?
I didn't realize that was within their values of fucking die or just, like, in a conflict that has nothing to do with you.
Well,
it was framed as if they were literally just there, and, like, Hisoka was just looking, it's like, oh, like, it was framed as if they could easily just go, like, oh, we're not part of that. Like, that's why I got confused. I was trying to ask about it.
To do it, and then Leorio realized he couldn't do it and turned back around. So
yeah, I was about to say, wasn't the whole thing Leorio like realizing that they couldn't run? I thought that was the whole thing.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Initially they did do the obvious thing where, yeah,
but the thing is
if you look at Hisoka, who just murdered a circle of people, they both tried to dip, and Leorio just couldn't bring himself to do it. He had to stand by his principles.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Like this make me squeal with delight, a sign of things to come, I hope. But at this point, however, I didn't recognize this particular decision as anything significant to Killua until I found this scene to be very telling. While in transit to their next challenge, and while everyone is sleeping from The Great Run, the chairman of the Hunter Association challenges Gon and Killua to a game of ball. The object being if they can get the—
Wait. No, this
I really hate the old animation.
So, yeah.
Yes, sometimes it looks cool, and other times it just looks cheap. It's kind of hit and miss.
I think he's over-exaggerating when he says this was after the Great Run, because he's technically not wrong, but this was also after the Gourmet Hunter.
Oh, he's just doing that as a joke. Every time he says
also,
the
this
Great
is the
Run.
end of that day.
Well, no,
the first couple things all happen in the one day, so this is them sleeping after the Great Run, but then they showed footage of them in the room when they were in the tower, which kind of made it confusing.
Well, the thing is, he's not making a joke. The Great Run was horrible, and it was a major event.
Right, but it was not the only thing that was...
The Great Run!
The Great Run. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's like, as a fat person, running scares me.
Oh yeah, running is like the worst activity a human can do.
Fuck
no
that,
person
dude.
should ever run.
I get in car.
I just walk.
When you want to go great distances, you get in a car. When you want to fly, you get into a plane.
Slur, I love the idea that you're just walking there. You finally get up all the stairs. The door's been closed for like 2 days. You're just like, oh. I guess I'll try
but
this
think
again
how many
next year.
people on the way I'll have passed who are just like on the ground near fucking death. It's
No,
like,
yeah,
at least I'm not those guys.
Yeah, you're not those guys, but you've definitely failed. You're just like, oh, darn. I guess I'll go do it next year. I better do this a tiny bit faster if this is the same thing.
Like, that's the thing. I can walk for like hours and hours straight. I can't run for more than 5 minutes. Fuck that.
Yeah,
right,
fuck
like,
that.
no,
Horrible.
it makes...
People who do that are freaks.
It makes sense. You will not be tired, but you have definitely failed. Within the context of that test, you failed. Because the door... They've gone up the stairs, and they've been, like, in the airship for, like, a couple hours.
Well, not that attitude. Anyway, press play.
Slur just power walks.
That fucking Hank Hill with the full getup, just
Yeah.
power walk.
Oh, I was thinking of Taya. I was thinking of Taya after she yelled at fucking Joey, like doing the pimp line. I'm going to walk away like a pimp.
Ball away from him, then they win. While offering a fun visual and distraction from the past contests, this particular challenge is also a great mechanism to help us as an audience to further distinguish between Gon and Killua in both approach and personality. Through the eyes of Netero, we learn that Killua has assassin-type skills, but perhaps most interestingly, as soon as Killua gets an indication that the old guy is far above his level and that he cannot possibly win, he gives up. But Gon keeps trying. Meaning, it doesn't matter to Gon one way or the other if he can win or not, he just wants to best himself. This helps to build
Obvious thing. Yeah, I'm just looking at this old animation. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad we're not watching this version.
I mean, that shot looks pretty cool. But yeah, some of the
Yeah,
fucking
it's like
shots.
Some
cool-looking
things look
shot.
really cool, and the way it's drawn, it has that retro charm. But a
But
lot
a
of
lot
it
of
does
it's
come
dated.
across a lot cheaper, especially in action scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That picture from Malcolm in the Middle. Let's get this light. Hold on, I gotta throw this for the stream.
No. What?
What Slur put in the
Danny?
Discord chat.
Oh god. Both of his feet were up in the air.
He is nothing more than a common jogger.
This is
Oh my god, that just hit so hard.
So,
Jesus Christ.
the text that Slur put on top of this when he said this was, "Let's get this license," and I'm just imagining Slur wearing this as he's doing the wall, like as he's going.
The funniest thing about fucking Hunter x Hunter, people would look at that outfit and be like, okay.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
he literally would just blend in with the other
You
characters.
would just blend in with, because remember, there's a fucking creepy clown and like a guy whose head's like fucking shaking. So it's like, yeah, this makes sense.
Oh my god. Let me
It's
switch it
fucking
back
beautiful.
to the. Back to
That's
the
fucking
feet.
awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you
the
for
dark
all
aura
the
around
dumb
Killua
shit
and
you
brightens
share.
Gon's respectively, reinforced moments later by this horrific panel depicting Killua slaughtering a bunch of people in the hallway. And then it made me think, every time Gon and Killua separate after their eventual meeting, it's due to some key character differences between them. Instead of keeping his head in the game towards the front of the pack with Killua, Gon went back to save his friends, and instead of giving up in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds like Killua did, Gon stuck it out and eventually improved upon his prior efforts. I love Killua's character. He's in many ways an inversion of the Gon character with enough in common to build a believable friendship between the two. He's got a dark past, and as we later learn down the line, this is primarily due to a troubled family history.
That's,
Okay.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
every time they separate, it's because of a core character difference, and every time it happens, it's because they're highlighting differences in the character, similarities, and building up their friendship, which is a big part of what those
Right.
scenes in that arc are for. So yeah, he's kind of on the money.
I was more just about to ask Max, like, so you've seen this, right? Or have you
Maybe.
not?
Oh, I've
I
seen
was
this
gonna
video?
say-
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Is this just like half explanation, half summary? Because
Yeah, I told you that.
oh, I thought you said this was mainly just not explanation, just him just like saying like
It's a
why
review.
this works.
It's the first blind. It's his first blind review of it, dealing with it. And I told you, like, yeah, we could probably put that on like in the background. You
Well,
said that.
okay, but there's a difference between like review and summary. Like,
Yeah.
if he's just going to summarize what happened, that's not as interesting as like his take.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
because,
he's not really
Getting
making any arguments.
Snippets of what he thinks is good and the things he chooses to point out that work, and that's good.
It's
But
been a
I'm
minute since I've
still
seen
not
this
very
video,
clear
and
on his opinions overall.
it's been a minute since I've seen the video, and I admittedly watched it while I was working. I'm pretty sure he does like review it towards near the end. So, but I don't
Alright.
remember.
the good example.
But
would
like,
be how
like,
when
but
we
I was
were
about to say
doing
we've been kind of doing a pretty good job of using this as a jump off point for a lot
Right.
of topics. Though,
Right.
So
it.
I feel like it hasn't failed in that regard.
Right, I was more just thinking about this because when we were doing our Alice in Borderland coverage, when we were, it was either Ending Explained or just all the videos in general. They just kept summarizing what was what had happened instead of getting to the point of it.
Well, I mean, he is pointing out like things about each like he is pointing out like things of like I don't even know how to fucking talk right now, sorry. Like he is pointing out things that like I didn't even notice on like first watches and shit like that, like with the whole both of them jumping off the boat, and that symbolizes like the rest of the journey for all that shit like that, because Gon is somebody of that stature, and him pointing out like differences between thing. I guess you could technically say that's a summary though, so I don't know. Like I said, if you guys don't want to continue the video, that's fine. It doesn't bother me.
We're continuing it. I was more just bringing up how I just noticed is like, man, that part was just nothing but summary as opposed to giving like an actual thing.
That's fair.
No, he was doing the thing he was doing up to this point where he's focusing on an aspect of the writing and showing how it's exemplified in the thing, why it contributes to what makes the show good. It's like he's not in the weeds. He's doing good.
Yeah.
It's so weird to cover somebody competent for a change. It's quite nice.
On in that respect also. An interesting relationship, most definitely, and things only get more intense as we make our way through the final 3 phases. This is the single longest challenge presented to our team so far.
Wait, we skipped an entire phase then.
No, he talked about it briefly. It was just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, he didn't really touch on the gourmet challenge because there wasn't really much there.
He basically talked about how he likes Killua in that challenge, and that was about it.
Yeah, in the gourmet challenge, it was mainly about the gourmet hunter and us learning more through her as to what being a hunter means, what different kinds of hunters there are, and what they do.
I feel like that he could have elaborated on that in the sense of bringing like how this opens up for the world building and what being a hunter can truly mean.
Well, he's not really talking about the world building, though. It would have been a distraction from his point, because he's mainly focusing on the main character and the
he's focusing on character
there.
instead of the equation as a whole.
Yeah, and that would just turn into a summary, so we want to kind of stay on point.
Across 8 individual chapters, our heroes end up grouping together to overcome the unique challenges this tower presents as they endeavor to make it all the way to the bottom in the allotted time. The team is composed of Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio, all characters we are happy with, but the conflict in this story comes about as the Rookie Crusher joins the team. Living up to the name, he pretty much tries to sabotage everything, and I hate him. In this Tower of Trickery, there's really only 2 natural points of noteworthy conflict. The first takes place in a form of a 5v5 contest as our team of examinees square up against 5 prisoners looking to waste as much time as possible so that they can get that time off of their sentences. Welcome to Hunter x Hunter, where children get to fight literal in-universe psychopaths and murderers for their very lives. There's a great mix of light.
I mean, that happens quite a lot. The amount of times that Gon gets the absolute shit kicked out of him by grown adults is insane.
Well, but did you see the thing on the screen? It's like, yeah, poor children. It's fucking
poor children, Killua, you fucking psychopath.
like Killua's the most dangerous person there.
Immediately just obliterates his opponent.
He literally murders him faster than he realizes he was murdered.
And then
he's like, here's your fucking heart in a nice go bag.
My
I remember watching that going, holy shit. Oh man, poor children.
Part of comedy, clever mystery writing, and even some great action. And so, first up is the Rookie Crusher, looking to show his team that he's actually a team player. Just kidding, he quits. I don't know what you could have been expecting here. Alright, the score right here is 0-1 in favor of the prisoners, and the second round sees Gon participate in a weird candle-holding game. To be honest, I really enjoyed this one. It was strangely effective in building tension, and what's more is Gon found a quick and clever solution to this worsening scenario. He's not a dumb guy. Scores even at 1-1 apiece.
Well, he's dumb, it's just, I don't want to say it's selective dumb.
Yeah, it's not that he's stupid, it's just that he thinks in very simplistic terms.
Right. It was more just I was bringing up
in terms, it's low intelligence, high wisdom.
Right. Yeah. And I was going to bring up how he's not stupid, but at the same time the rules of dodgeball immediately broke him. It's like it's one of the simplest games you could ever play.
Well, long explanations in general tend to break him. Like he's not for all of the the dump of the rules or the long-winded explanation.
Yeah,
Right,
it's like an
20 words or
in-universe
less.
mechanic to prevent exposition dumps because they just won't work on them. It's better to be brief.
Mm-hmm.
Third up on the hero team is Kurapika. This one really offers him a chance to explore his more aggressive side. I never mentioned this, but he becomes enraged or emotionally compromised when his eyes glow red, and he'll show very little.
That was a little.
Backwards,
Yeah, I was going to
around.
say reverse that, pal, because that's the other way. It's the other way around. When he is emotionally compromised, his eyes turn the scarlet. That was weird.
Although I will say the way his eyes turn red in the older one looks more prominent.
It does. It actually kind of looks better because it's not just the iris.
Yeah. And
It's
you
like
can
the
actually see
whole-
why this would be like a prized treasure because they shine like rubies. Whereas in
Right.
the newer one, they just look like
Red eyes.
reddish eyes.
Like
It
the
doesn't look
kinds
that
you'd
unique.
see at on with a bad photo taken.
Pretty much.
When they do so. As an audience, we knew this about Kurapika before the fight began, and so when it comes to our attention that the dude he's facing doesn't have any intention of coming to blows and
I hate that
is in
he's not
fact
blue.
a coward,
I'm just gonna say it. I hate that he's not blue.
Oh, why was he
Okay.
blue?
In the newer version, it's like an aesthetic choice. They made him blue for some reason. This
It
old
was also
version.
an aesthetic choice on his part. Remember, he explains that he has all these surgeries and shit done to him to look as
Oh.
monstrous as
Intimidating
possible to
Yeah, so
intimidate
that's
people
true.
to give him in their money.
I don't know. I just think it looks better. It's more
Yeah,
aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, I like it.
we know things aren't going to end well for him. And this is where things got a little clever, deviating from the simple formula and starting to become less predictable. There's some clever manipulation of the rules during this portion. Kurapika won't kill him, and so all this dude's gotta do is play dead. Having Leorio carry out.
Okay, just editing.
What the fuck was that? I mean, I
guess-
know he
Maybe
was
just
trying to make some
building up
kind of
to the
joke,
gag,
but it
but
just
he kind of deviated off of any kind of point he was trying to make.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
interrupted his own point. That's what fucked with me. I was like, what?
Like, I'm all for leave the gag, but make your point and then cut to the gag,
Yeah.
or
I mean,
cut to the gag
I mean,
while
like-
you're making your point. I guess.
I thought that was the point, though. Like, he's pretending to play dead, but then Leorio steps in and fucks with it.
But he did it mid-sentence.
No, that's not the point he was making. He was talking about how this portion of the show has like clever manipulation of the rules and all that. And yes, like
Isn't
the
that
way
I'll rewind
Leo
it.
does that,
manipulating
but
rules?
just cutting from one to the other makes it look like he immediately went out and solved the problem that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when-
it feels a bit jarring the way the
Yeah,
editing
When it
is
was
done.
actually part of a completely different game.
Yeah, let me. I'll hit play and hopefully you'll see it.
Kurapika won't kill him, and so all this dude's gotta do is play dead. Having Leorio.
Yeah, like it almost completely.
What does he say? What does he say about Leorio here?
Well, regardless of what he says after, like he chose to use the gag and cut the context.
He literally didn't even let himself finish the word.
Yeah.
When he was like, all this
All he
guy
said-
has to do is play dead, and then he just cuts off.
Yeah, it's like.
Well, no, because he's being like found out by Leorio. Like, I'm confused.
No,
That's the issue.
Leorio had to start his challenge to do that. Like this was.
Yeah,
a
it makes it
completely
sound like
separate-
this is how Leorio solved that particular problem posed by the guy pretending to be dead, when that's not what happened. The guy pretends to be dead, it turns into a whole argument on their team because the match can't start until the other one is officially ended.
And they waste a significant amount of time because Kurapika basically refuses to go back out there and deal with the situation. So then
Yeah,
it
and
creates
you get a
this
whole
issue.
tangent of the rookie crusher throwing the team into disarray because the voting system just doesn't work because nobody's willing to just stand up, make a fucking call.
Mm-hmm. What?
And yes, I agree with Jake. Why auto-tune the baby noise? That's a little
Yeah,
odd.
I noticed that too. It was really
No,
weird.
I didn't even catch that. I guess whenever I hear a baby noise, I kind of like fucking zone it out.
As someone who has children, it's hard to do that. It's fucking ingrained into your brain.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fair.
even ingrained into our our emergency system in terms of like how we wake up to sound. We like lower pitched sounds have a less likely chance to wake us up, but as a higher pitched stuff like a baby crying will almost wake us up. Not instantly. It has a higher chance to get us moving.
Yeah, but whenever it's in like media or anything, like I can't stand it, so I try to fucking like not to hear it.
Right.
Like there's a fucking scene in not is it Glass or Unbreakable, whatever the first one was,
It was
and there's just like a
Unbreakable.
fucking baby screaming for fucking 5 minutes, and it's like, dude.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
I was listening, like I wasn't even watching the fucking movie. My buddy was watching it in the next room, and I was like, "Oh my fucking god, dude! Can you please fast forward it past this fucking part?"
Oh,
Like,
do you,
because that's
do you
all I heard from the
immediately-
next room was fucking a baby just screaming, and I was like, "What? Why is this in the fucking movie?"
if you're just sitting in a restaurant and you hear a baby crying, do you immediately just go, oh, "Shut that
I
fucking
get up and fucking choke that thing. No, obviously I don't do that with fucking real babies. I just
No.
don't like it when it's in the media. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm
oh,
not saying you
no, I've
do
got it,
something
like-
about it. I'm more just saying like, do you like in your head just go, oh god damn it, because that's how.
well,
Yeah,
no, I
everybody
do.
does.
Part
Even
of
the
me does go
parents do
poor
that.
baby. Part of me does go poor baby, but like I said, like, and if it's in a fucking thing, I'm just like, okay.
To me,
the
it's the
best
parents'
example is
reaction
like
to
an
it
airplane,
that
because
determines
on
my
a
mood.
plane when you
That
ascend,
yeah,
everybody's
actually,
ears pop,
you bring
and
up a
when
pretty
you're a
good
little
point.
kid and you don't understand why your ears hurt, I sympathize, but I also want you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
both.
that-
It's like I understand your pain, but please shut up.
Yeah, like I said, poor baby, but fucking hell. But yeah, and like Ninja brings up a very good fucking point. It's like, yeah, it's actually a
Yeah, the
knock
parents'
on what the
reaction.
fucking parents doing.
Oh yeah, it makes a big difference. Like if a baby starts crying in a crowded restaurant, and then you see like the parent grab the baby and they
trying
like
to fucking stop
pick
it,
them up
yeah.
and they take them outside and they calm them and then they bring them back in, you're not likely going to have a huge, overly blown out negative reaction. But if they just basically ignore it and don't try to comfort the child in any way, then you're going to be like, listen here, fucker. You know,
Yeah, do
do your
something.
fucking job. Yeah, do something.
Like in a
Because-
movie theater.
Yeah, because don't take a fucking infant to a movie. I worked at a movie theater. Fuck that.
They have cry rooms. That's what they're for, right?
Yeah, the
They have
movie
what
theater
now?
itself.
No, they don't.
It's literally called a cry room.
Depending on
What the
where
fuck
you
is a
go.
cry room?
Do they not have those in the Potato Land?
They don't have
I don't
them
even
in
understand what its
Jack's.
purpose is. Is it just like a fucking?
It's
broom closet where
basically
you
a
go in
room in the back of the theater that has glass and like a door that shuts, so you can go in there with your crying baby
I have,
and still see the movie.
That
I've
is
never seen-
not
What the
something.
fuck?
I've
There
never seen that
are
in a movie
there are
theater.
10 movie theaters in my area that I've been to. Not a single fucking one of them has.
You
a
have
cry
never
room.
seen a cry room.
No.
Not in a
What the
movie
fuck are
theater.
you
Go to
talking
a
about?
No,
fucking
I worked
movie
there.
with
What?
a child.
It is a
What are
thing
you
that
talking about?
exists.
You're talking about some crazy shit.
No, I swear to God, it's a real thing.
Hold on. Let me just look
Google
up.
that shit.
Yeah, I'm googling it
Cry
right now.
room.
Movie theaters with cry rooms.
Like, if you have
Because
an infant that's liable to cry, you just don't go to the fucking movie.
I mean, you would
Theater.
think, right? Like you would think.
You would fucking think, right?
Yeah,
think.
no,
That's the
that's
reasonable
asking people
human thing to
way
do.
too much.
Yeah. How dare you
Way
fucking? How dare you tell me how to parent my child when bringing him into a?
I went to go see fucking Deadpool, and some
Yeah,
bitch
same.
brought her
Fucking
fucking
same.
child. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I knew as soon as the movie started too. I was like, "They're gonna last less than 10 minutes. Like, it's not even gonna." Sure
Well, I
enough,
mean-
the International Women's Day scene popped up, and she bailed.
But like, you know, when you bring the baby, it's guaranteed. You're bringing a sleeping infant into a dark room full of extremely loud noises.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's specifically an action movie, and there's no
yeah,
way
if you
that you
take
didn't
it
know
to a
Deadpool was an
comedy,
action movie.
then like oh.
But
Maybe.
even then,
God.
it doesn't matter. Theaters
Yeah,
are
it
fucking loud.
Yeah.
people, and like theaters are loud, and people are gonna like laugh. It's gonna be a lot of fucking
Uh-huh.
noise from a dark room they don't fucking understand. So yeah,
I've
like I love how like
so-
everybody was like looking at me weird when I'm like, yeah, I don't like the sound of babies crying, and it's like, yeah, that fucking sucks.
Nobody
fucking,
likes it.
it sucks. It's
It's
horrible, and I don't like the sound.
evolutionary grown to be disliked. It's meant to be alarming that you want to fucking
Yeah,
stop it as
it's
soon as
literally meant to put you in like full alert
Yeah. you-
immediately.
Oh, so that's what it is. Like it's not that I'm fucking angry.
Yeah,
just
it's meant to make you the most uncomfortable.
Hmm.
So that no matter what you're fucking doing, when you hear that noise, you stop, you get up, you deal with it.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a competent parent, is what you're saying.
I mean, yes, that's what
Yes.
evolution is trying to do. If you're not a defective human fucking being.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oreo carry out this deed is a great choice from an audience standpoint. Kurapika already proved to us that he's awesome and so didn't need to finish him. We all knew that he could. And because Leorio's section ultimately ends in
Okay, hold on.
Hold
This is kind of where he's getting into the weeds here, because he's making some judgments about the way that pans out that I don't know. It seems a little weird to be like, yeah, we knew Kurapika could finish him, so having him not finish him is the good thing. And it's like, well, that was one option.
Is he saying
I
it
guess.
a good thing, or is he saying it's like a thing of characterization? Because I would say it's a good
He
thing.
said it was more a thing of characterization. It tells us
Yeah.
more about Kurapika that he chose not to kill him, and then continued choosing not to kill him, even when it was to the detriment of the team.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we getting slightly touchy here? We're not getting touchy. It's just he's missing a major chunk of context.
Well, no, yeah, it's literally just the way
about
he
it, but isn't he talking about it
portrays
right
that
now?
sequence of events is not how that sequence of events happens in the show. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I pointed out.
Also, I'm trying to remember how this was worded in the anime, at least. Was Leorio specifically saying to just go back out there and kill him, and did he ever mention like?
At one
so
point they
long.
said finish him, but then at the other point they said check and see if he's dead. And then there was the point where Leorio went out to go check and see if he was dead, and the girl on the other team basically comes out and tries to do the wager thing. She's like, "We'll make a bet."
That's how that
Okay.
starts. But I could have sworn.
Yeah,
before that,
and that's kind of how that whole thing progresses into them getting into the betting game.
Mm-hmm.
Admittedly, it's been over a year since I've watched this arc, so I don't remember it that well. I'll say
We've
that.
watched it fairly recently.
Yeah, you watched it fairly recently, and like I said, I was gonna try to rewatch it, but like now I just, like I said, it's just lost to me though.
I could have sworn that didn't Leorio say like at least check on him, and Kurapika just said I don't need to because I know he's not dead. Or am I going crazy?
I don't think
That
Kurapika
sounds
ever
familiar.
confirms it. Like he basically doesn't care. As far as he's concerned, the match is over.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's done, I won, even though the convicts and, quote unquote, the referee, the guy that's, watching all this, basically hasn't awarded his team the point because it's not certain whether the guy's dead or not. But as far as Kurapika is concerned, it's no longer
he doesn't
relevant to him. It's no longer worth his time.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the technicality. He's like, I won.
Yeah, he's like, I won. And it's like, well, but did you though? Because that's where it's like...
Isn't he kind of like freaking out though that he kind of lost it though? Or am I...
No,
he's not... No, he gets pretty composed after the fact.
Like he's like in a ball right now, isn't he? For like the rest of the fucking match.
Well, he sits down, but he's in a calm way. Like he's not freaking out.
Okay.
He's just chilling. He's like, I'm done. I did my part.
Okay.
When meanwhile it's like at least check to see if he's dead, like so this can just get over with. Which is why Leorio gets urged, like I'll check him, and then as we said, it starts the wager game. Why is my play button not working?
Is largely on comedy, Leorio's quick solution to get Kurapika the victory helped to even out his worth in my mind. It's a small thing, but these are decisions that make or break comedic scenarios. Had Leorio done nothing to help his team prior to throwing so many points away in exchange for touching a breast, those funnier moments would have a greater chance of coming across as annoying in retrospect. In short, the victory Leorio got for Kurapika...
Hold on a second.
I'd say he's blazing through a lot of stuff really quick here.
Yeah, not to mention
and not providing a lot of context. Like
also touching the lady's boobs. In this, it looks almost.
Why did you say that so weird?
Why did you say it like that? That was weird.
Apparently,
no reason.
Wyatt doesn't know about boobs.
This the mention of them made him uncomfortable.
No.
What is going on with his arm? Does anyone else think that's weird?
What the fuck is that?
That's weird.
That is not his fucking elbow, but that is bending a lot.
I was gonna
Forearms
bring
aren't
up
supposed
how
to be that shape.
I was gonna bring up how it looks like in the older anime. If I can get a better view of it, It looks like the lady is very much a lady, where in the newer one, it's very much, and she looks more androgynous.
Across
Hold
as
on.
annoying
Yeah,
in
because that was the whole point. Is that like he was trying to find out if she was a girl or some shit like that?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at that point,
It's
it
coming
didn't
back to
matter,
me.
but it was left ambiguous in the newer one because she didn't have this very obvious chest.
Well, she had the whatever you want to call it, the robe or the thing on until he actually inspected her.
Wasn't
Like,
his
that was
hand
the whole
like
thing.
steaming too? That shit was weird.
Yeah, like it's definitely a perverted, like it's very tropey and that sort of,
Yeah.
oh, there's a pervert candidate character in like every anime, but it makes sense for his character, and
Yes, it does.
The part that's weirding me out is he's kind of very, very quickly, he's basically saying Kurapika did a good thing and Leorio did a shit thing, even though he is essentially the one that fixed Kurapika's fuck up.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he said
because
that's what he says
he-
though. He
he
says
does,
that,
but
like
he's-
he gets a
Well,
victory
what he's
and a
saying
loss.
is
He tracks
Leorio
it.
basically it cancels each other out. He's saying that Leorio did a cool thing and then Leorio did a stupid fucking thing, whereas Kurapika did a stupid fucking thing as well. But it just kind of feels like that's going under the radar.
Yeah, it
Because
feels
he was absolutely a detriment to the team. By refusing to go back out and deal with the situation, he cost them what, like an hour or 2 hours or something like that? It was ridiculous.
Yeah, they were sitting there for a good chunk of time and was making Leorio antsy, hence why they voted
Everybody
him.
was very pissed off because he wouldn't just go out there and fucking do it.
Yeah, it's not even the whole like go out there and just kill him. It's like, could you just grab him and just chuck him over to his friends at least? Get him out of the ring?
Yeah, I remember actually like having an issue with that too when I watched it.
I was that might be another reason why I did not like this phase of the Hunter exam. There were so many not so many. There was just this one flaw and I was like, come on guys.
It does make a good character development moment. It does tell you things about Kurapika, it does tell you things about Leorio. But it's frustrating for you as the viewer, just like it's frustrating for the characters involved, because Leorio and Gon and Killua are all like, we're wasting so much fucking time. I mean, Killua's the one that's like, I'll just go fucking cut his head off, or I'll just go stab him, like, I don't care. And they're like, don't do that, you can't interfere or whatever,
I think Gon was the only one that was just like, who's like, all right, he said we're gonna wait. I will wait. And it's like, oh, that's only because that's literally the only thing you've ever been doing. So, so you're used to that. Meanwhile, Leorio is just like, just do something.
Fucking license are on the line. Come on, dude.
I think even like the rookie sabotager guy was fine with sitting because he's not even trying to.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
he's literally there to fuck them over.
Yeah, he doesn't give a flying fuck.
No.
With how much your life is on the line, I've always wondered, it's like, at what point do you just say this shit ain't
that's
worth it?
his whole thing, though, is like his whole this is how he gets enjoyment out of life.
Right, it's where he gets his kicks.
He's a griefer.
Basically, yeah, he's the griefer before Greed Island.
Yeah, well, I always, because that's always been the weirdest thing when it comes to me in video games. I've never understood,
grief mentality. Yeah, neither do I.
because
you should be thankful for that, because those people are fucking horrible.
They're
they're
subhuman
assholes.
and terrible.
I
Yeah.
like
Because
I love playing Red Dead, but like I hate the fact when I'm fishing and just enjoying my little game, I get shot in the face by some guy out of nowhere, or I'm just in town. Then I get
it's why so many games are great on like single player campaign or co-op or whatever. But then it's like you go into the multiplayer mode and it's just like, oh,
well, yeah, that's what.
Miserable.
I mean, shit, we played fucking Sea of Thieves together, and like you guys saw how much I know about that game and how much I really care about that game. But like, dude, people can like if people are good enough and really are just dicks, they can ruin the game. Like I said, we had people killing us from a galleon, and they kept our ship afloat, so we keep respawning on top of them.
This kind of reminds me
of just like fuck, dude.
Remember, like, I don't know if you guys ever played For Honor. Like, remember the whole concept behind it was based on like one-on-one combat, even in the team battles, is you'd basically like you'd have
it was basically the game that employed the honor system.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
like
then-
that was the thing. Like you said, you mentioned that too, and like I completely agree with you. Like yeah, during the fucking beta, like like we'd all like if it was 2-on-2, the whole thing is like you would if you won your fight, you would wait for your buddy to finish the fight.
Yeah. And nowadays, no, everybody's ganking.
No, it's like, dude, everybody jump, everybody throw off ledge. Like it's just stupid.
It's why whenever I'd play it with Eli, every time I got fucking ledged or some cheap tactic, I'd immediately just be like, okay, say I'm a developer for Ubisoft. It's the final, like, goodbye letter of the last update before the server shut down. I'd immediately pull, like, a Professor Farnsworth or, like Rick, where it's like, you're all terrible or you're all fired.
And I
you
can prove
ruined
it
this
mathematically.
fucking game.
Nothing to help his team prior to throwing so many points away in exchange for touching a breast. Those funnier moments would have a greater chance of coming across as annoying in retrospect. In short, the victory Leorio got for Kurapika is as much his, and the loss is also his. And so now, with the contest all even, it comes down to this bruiser of a prison. Killua wins. I mean, come on. The kid's a cold-blooded killer. What did you expect? He literally stole his heart.
Fucking metal as fuck.
Now, this is where
Okay,
Nice edit. I like that.
Anime was pretty fucking metal, apparently. Holy shit.
Well, it was like holy shit, like because like that
Dude,
play.
that
got that shit
moment
out.
for me, the first time I saw this show, that
was
was
so-
where it really hit home how intensely violent it was going to be.
Yeah,
saw
it was
people
like because
die
it was the
earlier
first
on,
like
but there
real
was
like oh my
background
god.
characters.
I don't know.
Like-
I guess I didn't have the it's metal as fuck. I had the like a moment
But
of
they
horror.
censored the newer version. He didn't do that in the newer version.
True.
It was in the little bag, and he just kind of
Yeah.
drops it on the floor. Like, he doesn't...
No,
Yes.
he doesn't drop it on the floor. He puts it into his open fucking
while
hand
it's
where
still
it stops
kind of
beating.
beating. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
It's-
you're supposed
it's
But he
to
doesn't
so
fucking, like,
cool.
explode his fucking heart.
Yeah, this is a Mortal Kombat.
I'd argue that putting it back in his hand is worse.
Yeah, I'd argue
I
putting
don't
it back in
know.
his hands worse because it's like, well, because I mean, it is kind of funny though because I think of the Dumb and Dumber thing where he puts it in a goodie bag and hands it back to the guy. But no, that is like pretty fucking brutal because it's like he's basically using a dead body to give back the heart which he stole, and it's like, holy shit, that's horrible.
I like I said, I don't know if I'd be like that's metal as fuck. I'd be like that's horrifying. You're supposed to look
That's
at
what I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah,
That's what
I'm
metal
a
is.
whole
It's like
show.
that's metal. We don't say that's metal after fucking cute kittens fucking appear on screen. We say that's metal after somebody gets like ripped in half.
Well, I say that's metal when it's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. That's literally my whole argument for 40K.
Yeah, think of 40K. A fucking chainsword rips an orc in half, and you think
Yeah,
that's
like that's
awesome.
horrifying.
That's
What are you
metal
talking
as
about?
shit.
Metal and horrifying kind of go hand in hand.
They do.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it just depends on perspective. So for this,
Yeah.
a fucking child ripping out somebody's heart and giving it to them, that could be horrifying. Meanwhile, a space marine sawing a fucking orc in half, like, that's fucking awesome.
But that what? Like you don't he's not see what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why I
it's
was
like,
saying it's a
both
matter
of
of
these
yeah,
things
perspective.
are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying it's a matter of perspective, because it's probably well, it's not even horrifying from an orc's perspective, because then
Yeah, they're like, oh, that show's brutal, dude.
yeah, because they're the only
Yeah,
ones
that's
having
just
fun.
Tuesday from the
That's
orc
cool, bro.
perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Wait, man, you throwing me off. You better put that knife in my
More than-
chest, bruv.
More than likely,
Yeah.
sawing them in half probably didn't kill
Bit
it
sad,
in all
ain't it?
actuality. You still,
Bit
it's,
sad.
Well, it
it's
depends.
crawling.
Horizontally, no. Vertically, yes.
Yes,
Probably,
vertically, yeah. It did. Horizontally, now it's just crawling towards you. You still gotta tap it.
Yeah, we
Double
have
tap
a
it.
different problem. We didn't solve the problem. We just made a different problem.
we get to my favorite part of this challenge. The guys are left with one last decision, a choice between two passageways. One will allow only some of them to make it in time, and the other one they can all take, but it's a significantly longer trek, and they definitely won't make it in time if they take that route. Now, in preparation for this first review, I was shown some of the anime's key moments from this arc, and this was one of them. And funnily enough, the anime both in the 1999 version and the 2011 version make this scene, I think, worse and Gon less intelligent or impressive. In the manga, Gon pieces together a solution to their issue.
So I almost want to say adaptation argument irrelevant. But he's only
Well,
been
it's not
talking
Well,
about
it's
on.
not an adaptation argument, it's more comparison.
But like the thing is, would you say like if you say if one does characterization better and one does it worse, would you say that's a problem or no?
The only
not in and
I
of
have
itself.
this
Like I said, it's a
particular
comparison
one
argument.
That's true.
is that
If
it
he's
feels
saying
like
that the
it
show
ruins
is
the
worse, then
reveal.
that's fine.
But I forgot what the comparison was too. I'm just like,
Well, he's
Okay,
just
so the
saying that
difference
scene
is
where he
this
comes up
happens
with it.
first.
Hmm.
You get to see this, whereas in the anime you don't get to see him coming up with it. You just see the end result, and then they go, "Oh, you know, Gon had such a good idea. Like he came up with it at the last fucking second." But
Okay.
they ratchet up the tension by basically making it to where all these weapons, everybody's about to fight. You know, it's like they're gonna basically kill each other to see who gets to go through.
And the Griefer is like
Also-
all for it. He's like,
also-
yeah. And but that's
also
when
a good
Leorio's like,
example-
fuck you, dude.
Also, a good example of one of my favorite types of puzzle solutions. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this route, and they just break the fucking wall down. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's what's I think it's called unilateral thinking or whatever.
Well,
like
to
a lot
me,
of
this just removes the tension from the scene because it's like, okay, so Gon just basically came up with the idea, and then they implemented his idea, and they
Yeah,
solved
that's
the
weird.
puzzle.
I'd rather
Whereas
prefer what the anime
it's
did.
not necessarily bad because it still shows, like he said, it shows character. It shows that he's not stupid, which is fine. But it does take away a lot of the tension from that scene, which is why the anime did it the way it did. It was trying to make the scene like, oh my god, who's going to get out? They have to choose 3 of them instead of 5, but it's a team of 5. Like,
and then like Gon does it. And it's like, what the fuck? How's he gonna fucking pass a fucking 20-hour fucking run? And it's like, oh, he does it.
so I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say it's adaptation issue. It's just
Well, like I said, I like what was like his point? Does he bring that up or does he?
well,
just
he's
say
saying that in the
he's
anime
right?
it's worse
It's
because
worse, yeah.
because basically of the exact same thing we're saying. Like it's artificial tension, whereas he says it's taking away from Gon's smart moment. Because in the manga he does this, and they all go, "Oh, that's really smart." Like, but it's like they
So-
still do that in the anime. They just do it retroactively.
So Slur, I have a question then. What's the difference between the adaptation argument and this comparison argument when he's saying one has a better quality than the other when one is an adaptation?
The difference
of the other?
is if he was talking about the show and he said that the show is bad or just not good because it doesn't follow what happened in the manga, that's an adaptation argument. If he's saying one is better than the other in this particular instance and here's why, that's a comparison.
Okay, fair enough.
That gets
Another easier one was like when you point out that one of your problems with Age of Ultron is that they don't have the Avengers Assemble thing. That's an adaptation argument. You're saying it's
Yeah.
bad because it doesn't have this thing
Well,
from the comic.
I don't think that's
You're
bad.
not saying that the
I
comic
just
is
hate the
better
teaser.
because it has this thing.
I just hate the teaser. Like Avengers and then credits. Like that's not my straw that broke the camel's back. Like first thing.
But no, it's just a thing I remember you bringing up before. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's an adaptation argument. Whereas if you say that
Mhm.
the comic is better because this moment adds X, Y, and Z, then yeah, that's comparison.
Right.
everyone there on time. And he comes up with this when he sees the weapons on the wall and recalls that those they faced in the previous contest managed to break the ground or rocks around them using only their hands. And so, using that piece of info coupled with this dilemma they have, he devises a plan to tunnel from the bad path to the good path. Everyone wins. Genius decision. I was very impressed. But in both anime adaptations, instead of recalling this vital piece of information from earlier in the challenge, Leorio and the others start fighting amongst themselves, and that's when he noticed.
No, as shown by the
Okay,
video
so the
evidence,
comparison he's making
attacked.
is that in the manga, he recalls that other people were able to break the walls with their bare hands, whereas in this one, he recognizes that these weapons are able to cut specifically into this rock, and they can use that.
Yeah,
I kind of prefer the show version.
I
well,
prefer
yeah.
the
So
show
like,
version
so
either.
okay. So now I get what he's saying. Is that like, oh, it's like Gon is like looking back on shit that he's noticed before, but
Yeah,
now
showing
he's
that
just
he's
noticing.
learning from the
But
things he
now
goes
he's
through.
just doing it right now, and it's like I guess I could see that, but like you said, it doesn't really like take away because he's still like having observation powers. Like it's like
In fact,
okay,
I think I like
Well,
this one
I
more
guess
because
they're not
it's
gonna show
more
it, but
logical.
After
Yeah.
this scene, they show like they do retroactively go, yeah, Gon had a really fucking smart idea. Like they do mention it in the anime.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not even him being smart. It's like he has a problem with the different ways they show it. So his idea is that in the manga, it shows that he recalls in a previous challenge someone broke the wall with their bare hand. So obviously they can use the weapons in this instance to break a wall too, which doesn't really track. It's like, what if that guy was just ridiculously strong? That doesn't help you. Whereas in this one, it's showing, oh, these weapons wielded by these people are actually able to cut into the stone. You can use that. It just tracks better for me.
The weapons break the ground that way. It's significantly less impressive both from a writing standpoint and a Gon standpoint. He never had to recall any information and repurpose it. He just...
This is really weird because I don't know, man.
It feels like he's grasping for straws for something that's not that important.
He says it's less impressive from a writing standpoint and from Gon's standpoint, and in both cases, for the reasons I kind of just explained, I don't agree. I think writing wise, it tracks more logically that this was a way to solve this problem with the tools he had, rather than recalling something that potentially unrelated and unhelpful.
Yeah.
Saw it and just made the connection there and then. It's a fun scene in both the manga and the anime, but the manga does this much better, I think. And with that said, the Hunter and the Hunted. This challenge has a really exciting premise that pits unlikely opponents against each other. It's a manhunt of sorts where each contender is given an ID badge representing themselves.
Oh, by the way, I actually I loved this stage of the Hunter exam.
Oh, this is the best fucking challenge in the entire exam. I fucking love it.
I'll be right back.
I'm trying to think it's either this or like I don't want to say like just the fighting tournament because it's like that's too easy and not to mention is over pretty much as soon as Gon is knocked out, really, because then it's told in flashbacks, and also with Killua being hypnotized, everybody got their
that might not be how it plays out in the manga though.
That's true.
It's as far as I remember, it's very, very similar. I don't think they deviate from it that much. But yeah, this part of the exam in the show is the best. I like it a lot.
I think from a world building standpoint, I do like the Gourmet Hunter part though. It's tied for me.
Oh, world building, yeah, because it's one of the very few where that's what the focus is, and it's where you kind of. Because they run into problems completing the exam because of the examiner, we bring in the chairperson, which kind of gives you an idea of how hunters are structured. There is such a thing as a chairperson. You get to meet him. He drops from the fucking sky like a bomb. You know, you get all these little things that give you hints as to what the bigger picture is.
Candidate then draws lots, and through this they randomly receive their individual target. If they have their own ID badge by the end, that's 3 points. If they get their target's ID badge by the end, that's an additional 3 points. Every badge in your possession that isn't yours or your target's, you get 1 point, and you need 6 to pass.
Thing again, where he's explaining what the plot is, when really, who is he doing this for? What does this serve when it comes to making his point?
I don't know, because I don't know if... So it's blind, so I'd assume this is for people who've already read or watched this, so why are you summarizing it?
Especially in this much detail, like laying out the rules of the game. Anybody who's watching this to get your first impressions of a show they're presumably familiar enough with knows this already.
Maybe this could be for like people who have watched the anime and wondered if the manga is good as well. But then
he's not really doing a focused comparison of the two. He's just kind of going through this arc. He explains for a few minutes what it is that's happening, and then he kind of points out a thing he thought was neat. Not bad, but I feel like there's a bit of wasted fat on the script. I don't know. We bring this up before, and it's not a huge problem or anything. I just noticed that there's a lot of summarizing in a lot of people's review content, and a
Yeah,
lot of it seems unnecessary.
Yeah, like I feel like then where I noticed it the most was Alice in Borderland. It's just like, oh my god, you just summarize like how to solve 10 of Hearts. They just explained 10 of Hearts for 8 minutes of their like 11-minute video. It's, oh, you're just
So like as if like the target audience isn't clear for the video.
Mhm.
Because he's straight up spoiling the fucking whole thing, so it
Yeah,
wouldn't be
it's
for somebody who hasn't seen it.
It's so weird.
Yeah, so is this for people who are familiar with it or people who are unfamiliar with it? Because if it's for people who are unfamiliar, he's spoiling everything that happens. If it's for people who are familiar, then why go into this much explanation?
Maybe it's for people
Maybe
who
for
only have
peop-
like a passing knowledge. Like I've seen it, but I've only seen it like once, and
I
it's
mean,
like,
if it's something that you thought was particularly cool, you could just be like, "Oh, I really liked the idea of the point scoring system," but you don't need to like go into exactly how the point scoring
yeah,
system works. If
Yeah.
people have already seen this, because that's redundant.
exactly.
Pass overall. It's such a fun game, and Gon drew Hisoka. This Hisoka clown guy.
Okay, so Max, you do this as well. So why do you not put as much emphasis on the eye? Like the
Ahsoka?
you make it sound like Ahsoka, like the Star Wars character.
Oh, yeah, that's just the difference between we pronounce
just-
names where we'll emphasize the first vowel in a word or
I mean,
the last vowel in a
Hisoka.
word.
When I say
Yeah, in
Hisoka,
Japanese they
that's
say
what
Hisoka
when I say
because
Hisoka, because
they
that's what I heard.
emphasize the first.
Well, that's what I heard from J-Stars.
But
Hmm.
like
My
I said,
first-
it's just
my
a
first-
pronunciation thing. In the West,
My-
we pronounce the last thing, so it's Hisoka.
Yeah,
Whereas
like I
for
said,
Japanese, they emphasize the first one, Hisoka.
I'm
There's
literally
nothing
just
to
going.
it.
I'm literally just going off of what I heard from a game, like when the character said his name, when characters talk about the character. So
Fair enough.
obviously, and like I will admit that that's not the canon thing because it's obviously a fucking video game, but like that's just what I heard. And if I'm wrong, I'll try to correct it. But as far as I know, like he just said, like a lot of people say it like differently.
No, you're fine.
Yeah,
I
you're
was just
just not even wrong. You're just pronouncing it in a different accent. You're
I
not
just
pronouncing it
wasn't-
the Japanese way.
I was more just confused because as far as like my
I mean, do
hearing
I pronounce
was,
the?
as
Well, I
far
mean,
as
do I
my
pronounce
hearing
the
was
I in
going-
his?
No,
Like,
as
you know
far
what I
as
mean?
in my
Hisoka.
hearing was going, you're as far as my hearing is concerned, you're not even pronouncing the H. That's what's fucking with me. I'm like, what are you? That's why I'm
What,
hearing
Hisoka?
Ahsoka. Because I'm hearing him say Ahsoka, and I was like, what? Does it like the Star Wars character? What's
What?
going on there?
I'm saying Hisoka. Like, do I need to say Hisoka?
Yeah, I don't know
No.
what White's on about.
Oh,
Like I said, it's
I
probably
mean, it's fine. It's fine. It might, like I said, it's probably just you can't really hear it. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
And like I said, I might be just saying it too fast.
Is drawn all sorts of creepy, and the way he participates in these ongoing challenges as the numbers whittle down more and more becomes somewhat intimidating. And for the first time since Gon made the save on Leorio during the running segment, actually managing to land a shot on Hisoka and getting super scared of the weird killer clown man, Gon has to face his fear and through his own strategy has to figure out how to best the clear frontrunner among the remaining contestants. Killua goes about things on his own to great success, but Gon and Hisoka pretty much play a role in everyone else's business at one point or another during this contest. There's some supremely creepy imagery as Gon is forced to stalk Hisoka for days, waiting for the perfect chance to land the steal. And even then, after the fact, the only reason Gon got to keep the ID was because Hisoka was impressed with his patience and skill in securing the initial tag, leaving Gon to reflect on all the mistakes he made leading up to that point.
what? Why would this?
I'm
So-
pretty sure the 1990s version is just a lot more graphic.
Okay.
It's a big growing
Because
moment.
you saw what his face looked like after this. It was like,
Mhm.
all
Well, yeah,
fucking
like
swollen
like
and
it was
shit.
something. It was something really fucking creepy that I wanted to point out. It's like when they zoomed in on Ahsoka's eyes, like like you could see his pupils under his eyelids, and I was like, ugh, that's a fine detail you decided to put in there, sir.
Also, when you realize, like, with the world building, what you know of Nen, you realize why Gon was freaking out because he was literally feeling Hisoka's fucking bloodlust through his fucking through his
Yeah.
his Ren, I think. Just
And like
fucking-
without even realizing, but so he has no context of what the fuck that is. So all he knows
Yeah,
is just like, oh my
she's
god,
just like, oh
I'm
my
so
god.
fucking scared.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking scared. I don't know what the fuck. I'm so horrified.
Yeah, it's activating a fight or flight system he doesn't even know that he had.
Yeah, no, because his dumbass is like, I need to fight, but it's like, but everything is telling me to fight.
Orgon. I also like this section because we got to see the blossoming bromance between Kurapika and Leorio develop even further. And if the previous challenges and chapters leading up to this one didn't demonstrate the wonderful friendship these three all have, then the ending for this particular phase will secure that particular hang-up for you, as all their individual character traits aid in solving the cave snake problem they found themselves in towards the end. But long story short, Togashi is goated and everyone moves on to the next and final round, including this weird Frankenstein-looking dude that's been looking creepy for a while now, and of course, Hisoka is there among a few others.
やり返すことができなかった自分がすごく悔しくて。
This was a moment I wasn't prepared for, and one that makes a lot of sense when taking into account the greater context of the story. There's a sort of melancholic maturity to Gon as a character. He's a sort of tragic and lonely protagonist. It really helps to bolster why he doesn't want to be alone, and even sheds light as to why he sought out Kurapika and Leorio after he had already passed the previous round. He's a lonely soul and wants to feel worthwhile, and that's...
What?
Okay, this is kind of another comparison thing, but the older anime and I think certain moments in the manga, they make Gon out to be a little bit less happy-go-lucky all the time compared to the newer anime.
I was gonna say, you wouldn't get that
Like,
from
he
the
has
newer
more
anime.
moments like this where he actually reflects a little bit on how much he's fucking struggling with this. Whereas in the newer anime, he's just kind of powering through more. I think it makes his character a little bit flatter, but it does keep the show moving faster, so I think that's the sacrifice they made.
I cannot tell if we, I don't want to say if chosen correctly when we chose which version of the anime to watch.
Oh, we did.
We did.
We did.
Well, if you're flat out saying that Gon's character is flatter in
This is the thing, and I
one.
pointed out that it's the sacrifice they made. They cut little moments like this, and yeah, as a result of cutting those moments, his character ends up being a little bit flatter, but there's a shit ton of other things about the anime that make the newer one better, more pleasant. The animation on its own looks nicer, it's more consistent, it's more slick. The combat, which, because it's a shonen, is a huge part of the show, it's just a much more pleasing spectacle in the newer one.
Fair enough. I was about to make the comparison of Game of Thrones, like when a tiny detail such as, oh, I don't know, Taisha, is like when you just cut out that tiny little detail and then it has a ripple. Because with Game of Thrones, that's a major fucking motivator. Like, you think it's tiny, but it's a major motivator for Tyrion. So I was basically going like, so if it's flatter, like was the sacrifice worth it? It's
okay.
but
Well, you
seems
actually
to-
have
it
this
seems to
perfect
be-
comparison as to how much flatter it is, because in the show we watched, the newer one, you have those moments when he's stalking Hisoka, and he has those moments of fucking gut-wrenching fear.
Yeah, they're
So we
still
already
there.
know,
I'd
and
argue
then
they're still
you
there.
don't really need this extra moment on the ship where he's like having a fucking shaky moment to himself, like, holy shit, that was fucking terrifying.
Doesn't
It
he
doesn't
all
actually
doesn't
add much. It's just the impact of seeing him sad. That's the only difference.
Right.
doesn't he still have like a somewhat similar moment though?
He does,
Like,
but
doesn't
I
he-
think it's more the fact that he got fucking decked and he just couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, he's
Does he-
more frustrated that he lost, less so that he felt powerless against someone so strong. It's a very subtle difference. And this version of it, where he's got a bit more introspection on it, it's a bit
Yeah,
better, but
I
it's
do-
not worth the trade-off.
I do remember him like actually being frustrated by the fact that he did lose like that. Like he
Oh yeah,
felt
after
powerless.
he lost, he went into a fucking tree and just kind of cried to himself for a while. So he does
Yeah.
have the moment. He
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
doesn't have this heart-to-heart with Killua. Or
Yeah, okay.
Kurapika.
Yeah, because I think he just has this moment to himself in the newer one because he's just like, God damn it.
But yeah, it's
Well,
like
yeah.
we do see the impact it has on him in the new one. It's not that big a difference.
Mhm.
It's just this little thing that
Mhm.
would make him more sincere in his friendship to the other ones because he opens up to them a little bit more. So yeah, that's the only difference. It's a very minor thing, but yeah, they cut it for time
I would
just
like
to keep
Yeah.
things moving faster.
I would like to point out if we're gonna do any of the other videos, because he's done one for pretty much like where we are
He's
at this
yeah,
point.
he's about to say the only he
I-
hasn't done for Greed Island. That's it.
As far as I know, they're a lot shorter. So as soon as we're finished with this one, we'll find out if we want to continue. But if we do continue, it will not be this hard.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say like it's. I mean, it's totally up to y'all, but I mean, I don't mind.
I mean, you say that when you get a vote. You're
Yeah,
part of
true.
them. You're part of the cast now. You get a vote.
Well, so like I said, but in this regard, I mean, like I'm good to keep going. But if you guys don't want to keep going, then I'm not
good
gonna be
to-
like,
I'm
fuck,
always
I'll
good to
stay.
keep going. You're talking to somebody that just. I'm like, what? Autism fuels me. I can continue talking about this for hours.
Yeah. And like I said,
Ah,
like I really love the anime, and though, like I said, I'm partially frustrated though because I want to talk about other shit, but we can't.
Other shit is in
Like,
other
you know what I mean?
arcs, or just like you, just like God.
The
I wanna
fucking
talk
next
about-
dude, the next arc is
Okay.
so fucking good. God damn it! Like, all right,
It's
yeah.
not even just that the next arc is so good, it's just
The rest of the
everything
show.
that we know about the world building and all of it, it kind of comes to a head and it pays off in that arc.
Yes, that's what I'm
Mhm.
trying to say.
So
It's
there's
like,
a lot
so I
of
can't
things even from this early on that we can't talk about.
exactly. Like, there's so much shit. Like, yeah. Well, I mean, Slur, you know what the fuck? Like, you see,
you
you're
can
going on the
talk
trip
ab-
with me.
See,
No,
the
we
thing is, you
can't. Like, no,
talk-
like,
Hold on,
Dude,
Uh,
we've been over this. We want you to experience the story in
I know.
context.
I know. I was going to say like you can talk about it. I just understand why you aren't.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because we do respect, like, we want you to go on this thing, and like I said, I was completely spoiled on the entire like plot, like lines of the Chimera Anarch, and like I still enjoyed the fuck out of it. So I'd prefer it if you would like still get as raw as possible in there. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that. I love Gun, and it's amazing
Oh,
what's
and
been achieved.
like, and I've said it before, but yeah, Mark kind of goes into his fifis quite a bit in a lot of his videos. So like,
Dude,
I
he
know-
spent the first 5 minutes
I'm-
of this video being hyped about how much he was going to cry. I believe you.
yeah. Like, and I dig that about him, but like I can understand, like, especially like with the fucking EFAP crowd, like where it's like not, and it's like, all right, it's fine, I get it. But yeah.
don't know,
It
see,
depends on what you're
Well, no,
using
I'm
the
not talking about.
feces
I'm not
to
talking about
justify.
like. I'm not talking about like you guys in general, but like I do like look up to the EFAP guys because like they've made me like more objective, more like reasonable, and more like understanding of like certain aspects of like media and shit like that. And like I said,
But there's an important distinction.
Yeah.
So a lot of the EFAP crowd assumes that subjectivity is always bad, or crying
Exactly.
while watching something is always bad, and that is not the case at all.
Yeah, it's not case.
Mhm.
It's it's
Yeah.
always the massive depends. Like while
Yeah, it's the context of what led you to that feeling.
right,
You know, and I would argue that
talking
none
about how
of the
emotional
casts have ever
payoffs are
said
so much
that's-
better when it makes sense.
Exactly. You want both. You want the objective quality and the subjective payoff. You just want the payoff to be established, foreshadowed. You want it to make sense.
and
You
I've
want it to
always
feel.
and I've always said if you're gonna have the reaction, at least have that second to have that sort of like contemplation of like, okay, this was my reaction, but was it worth it? Because even like Az admits that he teared up a little bit when he saw Luke. Then it's like, but then Rags gives Star Wars theory of a lot of shit, and it's like, no, you can have that reaction just after
Yeah,
it's
fine.
done. After it's done, then be like, all right, was that worth it, or did I just accidentally
Yeah,
just
like-
cry over nothing?
Yeah, and like I popped off at the Boba Fett thing, and then I went back and watched it because like I really appreciate like choreography and shit like that. And I went back and watched it, and like I started noticing more and more shit. I was like, oh, this isn't actually
Yeah,
good as I thought it
especially with
was
the
gonna
stormtroopers just blatantly shooting at the armor. It's
be. Yeah, and
oh,
like
come
that's
on.
and like that in particular, I'm really thankful for it because like now it's like it pops out every time. It's like, oh, this fight's shit, And like I actually had somebody argue, it's like, well, what if the gun wasn't loaded? What if they did that? I was like, oh my
Fuck
god,
you,
I'm
no.
not. Like I'm not. I can't
Like,
deal with.
please
I
stop
literally
trying to
can't.
argue
I
for this,
literally
you're not
can't
helping
deal with
him.
this person. Like holy
Like-
shit. Like what do you mean?
Like
Like
there-
you have a gun, it's loaded. The other person's not bulletproof. But no, it's bad choreography. Like that's
Right.
it. Like it's just bad choreography. Like, but I have a fucking thing in fucking fight degree. I was like, okay, fuck off. I don't care.
Oh, hold on. Remember when
No.
we watched
No.
that person that
No.
that said they
No.
were
No.
they said
What?
they were a stage
She was so fucking tism. Basically, she had taken a bunch of courses in like theater fighting and stage fighting and stuff like
Right.
that. So she was like, "Oh, based on my experience, the fucking throne room fight in TLJ is amazing." And it's
yeah,
like,
we were just like, I don't know. Did we ever put that on YARP, or was this one of our?
"No,
like,
you
us
subjected that to me off the air." I'm still mad about it.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, and people were trying to tell me that like the fucking Mortal Kombat. That's the whole thing. It was the Mortal Kombat fights from the new movie.
Well, so I was
And
going
it's like-
to.
My whole thing is it's bad choreography. If you have an item that can end the fight, you can reasonably use it, and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Particularly when Goro grabs, fucking Rey Skywalker multiple times during the fight and doesn't end the fight.
Yeah, it's really. And you
Yeah,
can't
he
even
just
say
does
it's
the Terminator
Goro's.
thing where he chucks him around.
You can't even
Exactly.
make the Goro argument because Goro is one of those people, like Goro being arrogant. It's like you can't make that argument because Goro will just finish the fucking fight as soon as he's either told to, or like if he just
Well,
gets
it's
annoyed.
like in that animation where he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, stop playing with food." At least they addressed it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's quit
They
playing
were
with
like,
your
"Hey,
food,
he's
and then he
fucking around."
immediately fucking decked Liu Kang and almost killed him.
Yeah.
I was like, even like
But
the reaction.
well, like the whole like Southpaw talking about the fucking blade from
the tentacle blade from
what
Spider-Man
fuck-
2.
yeah, tentacle blade. Yeah, that's a huge deal. Like
Mhm.
at any point, there was multiple points where Dr. Octagonopus could have ended the fight, and he fucking didn't. And it's like, yeah, that's bad. That is
That's a
objectively bad.
In terms of like just a reaction, then kind of think about it. It's like the dog in Last of Us 2. For a split second, that got me, but that's only because it's like, oh shit, I just killed a dog. But then you think about it, it's like,
No.
oh wait, I had no choice in that matter because if I failed the quick time event, it would have just killed me. It would have.
Yeah, it would have game over, and you'd have to do it anyway.
Yeah,
And you would have to
But
do it. Like if
it
you want to
doesn't-
continue the game, you'd have to do it.
yeah. It doesn't matter that it did the dog thing of like it whined and then you saw like it's like basically last little synapse. It's like, oh,
I mean,
that
like-
could get, it's because it induces that sort of, oh no, it's a dog, but you're.
Well, I mean,
the
like
smart
that
party
could
is
also
supposed
be.
to-
Well, I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say that could also be used as like good mechanics because it's as
Mhm.
fucked up as it is. It's the death throes of a fucking animal, and
Right.
as fucked up as it is, that's what happens. And
Yeah.
so yeah, like that could be a give and take thing.
The zebra thing for a split second got me, and then I was just like, hey, wait a minute. This is fucking
It got you.
stupid.
The first thing I thought was like, what the fuck is
Jesus
a zebra
Christ,
doing here?
It was so
Like, what the
stupid.
fuck?
Yeah.
Not the whole like made me sympathetic. I was just like, oh no, innocent animals. Like, wait a minute, wait. Well, it's because
Like, oh my god, he's
Saved-
such a caring person. He saved
No.
that zebra.
He
Wait
saved
a
the dog.
second.
I mean
Why
the
the
zebra.
fuck was a zebra there?
Emotional manipulation in that game is not subtle.
yeah, which is why like I feel like a very much an
Throw the
idiot when I
toy
fall
for the
it,
dog.
even
Want
for
to
a
throw the
split
toy
second.
again? Throw the toy again, or he'll fucking whine at you. Like,
Oh,
oh god.
I hated the dog one was where I was especially like, oh, this is fucking stupid. Play fetch with the dog. Don't you feel bad for stabbing the dog? It's like, okay, now I know what you're trying to get me to do, and I'm not falling for it.
Yeah, like Last of Us 2 sits on a really weird thing because I don't believe that the fucking first one did like those massive like shifts in like character because you do switch between Ellie and Joel, but like they still go on a similar path towards each other, whereas Abby and Ellie are directly opposed against each other. So it's like literally, but look at the other side, doll kind of thing.
I thought you were about to say that there wasn't emotional manipulation in The Last of Us 1, when it's like, no, I feel like if
There
like, if
was, but
it's-
like I'd
it's done
say it's
properly.
done better. Yeah, it's done better. Like, and it's
and
like
it also depends on how much of a psychopath you are, because
yeah, true.
I remember
But
when
like what I
I was
was
talking with Eli about it. It's like, oh, the daughter's death meant nothing. It's like, Oh. So that's supposed to like get you like that's supposed to like make you relate to Joel and also just get you into his shoes and where his state of mind is.
Yeah. So and like those, but like I was saying, I was saying like the difference in between like character shifts, like from one
Yeah.
character to another. Like that's the whole thing. Like mechanically, they both did the game thing, but one is obviously more trying to get you to feel bad for what you do, and it's obvious.
Also, like, when you're fighting Ellie in the fucking theater, you're, like, who by that point was on Abby's fucking side? You're just like, alright, Ellie, just kill me. You finally have your shot, take it.
Even if you were on Abby's side, there are things that she does during that fight that are reprehensible.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if you did actually genuinely believe in her cause,
oh, right.
you would have to be kind of call it a question and be like, oh, maybe she's just
good.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's like,
Jesus Christ, Abby.
The key difference between that and Nora is Ellie didn't fucking know.
Right, and they show Ellie like shaking and puking and like really traumatized by it. And meanwhile, Abby, who the game continually tells you is so good and we should all want to be like Abby.
Yeah, she's like, sweet, double kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, game, you are very conflicted.
It's why, like, for a split second I understood, like, with Ellie's reaction, it's like, oh, if this wasn't so stupid for the fact that these people didn't just say, hey, I'm pregnant, like, I kind of understand Ellie's reaction here. But then you think, like, why didn't you say you were pregnant? Why didn't any of you do anything remotely fucking smart? Last of Us 2, everyone's an idiot.
And they're barely even characters. It's horrible.
Including Joel, who uses his actual name to strangers he's never met.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, because he got soft or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, he got soft. I was gonna fucking damn it all.
He got soft for fucking fighting for his life for 20 years. Yeah.
God.
But how long? Wait, how long was it? 10 years? Whatever.
So 20 years. We are 25 years into the apocalypse by the time of The Last of Us 2.
Yeah, he's like 50, which is like crazy to think about, but. And then but I'm talking about like from Last of Us 1 to Last of Us 2. What's the time jump there?
Oh, that's 5 years.
Wait, that's 5 years. Okay, so
if
5.
We're not counting
okay,
the
so
flashbacks,
sorry.
Yeah, it's 5 years.
It's 5 years of him fighting for his life. Yeah, that makes people soft.
5 years of him being like defending Jackson.
Now, like I could
Jackson is some comfort town where he doesn't still have to work his ass off just to survive.
He's literally on a patrol, like at the beginning of the freaking thing.
No,
and like
I could soft, bro.
And like I could understand if they made the argument that he's getting weaker, like that he's not as like reactive. Like he's like, you know what I mean? He's getting older and like he can't deal he's not as good as he was in Last of Us 1. If that's what they were going for, sure. But they make him an idiot, and that's the problem.
That time jump would have to be like 10 to 15 years more.
No,
like you could argue he's 50. He's like 50 years old in fucking Last of Us 1. 5 years when you're 50 is he 45 or 50?
Hold on.
Even so, those are hard.
Look it up.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, there's hard years. Like I said, like you could. I would totally buy an argument that him getting slower is totally a fucking thing. But they didn't do that. Like I said, it's the like I could totally buy this. I could totally buy that. I could totally buy that. But that's not what I fucking got. So it's like, ugh.
Oh, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Mid 50s. So yeah, he's 55. Yeah, that is
55. So
that is when the reflexes. That's when the.
And then he's 60 in Last of Us 2.
No,
he's 60 in Last of Us 2.
No, mid 50s Last of Us 2.
Okay.
So at most 55, 56 to 57. At most, it's like 52 to 57. That's our age range.
Like, let's be for real, dude. Like if you're that old, like fucking my grandpa used to be a fucking in the Navy, dude. His body's falling apart at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can't just keep going. And like I said, fuck. Okay, I need to stop because I'm like I talk about this a lot. It's like I hate when I casually write better than fucking multi-million-dollar fucking companies. So it's like, yeah, My bad.
Dude,
I'll stop.
No, what? You don't need to apologize.
Well, no, like, but like, it drives me fucking crazy because it's like, oh my god, in like 2 seconds I made it better. It's like, what the fuck? Why didn't anybody go, hey, that's dumb? Like, well, you know what I mean? Like, ugh.
It's because it was the guy's vision. It was his artistic vision. You can't interfere
yeah,
with
that was just Snyder's vision. You really want to tell him his vision's wrong?
No, it was Neil Cuckman's vision.
They were replaceable by this point.
Yeah, ain't right.
Any
Anyway.
bad director or something. Oh, remember when he gave that? Did you remember when we were watching the Game Awards and Neil Druckmann tried giving that George Clooney smug look into the camera when he won Best Director? Oh, fucking asshole!
Punchable face, like.
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, you guys, I don't know. I don't know if I talked to y'all about it, but like, y'all did hear about what he did with Geeks and Gamers, right?
No.
Ooh, really?
Druckmann or
No, Zack Snyder.
Oh yeah,
I've heard all the Zack Snyder stuff. We're talking about Cuckman though.
Okay.
Well, what is? I never.
Oh,
got
you're
the
talking about
full
Cuckman,
details.
like getting the thing.
I never
Oh, well,
got
he,
the
like-
details of the Zack Snyder thing with the Geeks and Gamers.
He got the
What happened?
phone call.
What?
He got the phone call that everybody gets. So like, the creator goes out and does something. People attack him for it. People who support his decision come up and defend him. But then they get a phone call from the studio, corporate, whatever, that says, hey, those people that are defending you, they're alt-right, bigot, racist, whatever. And so then he goes, okay, I disavow these people that supported me, helped raise money for me, defended me, helped really push the Restore the Snyderverse movement, raised a shitload of money to support charities of his choosing. Like, they did a lot for him. And then he got the phone call from Warner Brothers or whoever that was like, hey, Geeks and Gamers is on the shit list. So regardless of the fact that you haven't seen them do anything wrong or heard them say anything wrong or do anything bad, we need you to distance from them as much as humanly possible. So he jumps on a call with them, and at the very fucking beginning,
with massive fans of him, by the way, like they were hardcore Snyder Simps.
Oh, they were so fucking excited, to have him on. And the first thing he says is, yeah, we're going to need to basically get rid of the Geeks and Gamers logo. We're not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers. Fuck Geeks and Gamers. They're a bunch of alt-right trolls.
He doesn't say fuck. He doesn't fucking say fuck.
I'm paraphrasing.
I know, but like, let me point out like what he says because it's really kind of shitty. He basically says, "Fuck." Oh man, it's not like what you said is kind of what he says though. But he says that we want to distance ourselves as much as possible. We are not affiliated with the Geeks and Gamers. This is a time where racial tension is really hard right now, and we just need to kind of come together. I know. Like this is what he says though, and like they all kind of like sit there and do it. Apparently, one of them was about to say something, but that person got messaged by fucking who's the bald guy? Jerry
from Nerdrotic?
No, the other one. The one who runs Geeks and Gamers.
Oh, yeah, I don't know his name.
I don't know his name, but apparently he messaged one of them and been like, hey man, like, let's just take...
Are you talking about Jeremy, or are you talking about somebody else?
Jeremy. Like, Jeremy messaged them and like, hey man, let's just do the interview with him anyway, because we got him on the stream, and this is supposed to be a positive experience anyway. We're trying to raise money for his fucking charity. But they were raising money for Zack Snyder's like suicide fund thing.
I'd immediately,
and it's like, okay,
no, you would not be able to contain me from that one. I'd be like, if like the super uber hypothetical, we got like some person, and they immediately it's like, oh, we disavow, like we.
And we're talking about they raised what, tens of thousands of dollars? Like it wasn't a small amount. And their goal was only like a couple grand, and they raised like way fucking more than that.
Yeah, so if like somebody came onto the podcast when like we distance ourselves, we're not affiliated with YARP, I'd immediately be like, fuck you. We're gonna donate the money still, but no, kindly go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of basically what happened. Is they did the professional thing, they kept going with the stream, but they were all very, very upset by it, and Jeremy was really pissed, because he felt like these guys put in a lot of hard work to make this a reality,
Yeah,
and
like
he's
they were
I
the
feel like I let
hardest.
my fucking team down. You know,
They were the hardest Snyder Cut boys, like in the
I don't-
fucking
oh
like,
yeah,
internet.
I don't know if I would have been able to maintain the professional bullshit. I would have.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Like I said, I don't. Like I
have-
said, this is what happened in that scenario, and like I kind of agree with you. I don't know what I would have said if somebody said that, like about like
Ton.
my company.
Ton was saying hi.
Howdy.
But yeah, no. Like I said, I wouldn't know. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to know. I wouldn't be able to tell you what I would say at that point because it's like, oh, you kind of just pissed on my brand that I really care about. It's like, okay.
Yeah, Slayer and Ninja. Would you guys? Do you think you guys would have been able to keep a cool head if that was told in this super hypothetical scenario?
In the hypothetical scenario, I want to get back to them and ask them why they would want to be on this stream if they think we're so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you would, but would it be on the air, or would you flat out just wait till it's all over? Because if it's all over, then they don't have they just don't have to answer you, because then they could just block you, and then that'd be the end of it.
Well, I'd want to clear that shit up before we ever went live because it sounds like it
Right.
turned into a fucking incident.
Mm-hmm.
well, that's pretty much exactly what happened. It didn't happen until after they were already live.
Yeah, they were.
And then when Jeremy tried to reach out to Zach after the stream to kind of clear the air and talk about what happened, and basically got stonewalled. There was no response.
And I don't remember exactly what the follow up was with Snyder, but I remember there being a follow up and not being exactly the best thing in the world.
Yeah, exactly. He basically doubled down on it, and so they were kind of like, "Yeah, fuck Snyder."
Yeah.
Because like you had an opportunity to look at your bosses and these people on the other end of the phone who don't fucking know us and be like, dude, they haven't done anything wrong. This has been a great experience. They raised a shitload of money for us. Like, you know, any of that stuff. Nope.
And once again, they've raised fucking like charity for Zack Snyder's fucking charity.
It's like when Bill Burr.
Zack Snyder, obviously, if you don't know, Zack Snyder's daughter fucking passed away, or she killed herself, and that's why he stepped down from the Justice League movie. And so he made a charity thing, like a charity drive, or I don't know exactly what the word is, but like you donate money to that thing that Zack Snyder set up, and that's what they were doing. So it's like the guy they were basically giving money to, like just like if like you were giving money to a fucking church and the pastor said we don't want to be affiliated with you. It's like what? Excuse me.
And you almost have to stop your base level response of "fuck you."
Yeah, it's like what? Like it's like of just rage, and it's like the fuck. And it's like this is a time of uncertainty, and I believe we should just come together. And it's like that's what we're fucking doing. We're already together. We're already raising money for you. And apparently, like this, and apparently the viewership dropped after Snyder came on. So it's like, like that's like okay. All the fucking geeks and gamers were just called fucking shitty fucking racists, and it's like, okay, I guess we'll leave then.
Yeah, it's time for us all to come together, except you.
And I think there was like, I think the charity was like $40,000 too, like the amount of money they raised before Snyder came on.
Oh, then there's no way he would not have gotten a "fuck you" from me.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, yeah, I don't know what I would have said in that situation, and I don't think I would have been able to hold it together.
Well, and that's why Jeremy released the video about it, to try to, you know, clear things up, because he waited. You know, he gave him time to respond to his, you know, attempts to reach out and resolve things with Snyder directly. And since he just didn't respond to Jeremy at all, he finally was like, "Hey, I need to make a statement for my audience so they can understand what the fuck just happened." Because a lot of people were very upset. I mean, you're talking about this $40,000 came out of people's pockets. People that follow and support Geeks and Gamers. You know what I mean? So to give this kind of money, which is not a small chunk of change, you know, to give that out of the kindness of your heart and then basically be told "fuck you" is, you know, really fucking insulting.
I'd almost do like a poll or something, be like, all right, let's just choose another charity.
I don't think they have the option to do that. I
Oh,
think
they
by
already
that
gave
point,
you money already.
I was gonna say I don't think you want to back down from like like despite Zack Snyder being an absolute cunt. I don't think you
Yeah,
want to
because
back
you
down from
just end up
donating
looking
to
like a
us.
spiteful
Well,
cunt.
Exactly.
no,
I don't think you want to back down from
on.
donating to fucking suicide.
Well, I would have chosen a different suicide-related charity. Well, because was
Yeah.
it directly suicide prevention, or was it somebody?
Yeah,
Or
it's
was it a
suicide.
different...
It's Zack Snyder's suicide prevention because, like I said, that's the whole thing, and like,
Then I
and
would
that
have
was
just...
part of the well, that was part of the appeal too because this was like 3 days before the Snyder Cut came out.
Right. I think I would have just I'll be like, all right, guys, we're just donating it to general suicide prevention instead of this specific drive because what happened.
So yeah, Zack
Because
Snyder's a cunt. Is what
that
I'm
way it's still going to a
basically
good
saying.
cause that is still technically the thing. It'd be like I almost said like some serial killer that's advertising for a organ donation charity. It's like, oh no, I think I'll just donate to the charity that is the same thing that just doesn't have you attached to it.
Ah, yes. The famous
I don't
Jeffrey
know.
Dahmer organ donor and snack bar charity.
I don't know why. I almost went O.J. Simpson. I'm like, what the fuck?
Fuck.
Like sometimes I
Alright.
question where my brain goes. Sometimes I'm like, where that is
That's-
not even in the direction where even I would have said. Why did you go?
That's fine.
I look at my own thoughts. I'm like, why'd you go that direction?
You look at the therapist with a cigarette in your mouth and go, "All I have are bad thoughts."
All I have are tismy thoughts, and I don't want them. I try to fight them, and then I just say something just comes out of my mouth.
Listen, they don't give a fuck about me or you. Okay, sorry.
Like the
Anyway.
serial... Max is my fucking therapist. Just fucking Sans in a big therapy
In a
chair.
beanbag chair. You know?
Yeah.
Drinking hot cocoa, just I can't break the smile, so I'm just like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you kind of right.
No, that's what you should become, the internet therapist as well.
Well, it's kind of funny. I did want to be a therapist when I was a kid. As weird as that sounds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like one of my favorite superheroes growing up was Doc Samson, and he was a therapist who had the power of the Hulk and shit like that. So.
Right.
Like I said,
He
I always like
actually
that.
flexes out into a monster and goes, "Why?
Well, no, that's
Why
actually
are you
cool.
so angry?"
Well, no, that's the thing. He's just a normal person. Like he just looks like a normal person, but he has the strength of the Hulk because Gamma bullshit.
What?
Yeah,
Huh?
shut up,
Didn't
Gamma.
the Gamma bullshit
Gamma,
turn Banner
Gamma,
into
Gamma.
the Hulk?
Gamma.
Quantum.
Exactly.
Quantum.
Like literally, and then fucking. Oh my god! So the death battle between Broly and fucking Hulk.
No.
Oh my
Please.
god! No.
No.
I haven't followed Hulk comics in forever. Like when they brought up, by the way, gamma radiation is now linked to the devil, and I was like, what?
Wait, what?
What?
Hold on.
It's like
Go
gamma
back a second here.
radiation. Like so, according to Marvel Comics, gamma radiation is from the one below all, and that's where the Hulk gets his power from. And I was just like, come again? I was like,
These guys know
Okay.
that gamma radiation is literally just a thing that exists.
yeah, it's a
Right.
thing that
Like, it's
exists, but
naturally
no,
occurring.
it's devil magic.
Guys, I think
so
I'm
whatever.
done with. Guys, I think I'm done with comic books. I think I might just...
Dude, comics
Oh,
are
that's what it did it?
trash. They're cringe as fuck.
Yeah, they're
I
pretty.
remember when I used to think comic
Manga.
books were like the bee's knees, and now I look at them, I'm just like, ugh, what are you?
This shit was stupid. This shit was mad stupid, bro.
Well, it's because they're adapting The Long Halloween, and I need to reread it because I'm like, are you even worth adapting by this point? You're pretty much
The
like
Long
the
Halloween.
Yeah, it's one of the go-to inspirations that people use when they do a Batman story, and I'm like, now
What is
that's
that?
The Long Halloween. It's
It's
basically
a story
the comic.
about Batman.
It's the comic origin of Harvey Dent by this point, like with the whole acid in his
Ooh.
face and the coin, because they're going after the mob. It's actually a lot of the inspiration for The Dark Knight, because they go specifically after the mob's money, and they dealing with this what is essentially the holiday killer, who kills on holidays using a specific type of bull and using a pacifier as a silencer. I do not know how that works because that's not how guns work. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, no, sorry. I was reading something.
No, it's
But no, that
weird. I guess my internet just hiccuped, so I was like, because it said no data in the stream. The stream will end if nothing happens. I was just like, what? Did
Oh,
everything break?
wait, are we still live?
I think so.
Let me check.
I mean, I assume so.
It says it's not receiving enough data, so I need to. Okay, I need to throw up.
Yeah, stream's black. Oh wait.
This is when we start receiving Fs in the chat.
Well, no, it's still
it's fine.
it's still going, but yeah, it died for like 2 seconds. It went black for 2 seconds.
Yeah, even Tom said it in the chat there. There was a short F, but we're fine. Anyway, back to the thing we were originally talking about.
Yes, let me. So I'm like fighting a burp.
With his character in just the first arc of the series. And Togashi isn't done surprising me with him either yet. Not by a long shot. Time for the final phase. Now there's only one step standing between our heroes and their licenses to be hunters. And Togashi opts to utilize the most traditional shonen challenge here for this final phase, a series of one-on-one fights, and he decides to present it in a rather unconventional way. One of the aspects that I thought was sort of neat was how, in addition to intelligence and physical awareness being judged, an intangible was taken into consideration when drawing up the brackets. And as a result of this intangible, Gon got one of the most favorable and forgiving of placings. All they have to do is win one fight to get their respective licenses, and Gon's placing here means that he could afford to lose a number of contests and still have a chance to get his license in the end. And first up, he has to fight Hanzo the Ninja. This fight is brutal with...
But arguably, as much of a benefit as it is to Gon, it's also a detriment, because it means that he has to fight more. The odds are kind of stacked against him.
Well,
yeah, he basically has to throw fights until he gets a favorable opponent.
I would say it's a bit of give and take though, because like I said, he has more chances to win, even though he's doing more fights.
Yeah, he has more chances to win. But
like if he was the last one. Oh yeah, if he was the last one in the bracket, like, sure, he's fighting a weakened opponent, but if he, like, loses in any, like, if he gets tripped and falls out of the fucking arena, and he's fucked, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I totally agree with you, but I also kind of agree that, like, he does have more chances. What was the thing? It was, like, who do you think is the strongest person, and then who do you think is the weakest?
No, who in this exam have you been paying the most attention to, and who do you want to fight the most?
And the least. They do ask, like, who...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's the kid just absolute big air says he wants to fight Netero.
Really?
And Netero, like, doesn't even fucking respond to it,
Yeah, he just laughs.
Oh shit! I do not remember that, but damn it, that's...
Oh yeah, it's
that,
a whole
like
fight.
that like put a smile on my face, but we'll get there later. I was like, ooh. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, if anyone was gonna clap those clown cheeks,
if anybody was gonna do it, it'd be fucking Netero. Like, holy shit! Like, is that fair? Is that a fair fight?
No, not in the slightest.
Anyway, we'll get
it's
there.
It's kind of the idea
there.
of, like, if Piccolo... Well, I was about to say if Piccolo fought Master Roshi, when it's like, wait a minute, he did, and Roshi died.
Why? You don't have context, but it's like if Piccolo challenged Jiren. It's like, oh. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
no,
well,
Piccolo
I
doesn't
was
fucking
making
stand
the
a chance.
Right, that's why I was like, wait, my analogy doesn't make sense, because that actually did happen, and Roshi fucking lost. I was making the old man comparison.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're not making the old man comparison. It's the top fucking dog versus...
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
And this isn't even any spoiler shit. He's the chairman of fucking Hunters. You already know he's a savage.
You know he's a monster, and, like, you don't know exactly what he can do.
You don't just
fail
upwards into that position. Like, that's not how that works.
I just had a funny thought. It's like if just a mugger with a crowbar tried to take out Superman.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Tink, tink, you done? Bang!
And then Superman just fucking giggles and goes, ho, 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 and, like, just walks away. Like, that's the kind of fight that I would imagine that would have been like. Oh, that's cute, and just walks away.
I wanted to say, like,
anyway,
if the Joker
we need to get...
We're
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
You can do it.
a capital B. The only way someone can win is if their opponent quits. And shockingly, despite seeing him overcome most physical challenges with apparent ease, Gon is put on the back foot and tortured physically from the moment the fight begins. Hanzo is demonstrably more skilled in combat, and through his series of, at times, difficult to watch scenarios, Hanzo inflicts more pain unto Gon in 3 hours than many might receive in their lifetimes. Watching on in horror and anger, Kurapika and Leorio are on the verge of
That
throwing
fight was
away
3
what
hours
they...
long?
Oh yeah, he was.
Holy
fucking
shit,
for a
that
while.
puts it in context.
He was really kicking
Oh
the
my
shit out
god,
of him.
that's horrible. Yeah, no, he fucking wrecks
Oh
him.
yeah, and he wasn't exaggerating when he says that some parts of that are actually hard to
Very
fucking
fucking hard.
watch.
It's hard to watch. It's hard to fucking
Yeah,
watch.
it's one of those
grown,
things where it's...
grown ninja just beat the fuck out of a fucking 9-year-old kid, and it's like, oh,
And it's one,
okay.
it's one of those things where I immediately, like, where he's bringing this up, it's like the most painful thing. I almost thought, what's the most, like, of the things we have all written, what's the most painful thing we've had our protagonist go through? It's like, oh, mine's only just lost an arm, but immediately gets a prosthetic, so no.
The spell going wrong and the flesh being ripped from their bones.
Of all their whole body, or just only a specific part? I know, like, it...
Their
To be the
bones.
protagonist? Because, I mean...
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean, you gotta get to the land of the dead somehow.
No, I mean, like, he's talking about characters from stories we've written. Does it have to be the protagonist? Like,
No,
does it have to be something
no.
bad that happened to the protagonist?
No, because when it comes to the latest, I was only doing that because with the stories I've written, my protagonists don't normally inflict that much pain. They just kill you. And
No,
that's kind of
it happens to a quote unquote villain or an associate of a villain, but the girlfriend of one of my main antagonists, who is currently very late term pregnant with his child, in order to revive the antagonist from the dead, they basically destroy the baby, and he is born in her womb as a full grown man, so she explodes and is ripped apart.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know.
So you're...
No,
resurrection shit isn't
that's
that
why I wanted to
bad.
clarify. I was like, does it have to be the protagonist that gets fucked up?
So,
like,
I don't.
so your book is
so
for kids,
this was
right?
so YARP was fun. I'm glad you guys decided.
I'm turning in my resignation.
I'm gonna walk that way.
That's why I just went like, your book's
Holy
for kids,
shit.
right?
That shit was brutal. It's pretty. As Nathan Explosion, that's pretty metal.
Yeah, I immediately just thought, I was like, oh yeah, Kalen's only lost an arm. That's about the most pain I've put him through just yet. It's like,
I
oh,
write
but-
too many Mary Sues, so I don't even like one guy got sad one time. Jesus.
I was going to say the thing that puts him in the most pain is when his powers, not the most, but the most often is when his powers conflict and they explode in his face. But it's the equivalent of like when Zuko was trying to do lightning and it was just blowing up in his face. It hurt, but he just got right back up. Oh wait, sorry, I already answered. I was gonna be like, well, what were you gonna do? Like, oh right, he answered.
Have and interfering with the fight, fearing that Gon's life is at stake here. And then we get to chapter 34. And to be perfectly clear here, chapters like this don't normally affect me the way this one has. I've been blown away by chapters, characters, and events in One Piece an absurd amount of times, and while moments from that series broke me down emotionally with relentless sadness, all of those moments in One Piece that made me emotional.
I don't know the context of this slur.
Wow. Wow. Okay. That sucks.
What, I don't know the context, or like that you're showing?
No. I'm like, because I didn't realize that was like, I guess like I said, I wasn't looking at the screen the first time I watched this video. But like, yeah, that's kind of a big spoiler.
Okay.
A little bit,
it's
but without
one-
context, it won't really have any impact.
That's true,
And
but like,
besides, even if
it's still their
spoiled, I
fucking,
will
it's
read
still
it
their,
anyway.
it's still their shit though. Like, goddamn.
Oh, so this was.
Oh
their
yeah, that
ship.
shit was rough. They make you fucking feel. how
When
much it
was
hurts
this?
to
Like,
watch.
how far in? Like, fuck. That
Oh,
means
this
that
is
shit
at the
went.
end of Annie's lobby.
this is a fuck. Like I said, that means this ship has gone through a lot, and like,
Oh yeah.
I'm an empathic F word, so like I do like to fucking put characteristics in fucking inanimate objects. So like, yeah, that
I mean,
it's
Oh
kind
no,
of
in One Piece, the ship itself has like an actual spirit. It's like there's these, you know,
Okay, well,
because
that's
sailors
good.
are superstitious. There's
Yeah, of
these
course.
theories that if a
Right.
ship is really well cared for and beloved by its crew, the fairies will manifest on the ship and they'll just kind of be along for the ride.
Oh.
And at one point, it actually helps them. And
Yeah.
they don't even know that at the time. They don't know what it was. They thought it was a hallucination because they were in the middle of a jungle or whatever. But when the ship is like, it's in the docks, it's being looked at by a professional shipwright, and he's like, this thing is at the end of its days, man. It's like, it's fucking hull is in tatters. It's time for it to go, and none of them want to accept it.
Slur, for comparison, from my sake, is this just as tragic as when the Black Pearl sunk?
More so.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Considerably more.
Like,
because
it'd be
the
like
Black Pearl was always considered like a treasure. It was less part of the family, you know?
So like,
Well,
what I would
for
actually try to
Jack
equate it
was.
to.
That's why he went down with the ship.
What I would actually probably equate it to is like if like the sequel trilogy was good, and at one point Han basically had to destroy the Millennium Falcon. Be like, oh,
don't.
like no, but I'm saying like in like for like put context of like the good shit, like before the Millennium Falcon was like ruined. That'd be like, oh, that's huge. That sucks.
Actually, I can give you a perfect context example. Imagine if in newer Star Wars, if it turned out that the Millennium Falcon was just too fucking old and run down to even work anymore.
Exactly.
But even in its decrepit, broken state, through circumstance, it just managed to save their lives one more time before disintegrating in front of their eyes. That's this moment.
That actually kind of does happen, and the problem, at least in the EU, it does. The problem being is that the follow-up book, they just take it to Lando's and they just fucking fix it, which is I really hated that.
Like,
I was
maybe Star Wars was a bad example because I realized that like if fucking the Razor Crest just appeared in Mandalorian 3, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Well, I was immediately thinking like, because when the Falcon gets beat up like the worst it's ever gotten, and it's also the sign that Jason has gone too far because Jason is actively shooting at them. The Falcon is taking its worst beating yet. There's holes in the hull. They're pretty much sealed in the cockpit. Cockmaybe and Meewall fucking die, which were Leia's Nogri bodyguards. Like, the Falcon is pretty much on its last, like, inch. And then the next book, they just take it to Lando's. I was like, no, you should not have done that. You should have actually committed and destroyed the fucking Falcon.
That's if they had balls. So that's what I'm saying. Like, wow, this is, like I said, like, I don't know. Like I said, I got halfway through the Arlong arc before I just stopped watching. Not because I didn't like it, but just because that's just where I stopped. But like, yeah, like that sucks. Like, I have no context for it, but I can understand like what this is.
And I will say up front that Oda has balls. He commits. That ship is done.
Right. I almost damn it all. Fucking imagine being that author, by the way, if you did commit that. It's like, yeah, you destroyed the fucking Falcon.
See, that's the thing. We don't actually mind whether they destroy old things or old characters die. We expect it. We want it to mean something. That's the difference.
Right. It's the difference between, like, because Chewie dying in the sequel trilogy versus what happened in the EU. Chewie went out fighting. He was saving people. And when a moon was dropped on him. The death in the sequel trilogy was a fake out.
I was gonna say, like, I'm kind of confused. You said Chewie died in the sequel trilogy.
Well, hold on. It was a fake out. That's what I was going to say in the sequel trilogy. It was a fucking fake out.
It was horrible.
And it was done by Mary Sue over there. Also, I'll Max, outside of the call, I'll tell you fucking the whole moon thing. I've told these guys 7 million times about the Vong.
I mean, I know some of it. I just don't remember much of it because I remember like reading it forever ago.
Yeah, they're the ones that just like, we gotta kill all these people. Let's just drop a moon on their planet. It's like, huh?
And then Chewie fucking roars at it. It's a pretty cool fucking thing. But yeah, sorry, I really didn't. I really didn't mean to get into the weeds, but like, yeah, that's just like I said, I
God
know enough about
forbid.
I know enough about these characters, and like I know enough about like how ships are and like anything, and it's like that sucks.
It does.
At this
Mhm.
point, I mean, all
Alright, so
Gon or
play.
anyone has to do is not
So-
be the guy to lose all their fights. Yeah, that's kind
Yeah.
of the stakes of this fight. Like, Gon just has to be like, I won't lose. Like, I refuse to lose. You'll have to kill me.
So yeah,
Functional.
and that's what Mark is talking about.
I'm wondering how he's gonna make like this big like moment of tragedy compared to what is essentially losing their home in this.
In one way or another, on some level, even if it's minute, I felt coming ever so slightly. But with this chapter, I was completely taken off guard. Something I want to bring to your attention is that I don't write these scripts as I read, and at this point in the story, I had completely forgotten what Gon said or outlined in chapter 1 regarding his motivation. And so, when Hanzo begins berating Gon and asking if his pride is the reason he won't quit, my mind sort of reverted to what I expect from other shonen. A lot of stories in this genre tend to value and praise pridefulness or a pride in oneself. And truth be told, even as a Dragon Ball fan, I've never liked the idea of embracing pride that way. There's a terrific quote from
Well, I
Avatar
mean,
The Last
you
Airbender.
get that from Vegeta,
Hold on,
who is
hold-
like reformed villain. So
Yeah.
it's not really being held as a thing that you should hold as a virtue. It's just presented to you as the thing that is his driving force.
Also, there is a difference between like a pride that gets you like basically your ass kicked and can damn near get you killed, versus like a pride that's almost becomes your self-confidence.
And the thing is, Vegeta goes into an arc where like he throws away his pride.
Yeah,
Like,
because
that's like his whole character. That's his whole character arc before Super.
yeah, because a lot of people would hold their pride as to be amongst their values. To ditch my pride would, well, not my for a character to quote, to ditch my pride would mean to ditch my need to help others, like for a superhero. That's what they would say.
Yeah.
That like, so to just say pride is just a bad thing, you're kind of just wrong. It can be a weakness. I don't know.
Well,
the
isn't
way
a
he was
weakness
wording it.
bad?
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, I was about to
It
say
can
like
be
you
a
kind of.
weakness that you can overcome, but it can also be the thing that strengthens you to continue on, because to give up on your pride would mean to give up, depending on, because I normally tackle this through the superhero genre. I don't know how I'd tackle pride from, I don't know, like a science fiction aspect, because the characters that I would relate to with the pride stuff would be like the Jedi, who, depending on who you're following, don't have pride.
I mean, pride also just manifests as a love for your cause and the thing you fight for. So you get it a lot in fantasy where, you know, anyone who's a knight or very high-ranking military in those stories that contain a lot of war, their pride is their country, their kingdom, their army, the men around them. They have pride in the men they lead. They have pride in the cause they fight for, that kind of thing. So in those instances, yeah, it's a less self-centered pride. Whereas what he's talking about is the trope in anime, where the protagonist is someone who just won't give up no matter what. He's like, he's always going to be the strongest. He's always going to overcome because he's the best. It's the kind of pride that can make a character feel shallow, because it's not actually related to anything else in the story. It's just him.
Which is kind of why, on a surface level, for the most part, I don't like Vegeta. If you like, when you really talk about like his arc, I do kind of like him. But when people just like, they talk about the surface level stuff of Vegeta, where they're like, oh, he just won't give up, and he always wants to be better than Goku. It's like, that's.
I mean, those are. I mean, but once again, these are like surface level people.
Yeah,
And like,
that's
where it goes. It's like that's when you hold your thumb up and go, "Good for you," I guess.
Yeah, you just shrug and just go, all right.
I mean, that's what you like, I guess.
Wherein Iroh says, pride is not the opposite of shame, but its source, and that statement is true. However, much to my surprise, after 3 hours...
I might be looking too much into that saying. That sounded like a bunch of nonsense to me. But
Well,
that
it's
might
more
be
of a
because it went over my
yin-yang
head.
thing in Eastern
Mhm.
philosophy. It's like pride is not the opposite of shame. It's because you can have pride in the things you have to be proud of that you can recognize the things about yourself to be ashamed of.
Mhm.
It's like you recognize one in reference to the other. It's like good intentions are not the opposite of evil. They're
Right.
the source.
Mhm.
Yeah, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
And also, by having good intentions, you now have principles to stand by. You have something against which to measure other causes.
Alright.
Of a one-sided beatdown after breaking Gon's arm in two, Hanzo shouts, "Is your pride all you care about, even more than your own life?" Cutting through the silence, Gon quietly responds, "I want to see my dad." 6 words and I was left utterly speechless. Expecting one thing.
Did he say that in our anime? Because,
I actually don't remember.
hold on. I could just easily just let me throw
Actually, I'm actually interested if you say it because like that shit is pretty strong. Is like that what he says?
Let me do.
Do we have our condom on?
I'm currently have the regular cover on. As soon as I can get to the episode, I can throw the copyright overlay on. If HBO would just cooperate, I'll just restart the
What?
whole
A streaming
thing.
app work? Is that air you're breathing?
I'm trying to remember if what's the amount of times that Netflix has ever hiccuped on me. I'm like, I don't think it ever has.
I mean, it hicked up when I was like, I remember using it on like my PS3, but it's like, yeah, using it on a fucking ancient system,
Yeah,
like
of
that can
course it's not gonna
barely
fucking
work with
work.
it. Exactly. So it's like, yeah, it's less to do with the system. That's less to do with the service itself, and more of like what the receiver is.
Let's see.
So
it'd be this one. Can't win, can't lose. I'll throw the copyrightism overlay on. Okay, it would be right here. Oh, I forgot this doesn't have fucking subtitles. We might have to fucking... Alright. For one, hopefully for the love of God, the copyright screen can
Oh, for a
protect
short
us.
clip, you should be fine.
Yeah.
And now, I only need to come back and take the exam again next year. We are not on equal footing!
He's right, Gon. You might have the edge when it comes to brains, but you don't have the combat skills he does. That's not something you can make up for right now.
Just gotta pause for a second. Yeah, I feel like a lot more characters interject from the clip that we were looking at from the video.
Well, he also would have cut that for time. He would
Right.
have trimmed it down to just what he needed.
In the end, it all comes down to ability.
How you doing? How you guys doing?
all
Yeah,
right.
just checking out this Saitama looking motherfucker. This bubble shoulders.
I
don't
can't
know.
be the only. Am I the only one that sees when I see a bald head? I just there's that thought of just giving a good old smack.
There's that thought. Yeah, I have that thought too. Though,
Yeah,
though
like a
the
meat bowling
context
ball.
of the skin color might be a bit of a different thing though.
I think it's that's been memed to death so much with the boy, and then my favorite, of course, is the Hogwarts one when somebody just goes up to a goblin, rubs the forehead, and then gives it a good old smack. You just see the rubber just fucking bounce.
What's wrong? It's just a stupid sentence. Think, give up, and you can still try again next year. Is your pride truly all that you care about? Even more than your life? Is it worth dying for?
All right.
I'm gonna go see my dad.
So it's worded differently if
Well, here's the thing.
And the
say.
tone is
Well-
that it's more determined.
Yeah. I'll rewind it just on
Well, no,
for the video.
like there's a chance that it was what's the word? Translated in a different way.
I mean,
remember he's reading the manga, so it's
I
like
get that.
the thing. And like I'm just trying to say is like if you would have turned on Japanese and then turned the subtitles, it might be a different sentence.
Yeah,
Is what I'm trying
maybe.
to say.
And there's
So
also
I don't know,
this
but I'm
other
saying I don't
element
know.
that comes from reading it rather than watching it, where when you read dialogue, you kind of project the tone it's being said in onto it a little bit. It gives you a bit more wiggle room. So if he read it as being more of a sad thing, that would have given him a different vibe from us just hearing it being said in that very anime protagonist determined tone.
Yeah, it's
And
like
this,
when
and it's one of those instances where I'd like actually love to see the panel, because I'd be like, oh, well, can I see it?
I think it's like when I was listening to an audiobook, we were described this character that was like really tough, and when he falls over, he basically just makes a sound when he dies. Like, that came out of that. I don't know how you read it like that, author, but I didn't read it like that. I read it more as like stereotypical bad guy falling noise.
Out of habit and familiarity with this genre, and instead received a sobering wake-up call that this story, Hunter x Hunter, is something truly special. One Piece is phenomenal and owns its own identity. Dragon Ball is the same. It's phenomenal and owns its own identity. And right here, Hunter x Hunter...
The fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, that actually
was a bit
fucked
of
with
an
me too.
empty
I was like,
statement.
what the fuck?
I was like,
It owns its own identity.
Is it saying that it's like unique, and from seeing any screenshot of an episode of Dragon Ball, you can tell that it's Dragon Ball because it's solidified enough in its own style and its own look?
Well, like,
that
just like
it's
the thing
But
is,
if that's all you're going off of, you could just say these shows have been around longer.
Yeah.
And therefore people are more aware of them. They're more popular, therefore people are more aware of them.
I think there's a little bit more to do with like just the aesthetics of the art style. Nothing in anime or Western animation looks like One Piece. Very few things.
No, but not as much with DBZ.
A lot of things look
A
like
lot
Sword
of
Art
stuff
Online.
can look like Toriyama's art style. That's
Yeah, Toriyama does not have as distinctive an art style as One Piece does.
No,
In fact,
well, I mean,
it's pretty
very
fucking
few things do.
generic.
I was going to say
Yeah.
it's so generic that like you can kind of just mimic it without really looking at it, because you can just think, oh yeah, I could just recite what, like, from memory what Goku looks like. Just, all right, there's a lot of slanted lines, and like specifically the face is a good example. Hell, I was
Sorry.
about to say Goku.
You said
and
slanted
Gon.
lines for some reason. I thought about the Lindsay Ellis video. I was like, oh.
If you squint at this, you might see what's going on. It's like, oh.
No, if you squint at it, you might be able to see the Asian racism. It's like, oh shit. Why did you say that?
For me,
you dumb bitch?
The phrasing.
Why did you say that? And it's funny because she even admitted seconds after sending it. She was like, "Oh fuck, I did not mean
And
it
the
that
thing is,
way."
with any other audience, that would have been like a charming, funny moment.
But no, she has to.
Yeah, but the cancel
walk on
culture,
eggshells.
they're just immediately, yeah. Fuck that. That's why when I do tweet,
For
I
context, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say whenever I tweet or quote tweet something, I am like something I especially think is stupid. Almost within the first sentence, I'm calling them a retard. I'm like, fuck you.
But for context, though, if you don't know, Lindsay Ellis was canceled because of what she said, quote unquote canceled. But she somehow made more
She was
Patreon.
gone for like 2 days.
And she somehow got more Patreon subscribers. It's like, okay, so she didn't lose anything.
Well, no, it just became like a really big thing. Everybody was talking like, "Oh my god, she's cancelled," and then a bunch of people were like, "Oh my god, she's been cancelled for that. That's awful. I want to support her."
Mm-hmm.
Up go the buck.
its very
It's
own
the circle
identity.
of life.
It's unlike anything I've ever read. What an incredibly strong character and one of the most relatable and likable
here's
person.
It's It's unlike anything.
Oh, okay.
There
Well,
we go.
I was gonna
Okay,
say
so
it's
yeah,
right
what
there.
he read matches that, and with that look in his face and everything building up to it, I can see how he would have read it in a more sad, defeated tone.
And
I-
like,
I-
can you play it a little bit
Nowadays,
more so I can see if it like clears up? Because I'm actually
See,
curious.
I
If
always actually liked the way his tone in the anime is always very matter of fact. It's not
Yeah.
sad. It's not pity me. It's I'm doing this because this is what I want.
Yeah, like
This is my goal, and nothing is going to stop me from achieving that goal.
I'm
Yeah,
reading
like I
this.
You are
said,
in my
it's just
way.
a different vibe, and they keep it more consistent in terms of he doesn't have that many sad moments. He gets really frustrated with himself when he can't do something,
Yeah,
but then he gets back up again. He's got that very can-do anime protagonist attitude.
I think that's why I'm getting so irritated, because I'm looking at this and judging by Gon's facial expression, it's like,
Yeah, he's got the frown on. He's got the
yeah.
this
So
is a
I'm not
matter-of-fact
so
statement.
yeah. I'm not reading that as I want to see my dad. It's like no, I want to see my dad. Like he's
But
like
I
you're
said,
in-
this is kind of the wiggle room you get when you're reading something rather than watching it. You get to project a little bit onto these things, which is
Yeah, and, like,
fine. That's the subjectism of reading things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just going off the art style alone and seeing this, the determined tone makes more sense. But if that's what he got out of reading it, then that's subjective
just
to
what he
him. That's
got, yeah.
fine.
I was about to say this is why another reason why I love audiobooks, but then I realized, oh, wait, they can't do volume control very well with certain audiobooks. The characters yelling and they're just doing the I'm yelling. They're like they're doing the inside yelling.
Yeah.
They don't want to actually yell into people's ear when they're trying to listen to a book.
Oh, that too. Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
exactly want to if you listen to the
Yeah,
headphones and shit like that.
And the alternative is to
screen.
just get all the way back from the mic and then yell, which makes
Yeah.
just the volume go crazy.
I would love
yeah,
to.
the-
I would love to like hear like them like get out of the chair, like you hear like them pulling off their headphones or whatever.
Oh, yeah, you
Oh,
just hear the
yelling!
headphones hit the ground as they're getting really into it.
Well, I mean, like that would be kind of interesting in its own way. But then I would say that like audiobooks is like a different media than actually reading at that point, though.
Oh
But,
yeah, it
yeah.
absolutely is.
Yeah, especially
Alright.
depending on the audiobook, because as I've said many a times, Star Wars just makes their audiobooks just audio dramas. Because it's like you hear the music, you hear like the lightsabers and the blast, just like, oh, I'm not actually even listening to a book by this point. I'm just listening to what is either an audio drama or just an audio version of the movie.
Yeah, it's basically
That's
a
basically
radio
what they
show
were
at that point.
inspired by. That's the kind of stuff that George Lucas was
That's true.
into before he
That's-
made Star Wars.
Yeah, the audio dramas like War of the Worlds. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hitchhiker's
So-
Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, so of course, when he's like, all right, we're turning this into a book, yeah, add the music, add all this stuff.
I've ever come across that in just 6 words immediately recontextualized the fight and made it the most emotionally rich experience a first arc of any story has given me. I do not have words, and so please take the time, if you haven't already, to read or watch this for yourselves. It's truly something special and one I will not forget. This was a very surprising but welcome swerve. Instead of tackling the events of the tournament after the emotional high of that last bout, Togashi decided to conclude the tournament off screen while giving us the surprising and tragic outcomes of the event from Gon's perspective as he awakens from his bout.
I do like this. I do like how they skipped. The skip was a very smart move. 'Cause,
Yes, and like you said, after the emotional high of Gon's fight, to go from there and just to see the
See a
tournament
generic
play
fight.
out as normal for everybody else, that just wouldn't have hit the same.
It's why I actually very much like in My Hero Academia Season 2 with the festival tournament arc. Once we've gotten Todoroki and Deku, which was the emotional high of that tournament arc, most of the fights are done in like 2 minutes. Even to the point it even infuriates Bakugo that the fight between them was so lame in his eyes.
Yeah.
Killua
To the point he has to be muzzled. Truly, hero material.
failed
I mean, like I said, that informs what happens to him later. The fucking League of Villains are like, oh yeah, truly hero material. Let's fucking get him and bring him to the dark side. And then he's like, fuck you, losers.
Yeah, no, I was like actually quite like that, where even the villains think he has villain potential, and then they get him, and he's like, "No, motherfuckers, are you not listening?
I
I'm
want
going
to
to
be
be
the
the
best.
#1 hero."
I want to
Yeah.
be the unfucking champion. And
Yeah, he's such an asshole.
That's why Bakugan. That's why Bakugan is the best.
The problem being is like I can't even say like I like Deku, but it's like Deku's writing is so fucking bad by this point.
That's true.
He's not a character anymore. They've just tied One for All into him so fucking much.
Yeah, it's not even him that's important in the story anymore. It's just
Yeah.
One for All acting through him.
Yeah, that's why it's so fucking infuriating if you're caught up.
I'm not in the manga, so I guess I'll get there when I get there.
I'm mostly caught up with it. Bakugo is unironically a better character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is infuriating to people like me, where it's just like, he's a fucking psychopath. It's not even the Hank
Oh no, I
Scorpio.
liked him from the beginning.
It's not even like the Hank Scorpio or Fat Geralt thing, where it's like, oh, you're clearly like a bad person or a psychopath, but you're just so nice to everyone around you. Like with Hank Scorpio, he's like he wants to go bowling with Homer. He has like sugar in his pocket for Homer's coffee. Oh my god, I fucking love Hank Scorpio.
Whereas Bakugo refers to their rival class as background characters.
Yeah, to the point he doesn't even know their names.
He literally side characters.
He literally like during the tournament, he was like, "No, be part of my team." I'm sorry, who are any of you?
Who are you people?
No,
Which
yeah, he says like, "All right, everybody, tell me your names and your
Names.
powers," and it's like, bruh.
We're in the same fucking class, dude. But
Even
no, that's
people
like
that he has
it's one of the
worked
it's
with before.
as I
It's
say,
like-
it's one of those things where though he recognizes like that's kind of like part of his character though is like when he calls somebody by their name that means they fucking stick out to him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because he calls Uraraka her name.
And even after his fight with her, it's like everybody's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he went that hard on like a girl or whatever," or he's like, "I can't believe he went so hard on like a sweet girl like her," and he's like, "It's like no, she's a fucking competitor."
She's
Like,
a
he was
fucking
the only
warrior.
one in the
That's-
stands who actually respected her as a fighter.
Eraserhead said it best. It's like, hey,
Who the fuck said that?
Yeah.
He pulled a fucking he pulled a fucking full metal full metal jacket on. Who the fuck said that?
But honestly, that arc in My Hero is probably the only part of it that's completely good.
yes.
Everything
'Cause-
else has some pretty heavy flaw.
Yeah.
I would say like one of my favorite moments would be All Might fighting the first Nomu. That's I'm trying to think of
Really
what
solid
would
moment.
the actual problems be with that arc of the like I'm trying to remember the name of the place they're at because it's specifically
That's the attack on the USJ.
The USJ, thank you. The attack on the USJ arc. I can't think of that many problems with it.
No, like I said, there's a lot of good character work and shit like that, and that's when like I said, even more like characterization for Bakugo. He's like, we don't need to worry about our classmates, and Kirishima's like, oh, you actually think they're fucking capable of doing it? And it's like, that's pretty manly, bro. Like, Kirishima's the best.
Kirishima's pretty fucking awesome.
Kirishima's pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool boy. Stop shipping him though.
Oh,
Hey.
dude,
Mhm.
What? Okay. So
everybody's horny for the guy who can harden at will.
That's true. No, I'm just
God
like, stop
damn it.
shipping him with Bakugo as well as Matt.
Hey, what's
Oh,
wrong
they
with
also
that one?
ship him with Tetsu.
That's too fucking easy because they're
way
just the
too
same
easy.
person.
But yeah, it's
gross.
basically masturbation.
So y'all are fucking gross. Can we finish this video?
Well, I was gonna say, wait a minute. We're
I
talking
was
about
saying
shipping.
stop. So
No,
We're
I was
talking
saying
about
stop.
shipping with
hear what you were
15-year-olds.
saying. Video.
Fair enough.
Structuring your story like Togashi has made here is but one of the many choices that afforded this story the breezy and enjoyable pacing it boasts. Naturally, I have so many questions concerning the future of Killua, and as I learn what happened, piece by piece, the truly creepy nature behind Killua's family partially reveals itself, lending insight into what likely is the source of all the pain he's demonstrated through this first arc, with his brother brandishing
I'm just gonna
philosophies
throw it
that
out
match
there.
up.
What?
Illumi was more swole in the 90s. Did anybody notice that?
No, I didn't.
He looks
His-
very. I think they kind of enhanced the feminine aspect of him in the newer version.
Yeah, he's a lot more androgynous in the new which fits in more with more of the siblings.
Mm-hmm.
Up exactly to his attitude in quitting early in the ballgame. It's unsettling to see what sort of hold Illumi has over Killua and the reaction Gon has to the event once he learns what happened. Much like Gon, Killua is a kid looking for connection. A connection Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika assure.
Oh my god, I think he even said it
Every
even
time,
worse.
right?
And not only that, I think he said it got even worse with that one with Kurapika.
Pika.
Was it ever truly confirmed whether or not Killua was hypnotized by his brother, considering right after that
It's
we
not
learned about
hypnotized per se. It's more of
it's
like years of brainwashing.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
and you
that
kind of
kicked in.
activate him like the Manchurian fucking beast.
Yeah.
I thought with the whole aura thing that now learning about, well, not now, but afterwards, when they learn about Nen, my first thought was, oh, did he use his Nen to fuck with him? It's like,
No,
no.
it's actually more sinister than that. I mean, that might be part of it, but that's not the whole picture.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
all of it. It's
he
just
Manchurian
the Nen
candidated
didn't hurt.
him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about the words that he says. You know, he's like, it's like his dad taught him, you know, you never go up against somebody that's stronger than you. And you can see that. This guy even brought that up during the Netero ball game. You know, Killua determines that Netero is way beyond his abilities and just immediately gives up, whereas Gon does not. And Gon doesn't understand why Killua is bailing out.
Mm-hmm.
But we do, as the audience, it makes more sense.
That
We'll
they
get to
share
that bridge
with
when we get there.
him to his brother. This is the first time I've seen Gon take action against somebody that clearly is levels above where most people are currently at this point in time. In an aggressive
Oh yeah, if Illumi had fought back, Gon would have fucking died.
This is not the first time.
Right.
Yeah, this
I
is not
think
the
he
first
means
time.
in a direct confrontation like this. He never just went up to Hisoka and tried to
Hanzo.
manhandle him.
Well,
Yeah, no, yeah, that,
I
I would
guess
count
you're right.
that because it's
Taking
not quite
Hisoka's
like this where he
badge.
went out of his way like there's no tournament context that's putting them against each other. He of his own volition just went up to this guy leagues above him and tried to manhandle him.
Yeah, and remember the
it's
whole thing
different.
with Hisoka is like he's not like directly he's not directly going after him. He's doing like everything he can to like
That's right. His goal
make
was
it as
to
easy
Yeah,
as
the
take
whole
the
possible.
badge and
reason
fucking
he had the
run.
plan.
Get the fuck
Yeah,
out
the
of
whole
there.
reason
And
for the
like
hunting was he knew that if he tried to do it directly, he'd die.
Mhm. But like at this point, he doesn't fucking care because he's that fucking angry, and he wants like, and yeah.
Yeah, Illumi would have fucking killed him if Illumi had even.
Yeah, he would have
fought back
fucking
for a
killed him, but
second.
but like just Gon didn't give a shit. He's like, all right.
and angry way. A character like Hisoka, particularly leading up to and during the Forest ID Hunt contest, Gon was visibly shaken by his initial encounter with the crazed
see, there it
clown,
is.
and rightfully so. He's terrifying, and in response to this, Gon had to practice a very specific skill to facilitate a strategic and well-placed steal, which he eventually succeeds in performing. However, when it comes to Illumi, Killua's brother, Gon literally breaks his arm after grabbing it in anger. And after this reprimanding, Illumi lets Hisoka know that he now understands what he sees in him. Throughout this arc, from various characters' point of view, they've all cited that with Gon there is something very special, with the sea captain even being reminded of one particular person. I assume this is Jing. There's a power in Gon that has yet to fully surface, and it'll be interesting to see how this story continues to explore that.
It certainly will.
Yeah. I was also
That
gonna
is an
say, like,
ominous
his
statement.
determination is the key hit
No.
so far. Hold on, I was saying from this point of the story, like it.
Well, you're not totally wrong.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it's
we
a
know
mix of
from
not
afterwards.
just his attitude, but also his almost supernatural fucking abilities. Like he's naturally gifted in strength, endurance, all of it. But on top of that, he has this attitude that makes him stand out.
Mm-hmm.
particularly because we understand how emotionally rich some of the subject matter here is. With that said, despite Leorio, Kurapika, and Gon having received their hunter licenses in this instance, the ending to this arc is one of bitterness and concern for the future of their friend. And perhaps most interestingly, Kite, the hunter that encountered Gon in Chapter 1, left him his father's card. What that means for the future I can't say for sure, but as the heroes of this journey begin making their way toward...
So at that point,
I kind of prefer the way that's done in the anime, honestly.
I know, was it
What
ever
happens in
said
the
if
anime
it was
again?
Dad's card? I'm pretty sworn it was just his own.
No, in the anime they kind of cut that bit out.
Yeah.
The idea is he re-encounters Kite as he's on this journey to find his dad. Whereas in the manga, it appears that he kind of has that stuff with Kite from the very beginning. Which he did, but it all happened when he was so young he doesn't really remember most of it. Kite kind of has to remind him of it. It's not until they actually meet and start talking that he begins to piece that together. Whereas Kite, being an adult, remembers all of it. But Gon is a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice to be reminded of that. And I guess it feels like, even though it's not chronological, it feels like it makes more sense to do it in that way, the way they do it in the anime.
Yeah,
because adding Kite to his childhood,
could shuffle it in.
Yeah, it doesn't really add anything that's important, to what's going on at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what you guys have been describing, it sounds like it adds fuck all to the story.
It's not
no,
even
it does later.
It's that it was able to be shuffled in at a later point. Like, they didn't get rid of it. They didn't actually cut it from the intro. They just moved it.
I'm saying, if in terms of the beginning, it sounds like it adds nothing. I'm sure.
Yes, to the beginning, it adds nothing. Later. Yes, it is very relevant later on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Killua's family home, I can't help but feel the excitement in me build as I ponder what awaits these phenomenally realized characters in the future. Now, having finished this arc and thinking back over what I've read, I'm left dumbfounded not only at the pacing of events, but this feeling of familiarity I now associate with this series. The characters are wonderfully funny, interesting, and heartwarming in equal measure, with a sort of tragedy that manages to seep through the pages if you look out for it or think about it for long enough. This arc alone had moments that
Okay, so when he keeps...
So the only thing that's kind of a bummer about this is this makes me feel like we're going to have to do this in like 3 fucking parts if you want to keep covering this guy's videos. Because, well, my thing is like, it took us this long to get through the Hunter exam arc, and I feel like he didn't really add a lot.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, there's no fucking way.
No fucking way.
So,
can we play the first part of the video for Slur since he didn't see it yesterday?
Yeah, we could play like the first minute, but everyone has to shut up and just let it play.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was more just going to bring up the tragedy aspect. It's like, there's only a few moments, at the very least, that I picked up on would be the tragedy. It's just
no, that's the thing. There's tons of tragedy in this show, but it's never shoved down your throat. It's never pushed to the forefront.
Right.
These people are damaged, but they don't let that define them.
They don't tattoo it on their heads.
It's why
yeah, it's not a forehead
tattoo. What Bisky said actually was one of my favorites. Like, oh, he can already do this kind of stuff. That means that makes me a little sad because I know what that means.
Yeah, someone who's experienced with Nen would be like, oh Jesus.
Like, this is amazing. This is incredible that I have this student who's capable of so much. But the dark side of that is I know what he must have had to go through to get there.
The consequences of that, yeah.
So yeah, it's a show that's very mindful of the implications.
Had me on the edge of my seat and have me shedding tears for characters I've only just recently gotten to know. I can only assume this is a great sign of things to come, and if Hunter x Hunter can keep things up, it might very well measure up to One Piece in my estimation. But it is still very early days yet, and these characters have only just started this no doubt long and harrowing journey of self-discovery. But what a start it has been.
Okay, I'm gonna throw the cover up. Oh wait.
Just like I said, can we just play
the one with Killua
It's
on it?
literally that one. It's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, part 2, Zoldyck Family and Heaven's Arena arc.
Just play the first part of it, and then we can call it.
I don't know. It seems like he's putting so much fucking emphasis on this tragedy thing while, like you said, it's just not in your face.
Like I said, he's a Fifi boy. Like that's just what he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of, you know, highlighting these things even when the show doesn't necessarily do that. Don't worry, it will later. But for right now, it hasn't been at the forefront, you know.
It's just like I've got Deku level tear ducts, and I'm like, I didn't tear up once during this show yet.
Did that? I was gonna say that part hasn't arrived yet.
Yeah,
so.
that's why I'm putting up giant emphasis on that yet. It's like where he was tearing up. It's like, yeah, this is. I'm ready for the next. I'm ready for the next adventure.
Again, it's just he's basically just saying he has a much lower bar for the tear ducts than you do. That's all.
Yeah. And admittedly I do too. And like I did get like I didn't cry, but I did like get a little liquid-eyed in certain parts of it towards the beginning. But yeah, now like, it's like it's just like I said, it just hits people differently, just depending on what's like it all depends on like where you are personally too.
I guess then just say Boba Fett from the old EU, and it's like immediate laughter and a tear of joy when it's like, oh, that's fundamentally nothing.
Like I said, it's all about who you are. But yeah, Slur, enjoy this one.
Okay.
He'll never learn pronunciation, will he?
No, he's Team Gun, not the correct Team Gun. He had me until he pronounced Gun.
His pronouncing's hurt.
Gun again.
Honestly, it wasn't Gon that pissed me off the most. It was fucking the other ones.
Yeah, Karapika and Leorio. Leorio. It makes me think about how Luigi says Mario in Luigi's Mansion. Mario. Mario.
His name is
Mario.
Mario.
Let it play.
Yeah, play.
But when I hear Mark do it, it's more of a gong. He says gong to me.
Okay, so apparently I'm saying the name wrong, but there's only one way to figure out if that's true, so 1 second. It's Gon. G-O-N, Gon. There she is. Ayame! Ayame!
Yes?
You're Japanese, right?
Yeah.
Which means you speak Japanese, right?
I think so.
Okay, you know Hunter x Hunter. You've seen the show.
Yeah.
What's the main character's name?
Gong.
Alright, so whatever. I made a mistake. His name's Gon, and this...
Alright, nice payoff.
Yeah.
Setup, but I appreciate the payoff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like, it's like, oh, that's the name everybody was getting hung up on.
The name of the main character, if like you're saying the name of the main character wrong. Yeah.
Kurapika is way more degenerate. I hate it.
Yeah, Karapika. Yeah. The way he says Karapika is fucking... Ugh.
Kurapika.
I'm still salty about Lucifer.
Well, that's not his fault.
Oh no, Lucifer!
No, but Devilman bad. No.
Isn't there some Devilman crybaby bullshit?
Oh my god, I never watched that show.
I heard it's tismy as fuck. No, really? The animation style is that kind that really pisses me off. It has that Netflix shit.
Oh my god, I just
what's that wait, what's that Netflix shit?
Oh, are you talking about?
Have you ever seen like Knights of Sidonia or like those Netflix original anime where like part of it is 2D and part of it's 3D? It's fucking painful to look at.
Oh yeah, they do not mix well.
I've also heard like it can really fuck with you since I've heard it animates on 3s, and so it's like, oh, that can really fuck with your eye depending on if it bothers you or not.
It's really weird because like the background is all 2D and pretty and traditional, and then for some reason the characters just look like 3D fucking abominations, and you're like, why? Can we just not?
So, Maxwell, I have a thing for you, okay?
What's up?
I'm going to post into the chat the name of the boss of the Phantom Troop, Frollo Lucifer. Next to it is going to be the Japanese pronunciation, and I want you to give it a whirl.
Oh, Jesus. So is this my agentisms coming in?
Kuroro Rushifuru.
Kuroro Rushifuru.
Kuroro Rushifuru.
Rushifuru.
It's just the lack of L's. It's fucking...
Rushifuru. Yeah, it's Rushifuru.
I'm not even. I'm not
It's
even
the-
gonna
it's the-
attempt
it's
it.
the- It's Lucifer. It's the guy who gets like fucking kicked out of heaven. Yeah, you're right. What's the
Yeah, that
problem?
guy. Yeah, fucking Crollo Roomba, you know, that guy.
See, the thing is, like, I'm not even gonna attempt it because that's one of those things of like, oh, I'm gonna go immediately into the very good. Oh God, fucking Jesus.
See if I can try to do it like Robert Downey Jr.
Well,
You wouldn't get
this
it.
is creepy. Remember when I mentioned Super Mario Brothers Z?
Mm-hmm.
I just got a YouTube. I just got a YouTube notification about upload about it. That's
Your agent was listening.
I guess. I mean, that's cool. I mean, if he continued it, that's.
I mean, I
pretty
try.
No.
Can't you do something useful? Can't you point me to the hot milfs in my area?
Internet, come on. We have an understanding here.
You're the chosen
I
one.
think with Hisoka's face just plastered on the screen, I think we're gonna call it there. So as YARP now has 4 members,
we carry on into the future.
Thanks to everybody.
Diverse
who showed
and
up.
inclusive.
Thanks everybody who showed up for my first day. Love you guys.
Yeah, we popped his cherry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Speaking of Hisoka being on screen.
It has the properties of both rubber and gum.
You guys.
Has the properties of both pea and nut.
Ninja and Wyatt are walking in front of me, and I'm just like.
Maxwell, you walk in front of us.
You walk in front of us. I can't wait for the other one. There's another like really great thing, and we'll get there.
I wanted to pause like on where it's like that overhead shot where Hisoka's naked because they drew him with that. Like I know for censorship purposes they drew him without a dick, but they made him a Ken doll. That's the part that made me laugh.
Well, yeah, I mean you really only have 2 options. Like either you do that or you get canceled.
Yeah, as I say, you either show nothing or you get him hung like a wolf.
No, I was gonna say you possibly Austin Powers it, like, but I was...
or DMC it. Like Devil.
Oh my God.
The remake of Devil May Cry, where he's like flying through the fucking trailer, in like the piece of pizza, his boot, and shit like that.
The baseball bat.
Yeah, the baseball bat. Like as tismy as that game is, that part was pretty. That part was pretty fun.
Hey,
like that was like that was as close to Dante as that Dante will get.
I honestly think
I hate it.
I have not been bothered. I was not bothered.
I just kept calling him not Dante.
Well, it's Dante.
Yeah.
And then there's Dino, which is an acronym for Dante in name only. Which is like I didn't know about that one. I was like, that's pretty good.
Which is like Gina.
Are we still live?
No.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, all right.
Wait,
we
are.
Are we?
I was gonna say I was waiting for all of us to say goodbye. So goodbye, everybody.
Bye. We're gonna talk about.